All right. Hopefully, you guys can hear the music. Oh, sorry. I didn't realize I was muted over here. You guys keep talking. Hopefully, you guys can hear the music. Yeah, that's what I want to know. So yeah, thanks, Sammy, for
No,
the
not on this. Not on. I mean, on the actual
yeah on the
YouTube
stream. Yeah, that's what I
there's
wanted to know.
there's
If
no sound on
it,
your actual YouTube stream.
I thought if I
Yeah.
muted it, the media would still play, and you guys could keep talking, and I wouldn't have to make you be quiet.
Oh,
But
and
what?
here we are.
Yeah, here we are, and welcome to the stream. I am your boy Knock. Here, and I'm muted to you guys, so you didn't hear any of the things that I just said. Of course, I have to be muted somewhere. But welcome to the stream. Yeah, I that's exactly what I wanted to know, Sammy, is because I thought maybe if I muted the speakers, the media would still play. So I wanted to know that. So yeah, thank you. But yeah, welcome to the stream. This is not actually going to be the stream. I planned I was going to just do some silly reviews, Christians saying silly shit. But we were having a really good conversation over on MathPig's channel, and some more folks should be joining us. So I'm not going to put a link in the side chat yet. But Terry, the 7-day dude, I always call him, that crazy 7-day guy. He's going to be joining us. Godless Girl's probably going to be joining us, as well as everybody. Hopefully, everybody that was in Mass Pig stream. It was a good conversation. It wasn't centered around 7 days, so we'll see. We're going to give them time to show up, and then at some point, I will put a link in the side chat. But we do have a few with us already. We have Midnight Sparkles, we have 420 Atheist, and we have Stephanie. So we'll start with Midnight. How you doing, Midnight?
I'm doing fairly well. Just trying to enjoy 2023. Big plans for this year. Hopefully, big progress for good old Midnight here. I don't know.
Good shit. Me too.
Yep.
2023 is going to be my year. If not, it's going to be 2040.
Just another year. Right?
Yeah.
I mean,
how you doing, Sammy? Stephanie, feel free. You guys feel free.
It's funny. We say every year
Sorry.
we say this year's not going to be my year, and then at the end of the year we're like, I can't wait for this year to fuck off.
True.
Yeah, it's just another thing. But I just, love you every day, not 8 days a week.
Yep. Yep. So yeah, hopefully, they'll get here and we can continue our conversation. We were getting into some weird vaccine shit. Now, I don't want them to get into particulars with the conspiracy theories. I'm not too worried about it. I think it probably takes some repeat offending of some misinformation, and especially if you have people in the room combating it. I would hope that dynamic would kind of help out a little bit, maybe. But then again, like with the whole hate speech thing, they changed their dynamic. So I don't put anything past YouTube. I find it better cautious than waking up tomorrow and not having a channel. So.
Okay, Rage. Have you tried going another streaming services like what is there, Odyssey or
Restream?
BitChute?
Like
there are other streaming services that are less strict than good old YouTube.
Well, yeah, but like most of those are right-wing havens, so I don't know.
It doesn't matter if they're right-wing havens. You just use them.
But all you've really got to do is, let's say for this stream we're not going to say the V word. We're going to say Smack Shane.
No,
And-
that'll lead to
oh,
confusion.
And
No,
Smyrus. You've got the Smyrus, the China Smyrus.
What did you think of Terry's claims that he can't get sick because he's a Christian or he's the right kind of Christian?
Yeah, I call bullshit on that. Hold on.
Well,
He can't get sick, but apparently he could get shot.
Yeah.
Right? Got to protect him against sickness, but not a bullet.
my biggest qualm was multiple times he ended up trapping himself in the no true Scotsman fallacy.
Oh yes,
And it's
that's
Jill, a similar thing that Jill does. They wind up eventually. They're the only person that's a true Christian.
yeah.
You know,
That was
by their
really,
logic.
really weird. That was extremely strange. That, you know, it was. I think that you might recall that he actually said, "I'm not going to die," and then just like, okay, yeah. I asked him, "Do you know of any Christian who has not, you know, left their body and, you know, their families bury him and stand around?" They actually have this thing in the church that, as I recall, and I am the daughter and granddaughter and sister and sister-in-law and auntie of Methodist ministers. So a lot of their time is spent at funerals.
Mm-hmm.
This thing.
Oh, look who's
So
here.
it seems to me that Christians die, and just, you know, like.
Yeah, I do want to. I want to address Ox real quick in the side chat. And Ox, you know, I love you, and you're welcome to your opinion, but I think you're kind of missing the point. For one, I don't really see Terry as anything outside of any normal realm of theism. I think they all kind of get a little cuckoo with their shit. I'm not trying to disparage you, Terry, at all. But like, I don't see anything, you know, especially harmful about Terry's doctrine. One, you know, I think he's a little too enthusiastic sometimes. But hey, we're all passionate about what we talk about. But like, you know, like this whole thing, like pretty much, I mean, if you take away the Smoky Saint thing, since I've started live streaming, my whole point is to try to get Christians in. You know, like. And it's really hard to get Christians in. So, you know, the thing that I always give Terry credit for, first and foremost, is that he's willing to come into what would be considered a viper's den. You know, a room that's pretty much a majority of opposing worldviews, and he's going to put his ideas to the test and put them to the fire. So I appreciate that. Of course, I don't agree with much of what he says, but it's not like the 7-day theory is not anything like a special. I mean, it's wacky to me, but it's not anything like outside of the realms of a normal theism, I would think. So I just want to get that out there.
Somewhat outside the realms of normal theism, but it's yet another doctrine.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think they all believe wacky shit. You know.
Oh,
I appreciate.
My issue with theists is mostly that none of the claims I've heard from any realm of doctrine or dogma seem to hold a great deal of validity. I don't see the proof of the divinity behind it, or anything that I could accept. I mean, I've journeyed through various realms of spiritual practice, but they, aside from good feeling, I've never experienced one that gives me good feeling enough to be convinced I'm right. And the other thing that bothers me about people who hold to a dogma is their resistance to being proved wrong. I must be right, and to me that's just not useful.
I'm still waiting. Like Terry, you should have been an
dishonest.
atheist a few times over, but that's just my opinion.
Here's the thing. First of all, first and foremost, thank you for the hospitality, because most people would try to avoid me, but I do appreciate the hospitality. That's the least I could say. No, that's number one. Number two, as far as Christianity is about good feelings, that's not what we preach.
I didn't say specifically
Yeah, no
Christianity,
problem.
Terry.
I wouldn't say
I'm
that.
not. But I'm just saying, broadly speaking, that's been my.
I totally understand. I understand that point. Thank you for the clarification. The point I was trying to establish is I believe I've demonstrated God. So I would refer you to my debates or Stanley Terry versus Pat Lowinger. I would I would I would refer you to that debate and many other debates
Pat's
I've
in the
done.
chat, by the way.
Yeah, no worries about him. I already finished
I'm
with
just
that
saying.
one. It's no problem, but I already finished with him. So I would refer you to that debate. And the thing about always being right, it's that is part of everybody's frailties. Like we have that something within us, that ego that doesn't want us to be wrong. So I think that's not something specific to Christianity. I think everybody has that weakness. But there's a difference between me saying that I'm right and me demonstrating I'm right. So once I demonstrate it, I leave it to the crowd to do what they want with it. I'm not here to convict anybody. That's not my job. My job is just to outline why I'm a Christian and let you guys decide. Is your prerogative if you would like to assimilate that information.
Got a question on that.
Go ahead.
When you say that you've demonstrated that you're right, who have you demonstrated that to?
Every single person I've ever engaged for the last 20 years, whether it's on the streets, whether it's on the internet.
If we had Pat Lowinger here right now, would he say that he was convinced that you were right?
No, he wouldn't. But the thing is, what's beautiful about this is that we both say we won. The only difference is
but I have something to follow up.
Yeah, no, you're gonna get your chance to follow up. I just want to make it clear. I could stipulate why I won. I could directly pinpoint every single time I won. I don't think anybody else could do that against me. And again, the video is up. Anybody could go watch it. Stanley Terry versus Pat Lowinger, or Stanley Terry versus any person I've debated. It's always the same result. I pride myself on having a channel providing 100% accuracy of what I'm presenting, except for 4 times where I made mistakes, which was not really problematic for my worldview or my beliefs. But those 4 mistakes, 3 of them I have addressed. One of them I'm preparing a video to address that as well. So I pride myself in presenting information so the masses could be they should be testing and doing their due diligence as it relates to anybody providing information. But I believe that they could rest assured that what I'm presenting is 100% accurate. So I pride myself in that. I can't say the same thing for the people that you're referring me to, because I have multiple.
Isn't pride a sin?
No. Jeremiah, it says in the book of Jeremiah, if you're going to pride yourself in something, pride yourself in the knowledge of God. So pride for my own sake is a sin, but priding yourself in the knowledge of God is not something that's sinful according to Christianity. That's number one. Number two, I want to make it clear. Again, a lot of people provide. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just if we can do it, I understand the impulse to make a list because I do it often myself and it's a failing. But pride of yourself in the knowledge of God. Did I get that right?
I pride myself in the knowledge of God.
You pride yourself in the knowledge of God, in your knowledge of God, or the knowledge of God?
The knowledge of God, because I demonstrate God.
How do you know the knowledge of God? How is that made manifest to you?
It's based on our reality. So our reality is I just want to make it clear. I don't know if you know about me. I don't know if you've heard about me.
I've heard about you. You get around, Terry.
Okay, no problem. So I'm not gonna relitigate what I've done multiple times, and I don't want it to be based on this. But I have something that's exclusive to me. Multiple arguments that's exclusive to me. But as it relates to atheism, when I deal with atheism, one of the arguments I use, I'm not gonna relitigate it here, but I use a 7-day cycle argument. That's exclusive to me. If you heard about the 7-day cycle, then you know why I say I believe I demonstrated it. Now, I don't want to debate this here. We're going to talk about different things. I would only refer you to my debates, my multiple debates on this specific issue.
Well,
And since
I don't want to
go
say,
ahead.
I don't want to dictate like we can't talk about it here. I would like to kind of like talk about other stuff possibly first. And I do want to say, like, Math Pig's over now. I thought Godless Girl and a few other people were going to come over. Hopefully Godless Girl will come over. I know she wanted to talk to you. But I did go ahead and put the link in the side chat, so other people might be showing up. And feel free to come in if you want to come in. And please, I'm hoping like other Christians will come in as well. Like, feel free to come in. I don't want it to be a Terry show or Raid show. Anybody, I want everybody to be able to come in and have a conversation.
No problem.
So I don't want to. I don't want to get into specific aspects of stuff, but it seems to me that you haven't convinced a vast number of people with your arguments over the 7-day cycle. And I don't want to talk about the 7-day cycle. I just mean, it seems to me that demonstrates that you are secure in the knowledge of God, of which the 7-day cycle is a part. Correct?
Definitely.
Correct me if I'm saying anything that you don't believe.
I believe in God before the 7-day cycle was revealed to me. The argument was revealed to me. So it only fortified what I believed in. That's number one. And real quickly, I'll let you continue. Real quickly, I believe every single person who have encountered the 7-day cycle argument has been convinced of the reality of my presentation. And I demonstrate
don't think that's accurate.
I know. I tell you how I demonstrate that. I have a channel, and I have something called the Sabbath Challenge series, where every single person who tried to engage me on this issue either willfully lied, panicked. They all panic. They all make weird mistakes, and even the specialists make the weirdest mistakes, as per my debate with Pat Lowinger.
So
and
here's the weakness. Here's the weakness I see in what you're saying. It's basically the way you're putting this, and I don't want to get fixated on this particular claim, because there are better fish to fry, to be honest, and we can have a more engaging conversation. But it seems like what you're saying in this argument is, I am right, and the people that say I'm wrong are either liars or hypocrites or junk or this or that or the other thing. And to me, that is I don't want you to make that. I've heard your arguments. I'm not convinced. Am I a liar, a hypocrite, or just ignorant and unwilling to admit myself into God's grace? Has He taken His light away from me in some manner or fashion? This is where I'm not sure. This is where I'm not convinced, and where I don't think the argument you're making here that of a special knowledge of grace and truth you can claim for yourself, and I think it's problematic, to say the least.
Let me tell you something, Stephanie. I understand what you're saying, and I want to make it clear what my position is, right? And again, I'm not going to relitigate what I've already established. I would refer you to my debates, my numerous debates. I have never lost a debate, and this is how I know I never lost a debate. I provided two propositions. If those two propositions are true, I've established my God. So they have to militate against, undermine one of my two propositions. Number one, authorship of the 7-day cycle. I'm not going to argue it, but I'm just telling you, you have to argue against the authorship of the 7-day cycle. And that's the reason why I went fishing for a specialist like Pat Lowinger. And in the debate, he made it clear that Babylon did not come with the 7-day recurrent cycle. So that statement alone validates my first proposition, if you're appealing to the scholarship and the authority of those so-called historians and all of this. So I've established...
You're rewriting history here a bit, aren't you? I mean, come on.
No. I'm telling you...
I watched that debate live, damn it.
I know. And look, I could stress the issue, but I'm not going to do that. I just want to make sure you understand my position here. I'm saying whether you accept I won or didn't win is besides the point. The point is, logically and reasonably,
Well, no, what I'm saying is you're stretching what Pat said in that segment. Like what him conceding whatever he conceded doesn't constitute that your argument about the 7-day cycle is correct.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that later on because now we're going deeper. I just wanted to give a surface level assessment of the situation, just a surface level, and after that we could go deeper if you would like to. You have to go against authorship, and that's the reason why I went fishing for Pat Lowinger, so I could put him in, so I could establish my point. And second proposition, you have to argue against the prophecy.
Did you say you went fishing?
Can I finalize? Because I want to outline my surface level assessment of the situation. Authorship, you have to argue against that. Where does the 70 cycle come from? That's when I went fishing for a historian, and that's how the Pat Lowinger debate took place. And I knew I was, anyways. And then you have to argue against the prophecy, trying to suggest that it was not prophetic, or I'm misreading, or
You didn't go fishing for a historian. You came on, I think it was my channel, and
I did.
and you was talking shit, and Pat was like, "No, you're just wrong." Like
No.
You weren't fishing for a fucking debate. Like Pat was like, "I guess I'm gonna have to debate this." Dude.
That was on Gurr, I do believe.
Yeah, it could have been Gurr's, yeah.
Rage, I was fishing for him before I came on your channel. He could tell you that.
You were fishing.
I went fishing for him way before that. Don't worry. I know the history, how I caught him. So don't worry. What happened during your stream is me finalizing the process. But it happened at least a couple of weeks before that. So that's a whole different issue. And that's the minutia of things, of details that we don't need to
you have to pardon me.
debate about.
Does your Bible say anything about arrogance?
Well, and yeah, you have to pardon me because I mix up Gur's streams with my streams a lot because he tries so hard to be like me. Burn.
Yeah, but that,
sorry,
it had nothing to do with Gur.
That's legit funny.
It was way
that
before.
Is funny.
Way before Gur. It happened way before Gur. But the point is that you have to argue against those 2 points. If you can't argue against those 2 points, then you have lost and have established my case. So I'm saying a reasonable assessment of the situation. You have to argue against authorship, and you have to argue against the prophecy.
Terry,
this is I cannot finalize to respond to
Terry,
Stephanie.
Again,
wait, Stephanie.
You haven't responded. You just dug yourself a deeper hole.
How?
You just by saying nobody can disprove me.
No, you see, I didn't say that.
You're just
I didn't say
standing
that.
on this hill that yeah.
Stephanie, I didn't say
that.
Yeah,
like first
that.
You have yes.
Yeah, and we're getting a lot of good stuff, Terry. And I'm sorry,
Terry,
Mr. Like how you say Delicioso? Like I read Delicioso.
Delicioso.
All right, so Mr. Delicioso. I don't want to I get uncomfortable when people use my name. But like people are making like good points in the side chat. Like for one, like several people have told you that the argument itself is a non sequitur, right?
I've debated philosophers on this, and I went and recalibrated my argument using philosophy.
And were the philosophers you debated on this? Were they all right or all wrong?
No, you see, I'm gonna clarify my position.
I did not. Who were the philosophers?
Can I just? Who cares about who? I'm just gonna tell you what they established. What I was able to do after my encountering with philosophers.
Well, because I can make up Christians. That's why.
All right, thank you, Maynard. So the point I was establishing is that through my engagement with philosophers, I was able to fortify and recalibrate my argument in a way that is conclusive enough. For example, I debated Khalil. He was a former atheist. Now he's a Muslim philosopher. And I provided 2 syllogistic arguments, one of them being a modus ponens, and the other one being how do you call it? Conjunctive inference. So I used both of those inferences to establish my position, and he wasn't able to argue against it. So the point is, I didn't need to I did not need to use philosophy for me to establish my case, because I could establish the truth without philosophy.
Understood. Understood. If I don't want to cut you off or anything, but I do want to just sneak this in because it just came to mind. Am I the only person here who is old enough to remember the film Annie Hall?
Oh no, I remember Annie Hall.
Okay.
I've watched Annie Hall.
do you remember? Woody Allen's a piece of shit, but let's set that aside for a moment. In that film, there was a scene where Annie and what was his character's name? Whatever Woody's character was. They're standing in a line in a movie theater, and they're listening. It's a typical, upper middle class, somewhere in New York, waiting to go see a film, and some, schmeeb is talking up his girlfriend and talking philosophy and talking about the philosophy of Marshall McLuhan and all of this. And in the middle of the thing, the fourth wall breaks. Marshall McLuhan walks in, looks at the guy and says, "You know nothing of my work. None of this stuff you were saying is true, and this is what this conversation is kind of reminding me of." It's like, what? Talk to philosophers. I was like, hey. I'm sorry, but
I mean,
hold
on, Terry. I have a question for you. You said you talked to philosophers. Does that does that mean you won against them? Right? Is that what you implied?
He already said he hasn't been defeated. But Leo's asking the right question. So, Terry, can you explain to us what a conjunctive inference is?
Okay. If a conjunctive, if you say, let's put it like this: if P and Q, how does it go? No, if P and Q, P then Q. So basically, is if both proposition, if P and Q are both valid, if both statements are valid or premises are valid, then it follows that P is valid and Q is valid. So that's a conjunctive. From what but again,
it was a good question. You at least know what a conjunctive inference is.
Yeah. But the thing I was trying to, I don't need to do.
We'd have to break down your syllogism to see if
I understand, but I never started with syllogism.
Yeah, no.
My argument as I've presented it without any. Can I find out the argument as I've presented it without any syllogism still comes to one conclusion alone. If the authorship is true, comes from the Hebrew God, and if it was predicted to be universal, then I have validated it comes from God. So I validated my God. So I don't need to put it in a syllogism. The only reason why I'm putting it in a syllogism is for me to engage with you guys, because you guys are being playing hard to get.
Cool. Yeah, I don't mean to cut you
hard
off.
to get.
Well, I'm just trying to, because Chat's making some good points, and I want people to kind of get back to the conversation with you, Terry. I'm not, I don't want to have rage moments. I'm not trying to get you. It's just, we'd have to break it down syllogism wise to see if your premises are indeed valid, and if it would be a conjunctive inference or not. That's not the question. You at least showed what it is. The last question that was from the side chat that I think is the best of all, though, that I would like to hear from you, and then everybody else can jump right back in, is have you convinced a single person with the 7-day theory argument?
Yeah, I'm gonna respond to that. And thank you, Brian Steven, for correcting me on the difference between the sound and what did he say? Sound and valid argument. Thank you very much for that. Like I said, I'm learning as I go, but I don't need philosophy to establish my case. But thank you very much. Like I said, I'm open to learn. You see, that's the thing. That's the reason why I've built up.
Usually using philosophy, never mind. My brain hurts. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. So thank you. So like I said, I need to use philosophy to establish my case. But as it relates to what Rage asked me, I believe every single person, if you understand what I'm saying, there's not one person who has not been convinced of my argument. If you don't understand, there's a big problem. But as it relates to anybody who understands my argument, it's impossible for you to say that I haven't established my case. It's impossible. I don't see how you can do that, because I told you the surface level of the assessment is what? You have to go against authorship. You had people who tried, and they failed miserably. And you have to argue against the predictive part of my argument, and people tried and failed that. So you have to argue against one one of these two things. And if you haven't done that, then we can, by that alone, establish that I've validated my position. So,
well, but like, no, the question is though, have you convinced anybody with?
Everybody's convinced. I check any of my videos. Let me tell you how I know a person is convinced. When you start choking, providing false information, or lying.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. You said you've never been defeated.
Never
right, but that says nothing. That says nothing about you. This says nothing about the people that you've argued with accepting that you're right. There's a difference there, buddy. I don't think.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Am I wrong here?
Now, I'm going to give you an example because, like I said, I could pinpoint every single time I won a debate. Nobody in this world can give me one example in any one of my debates where a person scored on me. Not one. And give me an example. I give you an example. When I debated, can I give my example?
Yeah, go ahead.
My debate with Pat Longwinded, I just came out with a new video recently on the Sabbath thing. If you guys remembered, my first question during my question period was on the Sabbath because he was telling me Genesis 2 doesn't use the word Sabbath. I did a video. First of all, I exposed him during the debate, but I did a video exposing him again and showing, because the information is out there. All you have to do is acquire this information and test to see who's the one telling the truth and who's the one lying. So I provided my information. Now, I'm not saying he willfully lied. I'm just saying he was ignorant. And it was sad.
Again, here we are. I'm right because I'm right because I'm right because I'm right because I'm right.
No, it's Stephanie.
No. You've been going on. You've been going on. No, I'm not.
No, she's not.
You've been going on.
What was my argument?
Well,
your argument is I'm right because I'm right because I'm right.
That's my one like beef with you, Sir Delicioso, is that you are long-winded, and when you're long-winded, I am too. That's why you'll notice for really long stretches I stay quiet. Like I'll even mute my fucking self. So just because I know I'm long-winded, I'm gonna talk a lot. So yeah. I mean, yeah. Just she's spot on, I think.
I'll get a chance to respond because my thing, no problem. My thing is if you're not
and your response is going to be she's wrong, which is unbelievable.
And also after Stephanie actually goes,
I'm waiting for her to speak.
So Stephanie,
no, I'm done. I'm finding this argument ridiculous. I'm finding this argument incredibly tangentious because it's like what.
I agree.
All I have heard, and I'm trust me, I'm trying to be as thorough as possible, but you're not convincing me, or I think anyone else, that you are right by simply repeating that you are, and everybody who disagrees with your assessment of your own righteousness is wrong because they're liars or deceived or out of the light or this or that or the other thing. And I find that to be incredibly boring, to be honest.
Yeah, okay, you don't really think you've convinced me. Like, I'm not convinced.
I don't need to establish whether I convince you or not. I was on Matt Pig channel, and the thing I could respect Matt, even though I totally disagree with him, he actually re-stipulated and re-said what I said. Specifically, this is what he said.
You may recall I did the same thing.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
I am, but you may recall I did the same thing.
No. But you're not. If you did the same thing before, I don't remember that. But you're not doing it now because you said I'm right because I'm right because I'm right. That's not what I said. I said I did a video on something that was specific. The word Sabbath being employed in Genesis 2. This is something we can verify. This is not something Terry is right because he's right. This is something we could go to scholarship and verify. And I verified, I already knew it because I exposed him during the debate. But every single person, every single scholar agrees with me. So that's how I'm right. Because we can validate that.
Right. Okay. Fine.
Who have you convinced? Name one.
Yeah. No. Forget the convincing. Because this goes to my argument. This goes to my argument. That was the
question, though. That was my question.
No. I'm gonna get to before I even go to the convincing part. I got to show you either you're being obtuse, willingly, or you're just trying to
Well, no,
misrepresent?
I was merely
absolutely fucking amazing.
I was merely asking you. Let me turn my camera back on. I was merely asking you, like the chat was asking you, and I was asking for the chat. Nate, just is there one person that you have convinced, right? Like, you know.
And this is my response. If you mean by convince, me engaging with people who don't even know the difference between right and left, or who doesn't even understand what I'm saying. Because when I say I could show you and pinpoint every single time I won or scored a point, for example, you're interrupting me because I am about to establish why.
I know.
But the thing is,
I'm so talkative. Yes, I am.
No. But the thing, Stephanie, a question was posed to me. A question was posed to me. And I'm saying something that we can verify and test. So I should not be hearing I'm right because I'm right because I'm right. Because that's not what I'm presenting here. Logically, reasonably, what I did is a claim was made by two opposing parties on a word being employed in the Hebrew text. This is something you don't need me or anybody to verify. You can do it by yourself. And if you verify it, you know who told the truth and who lied. I told the truth and the other person lied. So that's the point. This is not something about my whims and feelings. This is something you could verify.
Well, you might have told the truth in the sense that you told your actual beliefs, right? Unless I don't know, man.
I'm not even talking about beliefs. I'm talking about verifying information. This is information. Let me repeat one more time. The word Sabbath, the whole argument was predicated on saying that the word Sabbath being associated to the 7-day cycle is something post-exilic. So he's saying he was trying to argue that the 7-day cycle was taken by the Hebrews due to Babylonian influence. And I said, okay, if that's your case, then how about I go to a text that's pre-exilic, Genesis 2, uses the word Sabbath and associates it to the 7-day cycle. Oh, you're misreading the text. You're inserting the word Sabbath there. I'm like, no, it's there. And then he came with his argument, appealing to so-called scholars to suggest that the word wasn't there. And I'm like, okay, let's go to any Hebrew lexicon or any Hebrew interlinear and verify this information. And I was proven right, and he was proven wrong. So that's 1 point for me. Now you do the opposite and show me, because you're saying I don't convince people. This is what I mean by convincing people. You're saying you're not convinced, but if you're saying you're not convinced, it's either is because you're not understanding or tracking what the conversation is, or number two, you're willingly trying to suppress the information. Because I'm asking you now to provide me one instance where somebody scored a point on me. Because I showed you already one example. I scored a point on him.
My Hebrew is terrible. How's yours?
You don't need to speak Hebrew to verify information. The scholars who have done that for us.
Whoa! What are you talking about? I think you kind of do, actually.
Hebrew interlinears are not written for people who necessarily speak Hebrew. It's written for people who don't speak Hebrew because they speak Hebrew. And according to that information and that scholarship, I'm right, proven right, and anybody who's trying to argue against me, including Dr. Kip, was proven wrong. This is easily verified. I didn't want to go to the 7-day cycle argument. The point is, this is the reason why, because Stephanie was trying to suggest that my beliefs and this is not based on reality. I'm just saying, if you want to undermine my whole position, you have to argue against authorship, or you have to argue against the predictive part of the prophecy. And if you can't do that, then
it seems to me that if you're going to make arguments based on what the Hebrew Bible says, you ought to have a passing knowledge of what the Hebrew text reads as. And if you don't, then I'm not sure that you have the standing to make that argument.
Well, and I don't think we're necessarily arguing your 7-day thing. Like, that really hasn't come up. We're arguing the legitimacy of it, and we still haven't gotten like a single person that you've convinced with it. right? Like you can keep insisting that you're right. I mean, I think we all at this point we think that you think you're right, right? You know, so,
I know.
So you can keep saying that, but like it doesn't convince anybody. Like, has it even convinced a Christian? Like that would be like an easy starting point for the question. Have you ever convinced a Christian of what you're saying?
A whole bunch of true Christians already are. First of all, they were already acquainted with the 70
those
cycle.
names, yo.
Yeah. They were already acquainted with it, although they didn't know about the argument. I'm the one who came up with this argument, and I have never met, whether Christian, non-Christian, skeptic, who have not been convinced. Because the very fact that somebody has to debate me on authorship shows me you understand the entailment of my argument. The fact that people try to suggest I stole this argument shows me you're panicking and you understand the entailment. The fact that they try to argue against the prophetic part of it shows me you understand the entailment. So now the only way you could show me and prove to me that people are not convinced, show me any single person who argued against the authorship or the predictive part of my argument. Because if you cannot pinpoint one instance where I was refuted or provided false information, because I said I pride myself on providing accurate information. The people you guys have as your leaders, all they say is lies.
Do you
have, Terry, can I just not give me just a second here, okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Bree.
So when you are talking about this is the evidence I've found, and when someone says, oh yeah, this author wrote about that or wrote something about this, I don't understand why you jump to that being an accusation of plagiarism and not a reference to you using citations for your work.
I understand. Bumblebee, I want to make it clear because I care about everybody, and I said it multiple times, I pride myself in providing true information. If I do something wrong, I will do a video about it. I'm about to do a video where I made a mistake in one of my debates. Thank God he corrected me, but now I'm stronger because of it, because now I've corrected a wrong. This is not the same thing that could be said about any single person I've debated. Because they've lost every debate and they're still trying to how can I say, sweep it under the rug. Like in my debate with Pat Lowinger specifically, you know how many videos where I could expose all the lies he provided?
I
did one. For example, I have one video that just came out.
I thought you said all the scholars agree with you.
I said all the lies he presented.
No, but like earlier in the stream, just like maybe 5 minutes ago, you were saying all the scholars agree with you. I'm saying
in context, I was referring to one specific issue, the word Sabbath being mentioned in Genesis 2, according to the Hebrew, in verse 2 and verse 3. He didn't even know about verse 3 has the Sabbath and is how can I say, in its normal form, because he went to verse 2 and it was in a different form, but that's due to Hebrew grammar. But that's a whole different issue. The point is, to respond to what Bumblebee said, supposedly plagiarizing. I did not plagiarize.
No.
Wait. I just want to make it clear you understand my position. Mm-hmm. Nothing that was provided. I didn't read about this guy. I don't remember his name. But nothing that was provided during the debate was anything similar to what I presented. I provided two arguments. You got to show me authorship, and you have to show me the predictive part of the 70 cycle. Not telling me that the Sabbath is what did the guy say? The Sabbath is a sign or something that continues for Israel. That's not my argument. I'm not saying the Sabbath is just a sign between God and Israel. I'm saying because the Sabbath is a sign between God and Israel, he needs to propagate it universally. That's the part that the other guy, Dr. Morris, whatever his name is, didn't argue that. He didn't argue for the universality of the 70 cycle. I did. Everybody knows God, and God has a
right, but you could add him as a citation for the veracity of your
what?
argument, though. If his argument supports your position, then that's a citation, not an accusation of
I
plagiarism.
know, but the Bible supports that. I don't need him. The Bible makes that clear in black and white. Nobody needs to argue that. Like Adventists know this. Every person who's supposed to be a Christian knows Sabbath, sign between God and Israel. Sabbath, sign between God and Israel. Everybody knows this. The paper that the guy was presenting is not
Sure.
in any way, shape, or form new information.
Terry, let me just to let you know. I think that you'll find that in many cultures there's a recognition of a 28-day cycle, which happens to be divisible by 7, which happens to coincide with the phases of the moon, which happens
I know.
It's sort of all of that. So so is it really fundamental to the notion that the God of the Hebrew Bible is the ruler of the universe, that 7 days are fundamental?
Yeah, because the 7-day cycle is exclusive to him. And as far as the lunar cycle, 28 days, that's all the pagan nations. It has nothing to do with the Hebrew God.
Yeah, but you would admit that the 28 days, that roughly, it's not exactly 28 days, but roughly 28 days.
But it's not good enough.
It's something but it's a physical reality that people throughout the world have observed, right?
Yes, yeah, they observe a lunar cycle, not a 7-day cycle.
Right. Well, but it is something that is experienced by people throughout the world. 28 is divided by 7. The 7 days makes up for all of 4 weeks in a month. 4 times 7, that's here you go. Until you got
but nobody did
that thing.
But nobody did that.
No, everybody does that.
No civilization actually rounded their cycles to 28 days. They if you saw my debate, I would refer you again. I would refer
Islam?
you to my. No, I'm not talking. Islam keeps a 7-day cycle. They don't keep a lunar cycle.
Yeah, they do.
They keep a lunar cycle.
They have a lunar year. They have a lunar year with no interlocutory days. So therefore their feasts always move. It's like Ramadan's not the same time.
Every nation, every religion has some type of lunar cycle. That's not the point I'm establishing here. I'm saying that it doesn't impact the recurrence of the 7-day cycle. So bringing me to Islam doesn't affect my argument. Because yes, they keep a lunar cycle.
Bringing you to China doesn't affect your argument. Probably bringing you to the Museum of Science wouldn't affect your argument.
I don't know. I don't know what the Museum of Science have to do with the 7-day cycle. This is a calendar. It doesn't have to do with science.
The argument's a headache.
It has nothing to do with science. What are you talking about science?
I'm not sure if this is John. We'll see.
Come on, man. And this is. And Stephanie, maybe you're right. Maybe I didn't convince you because I don't think you understand what's going on. So maybe you're right. Like I said, if you don't understand what I'm saying, which is the
thing that's incredibly frustrating, and I'll probably just shut up and let somebody else take care of it. From here on out, it's like it seems to me that every single time you run up against somebody who basically says, you haven't convinced me. Oh, okay. What about the notion that people throughout the world have observed the fact that the moon has a 7-day cycle and all of the other things, like human beings seem to as well. At least half the human race does. I don't understand why you can't see that it's not that the particular fact that things progress in this way have fuck all to do with the goddamn Bible, or fuck all to do with Yahweh, to do with a tribal god of a bunch of people in Canaan at any particular point in time. It doesn't make any fucking sense. And every time somebody says that to you, It's basically, I'm not sure you understand what the point is, and therefore I've defeated you, and therefore, I've defeated everybody who's
Yeah,
ever raised an objection to the bullshit I'm trying to spread.
Yeah,
To me, that's bullshit.
I understand. Don't take it personally.
You want to win so badly
I know.
that
Don't take
you
it
won't
personal.
admit to defeat.
Yeah, don't take it personally. When it talks about accepting correction, I already said I did 4 errors, and there's a video coming up soon. The thing is, when you're making a statement that makes no sense and leads to nothing, like it doesn't impact my argument. Okay, there were nations keeping lunar cycles. I already know that. I presented that during my debate. Trying to conflate that with a 7-day recurrent cycle, I don't know how you got there. And there's no historian, nobody who has their mind right.
When I leave this chat, I am sure you will say that you have won again.
No, nobody cares if I won against you. I went against the top fish.
Whoa.
Pat Lowe. I will not clip. I will not clip this video.
Bring it.
I will
You
not
are
clip.
just buzzing of flies, don't you know?
Yeah, let me cut in real quick. So, because there's the arrogance. I don't know. It just seems to me like the arrogance would be a sin. But all right, so let's. And I'm losing somebody. I'm not sure who I just lost. But all right, so let's say just to real quick, Maynard, just to break down kind of like I don't know what I'm saying because like Pat really hardly ever brings you up, Terry or Sir Delicioso. Unless like you happen to come in a room somewhere, right? But like you always bring up Pat. Like you've brought up Pat's name, I don't know, 6-7 times since you've been here. I think you brought up Pat's name a couple times over in Mad Pigs. Like, doesn't that like imply to you like maybe you're the one with butthurt feelings because you lost the debate? I'm just kind of
Nice one. So I'm gonna address that. Let's see if you're gonna allow me the chance to address that. Number one.
Can I just say hi to Jason before you all go into it?
Hello, Jason.
Welcome,
and Maynard.
Jason. Jason finally showed up for our left clubhouse for a little bit. Go on, Terry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much for the hospitality as usual, and thank you for this opportunity. So, I'm the one who's butthurt. Okay, let's address that. Number one, the reason why I addressed that because that's one of my latest debates I had on the very issue. It was brought to my attention that my argument is not convincing. So I explained you have 2 opportunities, 2 options. You argue against authorship and you argue against predictive part. I had my latest debate on the 7-day cycle argument is the authorship. It coming from Babylon. So I have to refer to Pat Lowinger as it relates to that. That's number one. Number two, Pat Lowinger did videos on me way before I even addressed them on any videos. For example, he went on Midvision trying to say I was crazy. I didn't take it personally. Then he did he didn't present a PowerPoint during our debate, but he did a PowerPoint presentation on what is it, Tang channel, and they were talking about me. But the thing is, he was avoiding some of the claims he made during that debate because he was corrected on that. It would have been respectable if he would have done during that PowerPoint presentation that he did after the debate. If he would have said, hey, I made a mistake here, I made a mistake there, I made a mistake there. But no, he avoided those mistakes and he doubled down on something I already refuted him on. So don't say I'm the one who's butthurt because I didn't do a video on, I never promoted the video until I saw him do a episode on Tank Channel. When I saw him, Dr. Kip, and Dr. Josh Bowen trying to make fun of me, I was like, okay, I'm gonna put them on my list because I have so many videos I want to do, and they were not even on top of my list. But when they started making videos, I said, okay, I'm gonna have fun with these guys. So don't say I'm butthurt because I'm talking about it. I refer to them because that was the point of contention.
To be honest, I have very little interest in whose YouTube channel has butthurt somebody else's YouTube channel. I'm much more interested in having, understanding actual arguments. It doesn't, to me, you bring up Pat or this guy or that guy or the other guy or the other gal or this other very important philosopher has nothing to do with the fact that you don't seem to want to admit to any any possibility of having your argument, this is my argument. This is like the old Monty Python skit. I have a theory about the elephant, or theory about rhinoceroses, or and this is it. This is my theory, and that's the end of the interview. It's just it's tiresome, Terry.
I understand. The day you can actually pinpoint something, because I'd rather you because just speaking in the air means nothing to me. I'd rather you pinpoint something like I did. I pinpointed the word Sabbath being.
Okay. You
interrupted me.
Pinpoint.
You interrupted me.
Yes, I'm.
Yeah, I know, because you're agitated, because you're not saying nothing serious.
You've done that tons of times. Pinpoint God to me. Where's God?
No, you see, now you're going to something else. You're all over the place.
Yeah,
So
I say, I guess that is Messenger Reveals. So hello, Messenger Reveals. Good to have you back on the stream.
What's up, dude?
What's up, man?
It's been a long time.
Yeah, it has. Yeah. It's been a few years now. It's really good to have you back on the stream. What do you think about? I mean, you're a Christian. What do you think about Sir Delicioso's 7-day argument?
I didn't hear a lot of it, so I'm just coming into it. If you want to give me a quick synopsis.
No, I don't think we should do that.
Yeah,
I think.
So I was kind of hoping you would know it.
That's a whole can of worms.
That is a good. I mean, if you're really going to argue, so I know you don't need to put it into like a synopsis, but it might help with the argument if people could see the argument as you're breaking it down.
I know, but Messenger, I would refer
and Jason's here too. Yeah, Jason's trying to.
Yeah. I'm gonna get to Jason in a second.
The great
Messenger.
Jason Torn.
He's gonna get to you in a second, Jason. I hope you're scared.
Messenger. I would refer you to my channel. I'm gonna leave it in the chat, and you're gonna see the Sabbath Challenge series, and you're gonna see how people react to that argument. All right, so I'm gonna put it in the chat.
What's the basic premise that you're trying to present? And hello, Marty, who's out in the chat. Love you, appreciate you.
Yeah, just can you read?
I've
Terry,
got my kids upside down glasses on. I'm going to see if this helps while you talk.
Is that Maynard Saves?
That it is.
Was that Maynard?
Yeah. Let's
What's up, buddy?
Old school crew just coming back together with this shit, man. I'm loving it.
Where
Y'all continue.
Where the hell's Puff?
Can you hear me?
Puff's still around. Oh,
Yeah,
we can hear you, Jason. Yeah, go ahead.
All the names are upside down. I can't
I left my channel on the side chat, so you could figure it out from there.
I mean, I know I've heard your argument a bunch of times, but just for the audience and for the sake of the discussion, can you briefly give the P1, the P2, and the conclusion? What are the two premises and the conclusion again of the argument?
No problem. Before I do that, aren't we supposed to be debating this on Standing for Truth? What happened?
Was I supposed to debate with you on this again?
You
look. I mean, I know. We had a
didn't get it right.
No, look. I know.
In the chat, you said, "Yo, Terry, do you have it in the syllogism?" And I said, "Yo, yeah." And he's like, "We should debate that." And I was like, "Okay, I'm ready." And we never got any feedback. I know.
Let me guess, you destroyed Jason too.
I contacted Standing for Truth. I was like, "Did you speak to Jason Thorne? What's up with him?" And he's like, "No." So what happened?
I don't know. I think I emailed you, but I don't know if I emailed Stan.
Okay, no problem. Don't you think we should wait until that debate, because a lot of people are going to be watching?
Why don't you just? Well, okay, but look, this is you have an established argument that is not like a secret argument. It's not like you haven't presented this argument. I'm just asking you, for the sake of this conversation, could you just re-articulate what the first premise was, the second premise, and the conclusion, just so I can understand it again? That's all.
I'm gonna give it to you in the rudimentary form, because I don't want to argue this now, because I think we should be debating. I think we should be debating this, because when I go fishing, Jason, when I go fishing, I try to exploit the opportunity to the best advantage, so everybody can actually gain from this conversation or this experience. So I don't think I should be arguing this right now. But if we're gonna do, let's say, what did I use during my debate against Khalil? I used a modus ponens and I used the conjunctive inference rule, right?
Yeah, but
So-
what are the premises? Just I mean,
Okay.
I know the general.
He won't do it.
Well,
All
I know
right,
the
so
general
let's-
gist is God is the author of the 7-day cycle. That was like the first one in some respects, right?
Now let's put it like this: if the Hebrew, if the Hebrews, okay, so if the Hebrews test, wait.
That's fine. Let him think about it.
Let me think about it.
Somebody needs to play Jeopardy music.
All right,
No,
so
don't-
let me try this one. So if the Hebrew God,
This is kind of my point. You should have this. This is like your main thing.
No, but I don't need philosophy to. I already said I don't need philosophy to establish my case. I'm doing this for you guys, not because I need to. I'm sorry.
I said you need to have an argument and
I have an argument.
He's doing this for us, and I can't appreciate it anymore.
How about this? I got two propositions, and with those two propositions, it's enough for me to conclude that Jesus is God. So number one, the God of the Hebrews makes exclusive claims to the 7-day cycle.
Okay,
And,
hold on. Let me write that down.
Yeah, it's not even a premise. I'm going to put it in the premises for you. I'm just saying.
Fine. I just want to say it again. God, what now?
The God of the Hebrews makes exclusive claims to the 7-day cycle. Okay. Now I know when I put it in the premises, I'm not going to say the God of the Hebrews makes exclusive claims. So that's what I was trying to formulate it in a way.
That's fine.
Proposition number 2: the God of the Hebrews predicted the universal application or adherence of the 7-day cycle as a sign of his authority over all nations. And by that, I can conclude that he is God because he is sovereign over all nations. Now, if you want me to put it in a syllogism, I would say, if the God of the Hebrews, I don't know if I should put if the God of the Hebrews. I should say, if the Hebrews testify, if the Hebrews claim that their God is sovereign. If the Hebrews testify that he is. Okay, if the Hebrews testify that their God is, I can't say if their God is God. What can I say? I'm gonna go check out my something real quickly. Yeah, I'm gonna go check out.
And that's fine. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but what I will say is that in a lot of the discussions, like in the discussion I had with you, the discussion you have with Pat Lowinger, and by the way, his name's not Lowinger, it's Lowinger.
Lowinger, thank you.
Yeah, which is fine. So, and him and others, you guys got way down into the weeds of this issue of is the 7-day cycle universal? And everybody wants to talk, and like you get into the historical facets of where the 7-day cycle came from and whether there are countries or societies that have a 7-day cycle or don't have a 7-day cycle. But frankly, that is a red herring, because the reality of your argument hinges on this issue of that the Bible says something about the 7-day cycle.
Yeah.
We now have the 7-day cycle, therefore God exists. And so
that's not my argument.
Well, but I first of all, you haven't presented the syllogism, but in general, you're essentially saying the Hebrews claim the 7-day cycle is like from God in some respects.
Okay.
And then we now have the 7-day cycle everywhere in the world. Is that not true?
You see, no, but here's the thing. You see, when I say I could put it in a syllogism for you, and I'm going to try to do that before I leave. But here's the thing. You can do it as well, but you're misrepresenting my argument here.
How so?
I'm going to tell you. You stated the first proposition that he is the author of the 7-day cycle, or the Hebrews testify that he is the author of the 7-day cycle. That's only proposition number one, and doesn't go from there. And then, we have a 7-day cycle, therefore God. No, that's not my argument.
I don't know what
I'm going to finalize it. No, my second proposition. I just said it to you, and you.
What is it?
And my second proposition, I just said it to you, and we had multiple engagement on this. So you know the predictive. I did this during our engagement on my channel. I said it. The predictive part of it, he predicted the universal application of the 7-day cycle as a sign evidence of his authority over all creation.
When you say that he predicted, do you mean that it's in the Bible?
Basically.
Okay. So I essentially merged P1 and P2 together to say that the statement about God, making this statement of the 7-day cycle, when you say it was predicted, it's essentially just written in the Bible. You looked in the Bible and read something, and you interpreted that as God created the 7-day cycle.
No, but you're oversimplifying my argument, because what you need to address, number one, is his exclusive claims to authorship of the 7-day cycle. So already there, it leads you to say, okay, where does the 7-day cycle come from? Wait, because you're again oversimplifying my argument. And this is what I mean by people are convicted or convinced of my argument, because when you're strawmanning my argument, that shows me that you're trying to avoid something.
Well, you haven't
authorship.
An argument. That's
I understand, but here, authorship exclusively claimed by him. Nobody else claims 7-day cycles. Number two, prediction. You have to address the prediction. Just saying, it's in the Bible is irrelevant. Well, if you don't want to, then that's going to show some weakness on your end, not mine.
It's one of your propositions is that God predicted the 7-day cycle, correct?
Yeah, but it's not just that. There's different layers.
I'm just asking you, is that one of your propositions?
Okay, yeah, that's one of it.
Is that one of your propositions?
Yes.
Provide the evidence that supports that.
Provide what? Evidence that God did?
Provide the evidence that God predicted. And
I said, okay, so I'm going to reformulate it for because you want to play hard to get. The Hebrews testify that the prediction within the corpus of the Hebrew scriptures is the evidence of his authority over all creation, because he's going to be doing something that's exclusive to him. Their testimony is that the world would adopt a 7-day cycle universally as the sign of the authority of their God. So if you don't want to put the God of the Hebrews in the beginning of the statement, I could say the Hebrews testify that their God will submit all nations to a 7-day cycle as the sign of the evidence of his authority over all creation. So that's good enough.
What's your support? But again, if one of your premises is that God predicted this 7-day cycle,
I wouldn't say that in my premises. That's why.
You just did.
I said that's my propositions. I didn't say premises. I said I will give you a syllogistic argument, but I would not put God predicted something in the beginning of my premises, because God is what I'm trying to establish.
God, I'm glad that you're making that point, because essentially it's pointing that your argument.
I said that multiple times already.
Wait a minute. So nowhere in your first one or two propositions is that God. You just said before I wasn't appropriately representing P1 and P2, and you said, "Hey, you missed my second proposition was that God predicted the 7-day cycle as some sovereign aspect of his whatever, like that you yourself are saying P2 has God predicted." So I'm asking, what's your evidence for that?
Why are you saying P2 when I said it's not I didn't provide a solution?
I'm trying to formulate your argument.
Okay, so try to formulate,
because you haven't been able to do it.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the propositions, and you put it in a syllogistic argument. But
so I have to put your argument in a syllogism, because you can't.
I already said I could demonstrate my God without philosophy. I don't have to put it. I don't have to.
Okay, so what you're saying is you can demonstrate your argument, but you're just not going to put it in a syllogism.
I'm going to do that, but first, before I do that, I need to address the claim.
You're just claim. It's a cop out, Terry, because you just.
I said I was going to do it. You're saying it's a cop out, but I said I was about to do it. But the thing is, I'm addressing the fallacy, not the fallacy, but the errors in your the claims you're making.
Right. You're saying I'm making the errors, but you're unable to even put your argument into like a basic.
If you want to stress the issue, I'm still going to say where you misrepresented my argument. Number one,
you haven't presented an argument. Just present the argument first. Maybe
Jason, we're going to debate. You're going to have to control yourself. If we're going to debate, you're going to have to control.
I don't have to control myself.
No, because this is what happened during our engagement.
This is his tactic right here. You're making too much sense, Jason.
I'm just doing what you do to other people. I'm just doing what you do to other people.
No, Jason. Even if that was the case,
Watch, he'll start laughing like he's.
I know, Maynard. Now, not the adding layers to layers so that people can get the point. The fact of the matter, first of all, I don't do that to people, so don't lie.
You want to talk
I let people put their cards on the table, and I don't misrepresent them as you try to do with me. Again, proposition number one: the Hebrews testify that the 70 cycle is exclusively claimed by their God. So put that in the premise right now.
How? When the Sumerians had it before them.
Wait, before we do it, let's get the P1 and P2 now. The Hebrews testify what? The Hebrews testify
the Hebrew testify that the 70 cycle is exclusively claimed by their God.
But is it claimed by their God, or is it claimed by people who worship a specific God?
No. I'm saying that the Hebrews themselves testify that this 70 cycle is exclusively claimed by their God. They're making the claim it comes from God. And that and notice it says exclusively claimed. Therefore, there's nobody else claiming to the 70 cycle. So it goes to authorship.
Wait a minute. Isn't the conclusion that God exists?
So you want to put it in the premises? I'm going to give you the premises. All right.
Well, I'm just saying. I'm just asking because this says it's claimed by their God.
I'm going to give you the premises.
Wait a minute. I've been dealing with my daughter's high blood sugar for like 10 minutes now, and you still haven't done the synopsis?
Premise one.
It's not a synopsis. It's a syllogism.
No, he still can't get through it. He's weaseling out.
That's what I meant.
It's tiresome.
I'm like still dealing with my daughter, and it's like I'm just saying it hasn't happened yet.
Let me give it to him. Okay, if the
let's establish P1. Come on.
If the Hebrews testify, if the Hebrews exclusive, if the God of I can't put if God.
Well, no, that's not. Don't mock him. Like give him an opportunity to do it because I actually want to know.
Yeah, me too.
No, but this is not the first time he's had the opportunity.
We give him this opportunity, though, Maynard.
Yeah, let's
asking him.
You realize it all comes back down to a precept, assuming that the Bible is a God-written manual. So therefore, that all comes back to a precept.
No, it's not a precept.
So
it's not a precept because
you're 100% precept when you assume that the Bible is the Word of God.
No, I can argue I can argue my position without you presupposing that the Bible is from God. For example, okay, I'm going to do it right now. Okay, so the Hebrews, if the Hebrews say. The Hebrews.
Here's the problem.
No, I almost got it. All right,
I'm sorry.
I'm providing in a different way than I ever did it before.
P can be a prediction too. It doesn't have to be a present fact.
I hope Pine Creek's watching and chunking video here.
If the Hebrews.
So the Hebrews predicted.
No. I'm going to put it in a different way, more conclusively.
Okay. It's your call.
All right, I'm gonna put it like this: if Jesus is God, premise one, if Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. If Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his authority over creation. That's P1. So I want to know which inference rule I'm going to use, because that's the blueprint right there. I'm going to be using if.
Okay, so you want to repeat that back to him?
Yeah, if Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his authority over creation.
Then are you just going to do a basic modus ponens where you're going to say then Jesus demonstrated his authority over all creation by predicting the 7-day cycle, therefore Jesus is God?
Exactly. We could put it that way.
No.
All right, I just get you. I'll let you know.
I wanted to put it in a different way, but I'll go with that.
Well, I mean, if you
What's the second premise?
A universal 7-day cycle?
If Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his power over all creation. Since Jesus has predicted the universal adherence of the 7-day cycle as a sign of his authority sovereignty over all creation, and every nation now adheres to a 7-day cycle. By that, we can prove that Jesus is God. Conclusion.
Well, since not everybody condones to a 7-day cycle, doesn't that negate
Every nation.
premise one?
Every nation keeps a 7-day cycle.
Everybody, no, everybody or every nation?
Every nation. I said nation. He came to submit nations.
I hope you
Ipso
got
fact-
that second one, Jason, because like he talked too fast. I only got like the first 5.
I'm gonna repeat it. If Jesus is premise one, if Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his power or his authority over all creation. Jesus predicted the universal adherence of the 7-day cycle as the evidence of his authority over all creation. And since every nation now keeps the 7-day cycle, therefore he's God.
Are you a
where
Trinitarian?
does Jesus say that he predicted the 7-day cycle?
I'm sorry?
Where do you believe that Jesus stated or proclaimed a 7-day cycle?
Oh, you're a Christian and you don't know that?
You're answering a question with a question, so try to follow
I
along.
just wanted to show the distinction between me and you. That's all I wanted to do.
The only difference
He
between
predicted
you
it
and me
in
are those two
Isaiah.
arguments.
I'm sorry?
I mean, in fairness, this is the first time I'm hearing a Christian make this particular claim. So, I mean, where exactly this claim derives from,
where's
like
Oh,
that, you know, as like common
well-
parlance, if it's claimed so easily, just give the scripture.
Yeah,
Or,
Isaiah
like, go to the text where it's
66:23. Isaiah 66:23.
Jesus wasn't born when Isaiah was written.
No,
Jesus
exactly.
is- well, the Hebrews testified that he is the one that was speaking in.
The Hebrews never testified that Jesus, because they rejected him as the Messiah.
My friend, that shows me your level of. That shows me you're not being a Christian, because for you to say that
you
Hebrews,
don't even understand the Bible that you read.
no, I get it. I'm gonna make a statement, show you how ridiculous you are, and then I'm gonna get back to my own argument. All right, a Hebrew, no Hebrew ever testified that Jesus is not the God of the Old Testament. Do you know what a Hebrew is?
The Jewish people that were God's original.
Obviously not. There's nowhere in Scripture saying that Hebrew is a Jew.
They were the people who descended from Abraham. No.
Okay. There's nowhere in Scripture saying Hebrews are Jews. The word Hebrew, the first time it's used, is way before Judah ever existed.
Stop.
Are you
Stop.
trying to argue? Hold on a sec. Are you trying to argue that people who are Hebrew adhere to some other religion other than Judaism?
I'm saying no Hebrew actually adheres to Judaism.
All right, we're going down to the rabbit's hole again. I just
No, but wait. We'll get to you,
I mean,
Jason. Try to calculate what I presented.
Use Old
Let me.
Testament scripture to
This is
substantiate
great.
Jesus'
Wait.
claim.
Because
Let's.
Let me
You're
turn you up,
ma-
messenger.
even by what you just said, it doesn't make sense because you're appealing.
No,
to a
it doesn't
claim-
make sense.
Hold on.
Oh, he backs
You're-
himself up in a
you're
YEC
making-
hole too.
You're making a claim based upon what Jewish people believed, and then you're making a claim to Hebrew people. But not 5 seconds ago, you just said that Hebrews aren't Jews. So what exactly are you appealing to?
When did I ever say Jewish? And anything I ever stipulated from the beginning of this stream, when did I ever use the word Jewish? Stop lying. Number one, stop lying. Don't misrepresent my argument. And number two, you
I don't
guys.
think you even understand your own argument.
No. Forget. I'm addressing where this is what I mean about pinpointing when I'm scoring points. Wait,
He's trying to get around it without using Jewish and sticking to Hebrew and not using the two synonymously.
Okay, here's the point. This is what I mean by me giving case in point, pinpointing when I score points on people. Because I never use the word
true Christian.
I never use the word Jewish. I know, interrupted me because I'm scoring points. This is what I mean by
You're
people
not
saying.
scoring points.
Really?
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how I'm
How are
scoring
you
points.
scoring?
Fucking
I'm going to
If
show you
this
how I'm
was a
scoring points.
basketball analogy, you'd be getting
I'm
dunked
going
on.
to show you how I'm scoring point. Every time you speak, trying to speak over me, shows me that you've been convinced. And every time you're saying you're not convinced, I don't accept your assessment. Because a Hebrew is not necessarily a Jew. Show me one passage in
So
Scripture.
you're blinded by confirmation bias.
So do you know
Fine,
what
then
Hebrew
in that
Buddy,
case,
I
what are
could
you
go-
appealing
Before you
to?
said he wasn't, now you're saying not necessarily.
That's how Terry wins.
You're
I'm sorry.
changing it.
I think we need to start defining terms here
Yeah, so if
a
I could
little
just,
bit.
if I
He's
could
not
just
gonna define
throw-
terms.
Can I
I'm
address message? Because we're talking about let's address what terms mean. When I'm doing that right now, you don't need to tell me what tell me to do something I'm doing right now.
Like,
I'm
You're not
I'm-
doing it.
Oh,
For
you're going
those
to tell us. Okay.
for people who claim to be Christian on this panel, Messenger.
I don't claim to be Christian.
Okay.
Rage said that I was Christian.
Okay, no problem. Messenger and Immutable, you try to undermine my statement. So now I'm challenging you.
No, I'm not.
I'm challenging you.
Hold on. Excuse me. I'm not trying to undermine your statement. First of all, I'm trying to understand what your statement is. Because several times in hearing this conversation, you've conflated several things, like the difference between you've tried to make an argument. When people have tried to address it, you've said, oh, that's not a premise. Like, it's a proposition. And
That's a whole different statement. Now you're diverting.
No,
that's
here's
diverting.
the thing, right? If you want to claim you're making points on people, there has to be an argument for people to respond to. The past 30, 45 minutes of this conversation has been getting you to try to make an argument that's actually coherent enough.
But buddy, I just did that with Jason Torn. I just did that with Jason Torn. Now you're diverting. That's not the point. That's not the point. No, Immutable. Before we go to the argument, no, because I want people.
Hold on.
Yeah.
No. What is the actual argument you're making?
No, I'm not talking about the argument.
Hold on.
So yeah, let Immutable finish, and then you go. And I know everybody wants to jump in. I know Ariel here is wanting to probably address some things. Ariel is Hebrew, so yeah. Let Immutable make the statement, and then Sir Delicioso, you can respond. Ariel can jump in. I know, like, Jason has been demolished by Sir Delicioso, but he might want to respond as well.
Can I just say one thing before we go any further? Come on.
I just want to make a quick point.
Come on, just Immutable.
Hold on, 1 sec. Just 5 seconds, right?
Yes.
My point is, like, even if Delicioso was making a coherent point, he's presented at least 2 to 3 different renditions of the argument. So even if you assume that people are being intellectually honest, which I think people are, right? It's unclear what the argument what argument the steel man.
Yeah, because first of all,
wait.
No, I don't want you to go.
Jason,
No,
let Jason hop in.
I thought you said.
You're going to go down into the weeds.
You're like half the stream. Let Jason get in. I want everybody to get in. I want you to be able to respond.
You didn't keep your word.
You're going to go down in the weeds. I just
I'm
want
a
to make a
reprobate.
point.
Remember? All right, come on.
I was trying to get you to articulate what the syllogism was. You could, and you were having a difficult time, and I let you. I kind of led you down a bad road because the statement that I made is completely invalid. The statement that says if Jesus is God, he would demonstrate his authority over creation. Jesus demonstrated his authority over all creation through the prediction of the 7-day cycle. Jesus is God. That's affirming the consequence. That's A, B, B, A. It's an invalid logical argument. You can't make that argument. So I'm just going to let
how about this? You put it in P and Q. Conjunctive. Conjunctive inference. If Jesus is God, he would. No, I won't even say if Jesus.
If you're going to say if Jesus is God, your conclusion can't be Jesus is God. So you can't start it with if Jesus is God.
If I put it in the conjunctive conjunctive,
either way, it's going to be circular. You're begging the you're embedding the conclusion into the first.
Okay, so how about this? I'm going to do it real quick for you. The Hebrews testify that Jesus makes exclusive claims to the 7-day cycle. That's premise one. The Hebrews testify that Jesus makes exclusive claims to the 7-day cycle, and that Jesus, the universal adherence of the 7-day cycle will be the sign of his authority over all creation. Conclusion. P. The Hebrews testify that Jesus is the author of the 7-day cycle. Q. The Hebrews testified that he would universally, the world will universally adopt the 7-day cycle as the evidence of his authority over our creation. Q, every nation keeps a 7-day cycle. Conclusion, Jesus is God by the fact that he has submitted all nations to a 7-day cycle. So the inference rule is a conjunctive inference rule.
Wait.
Doesn't make any sense at all.
Wait, just a second. Wait, just a second.
So just FYI.
So as I understand it, if you give me just I'm trying to process. The Hebrews attest that Jesus is God.
Jesus makes the Hebrews testify that Jesus makes claims to the 7-day cycle. That's what he said.
Jesus
exclusive
makes
claims. Exclusive.
Okay. The Hebrews claim that Jesus makes. Say that again. Just,
I wrote it down. I wrote it down.
Here's where I sort of wonder about the validity of that claim. Which Hebrews are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about. Oh my goodness. Well, which Hebrews am I talking about?
This is the problem, Terry, is that like if we can't
What are you talking about?
We have to figure like
what I'm talking about is that the Hebrews, it seems to me that the Hebrews of, let's say, 500 BCE didn't know Jesus was God.
Oh
right?
My goodness. You don't even know what a Hebrew is.
So yeah,
what is it? That's my point. That's what I said. That's what I said.
So how can you say 500?
Whoa! Stop, please.
Oh man.
That was when I last interjected in this conversation. I said we need some definitions here.
Exactly.
Don't use it in a sentence if you need the definition.
No. Terry, listen. I'm asking you to tell me. You just said I don't know who the Hebrews are. Who are the Hebrews?
A Hebrew by definition is a person that crosses over from being a worldly person to following God. Abraham is the first person who was called a Hebrew. He left his family, he left his people, and he followed God. And who is the God this is the reason why I'm trying to educate you on what the word Hebrew is, because you obviously don't know what it is.
You're misinterpreting it.
You can't do it, Terry. You can't do it by going on a 15-minute screed without listening to people who have questions of you. If you really want to communicate your understanding as to who the Hebrews are, then you need to stop and allow people to ask questions.
You already asked me the question. I was responding. You interrupted me while I was answering your question.
Because I didn't understand. I want to take it one step at a time. You don't want to go that route, then you're not convincing anyone.
Okay, what did I say so far as it relates to Hebrews?
You said, as I understand it, that the Hebrews are the people who accepted the truth of God. Is that fair?
No, I don't know what I said.
Okay, then please rephrase. Rephrase.
But let me finish my statement.
I want to bring the no, don't finish the statement. Clarify who are the Hebrews.
Oh my goodness, how do I deal with people like you, man?
In one sense, I don't know how you deal with people like me. I don't know how you.
But you have to be quiet for me to make the statement. You're asking me a question,
Terry.
Let me make the statement.
Be honest with yourself.
Yeah, we heard you already.
Be honest with yourself.
Can I speak to somebody else?
Yeah, sure. Here, how about this? So why don't you tell me, what on earth does Hebrew actually mean? Because you're interpreting it solely within the spiritual context, when literally that's not what it is. If that were the case, you would have people referred to as Hebrews throughout the Hebrew Bible, but it's really only until Jacob that they stop being referred to as Hebrews and start being referred to as Israelites. So if that's the case, how come they aren't continually referred to as Hebrews throughout the Hebrew Bible if this word is so important? It literally refers to crossing over from Chaldea into Canaan. It doesn't have anything to do with spirituality. That's an additional layer, but you can't base the spiritual layer as a foundational one. The foundational one is literally getting out from Mesopotamia and going to.
I totally agree. I just want to make sure I understand before I respond to you, because I want to pinpoint my argument, my response to you specifically. You're the person who was leaving a message. So are you a Jew? Are you a Jew?
Yeah, but so here, listen to this.
Okay. So I'm gonna address your point.
Here, let me read you the definition. Ivri, adjective. It means Hebrew. Either
Okay.
A, put into the mouth of foreigners, Egyptian or Philistine, or B, used to distinguish Israel from foreigners, the other side, from beyond the Euphrates, but possibly, in fact, the name given to Canaan from beyond the Jordan. There
I
is no
understand.
context here with spirituality. You're inserting that in.
I'm inserting that. So let's go back to the story of Abraham, right? Because you're saying it has nothing to do with spirituality. Because I love speaking with Jews because
I'm
they're
not saying it has nothing. I'm saying you can't base it solely off of that.
No. Listen. Now you're recalibrating your statement. I'm gonna tell you what my let me make my statement. Here's my statement. The first time somebody's called a Hebrew is Abraham, when he was called out of Babylon by who? By God. So that's why I say it's spiritual.
Hold on, which God?
The God of the Hebrews.
Okay, which name?
Yahweh, the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. You got a problem with that?
So interestingly, he doesn't reveal himself as that to them until he reveals himself to Moses.
No, he actually revealed himself, the Son, in his pre-incarnate form, revealed himself in Genesis 18.
Let me guess.
Verses 1 to 3.
Are you trying to make the claim of the three men in the fire?
They're not called three men in the fire. That's verse 2. Verse 1 says Yahweh appeared next to the tree of Mamre. I love it when I talk to a Jew. You avoid the part where you don't build a house by starting with the roof. You start with the foundation. He's called Yahweh first. And then three men. And then two angels. So which one is it for you? Why did you go to the...
You're not understanding this. He doesn't reveal himself as the name Yahweh to anyone until Moses.
No, that's the name is besides the point right now. What's important?
No, now you're recalibrating your position.
No, let me tell you why it's irrelevant to my position, because whether or not he was known under the name of Yahweh during that time in Genesis 18 is irrelevant, because the authors of that of Genesis made it clear it was him. It doesn't matter if Abraham knew that name or he didn't know that name. It has no impact on my argument. So you're trying to stress an issue that's irrelevant. The fact of the matter is, my argument was predicated on Jesus being the one who revealed the Sabbath. And how do I know that? Because the Hebrews understood the triune nature of God. And I gave you one instance, Abraham, the first one who was called a Hebrew, being called out by Yahweh. And how did Yahweh reveal himself to Abraham? Father and Son. Now, the Holy Spirit wasn't mentioned, but the Son was mentioned, and my argument is predicated on the Son. So the fact of the matter is, Genesis 18 says Yahweh appeared to Abraham. That was the Son of God. That was the point.
So actually, the way one of the words it uses when it says that God appeared to Abraham, it says El Shaddai. Do you know what that means?
That's not the word that was in Genesis 18.
Here, let me find the reference.
Genesis 18:1 is the Yod He Vav. I don't know why you went to El Shaddai. That's a whole different argument. Again, diversion.
Wait, so is El Shaddai the same as Yahweh?
Yes, it is. Irrelevant to the argument I'm presenting. Because you know why it's irrelevant? Because only one person can have the name Yahweh. And I can show you Father, Son, and Holy Spirit all have that name. Psalms 83:18 says, only you have that eternal name. So whoever comes and appears and uses that name has to be God. I can show you the Father has that name. I can show you the Holy Spirit that has that name. And I can show you the Son has that name. And why am I doing this? It's not to give you a Bible lesson. It's to show you that my premises as I've presented it is sound. Why? Because the God of the Hebrews is Jesus Christ. That's the whole point.
So if someone says, I am Yahweh, does that mean they're Yahweh?
Amen.
No, yes or no?
Anybody who revealed himself in the Hebrew scriptures as Yahweh is Yahweh, of course.
Okay, so what about Isaiah? What about Ezekiel? What about all the prophets? Are they Yahweh?
Give me one instance they say that, and I'll deny Christianity and I'll burn my Bible right now.
Okay, yeah, here I'll pull it up.
Okay.
Anyone else want to fill
Hey, this is how you can verify who's scoring points. He's gonna show me Isaiah is called Yahweh. When it goes against Psalms 83:18, only you have that name. So show me Isaiah is called Yahweh. And I already know what you're gonna say, because I already dealt with Tovia Singer. You should go to my videos where I expose Tovia Singer. If you use Isaiah 7:14 as an argument, Isaiah where it says Isaiah prophesied and he was speaking on behalf of Yahweh, and that means he was called Yahweh, man, it's gonna look bad for you.
No, see, that's the funny thing. You want, when Jesus says that, you want him to be different than all the other prophets. You want him to literally be God, but he's not. He's prophesying on behalf of God. He isn't God.
No, he calls himself Yahweh. That's the difference. Isaiah never called himself. Isaiah never referred to himself by Yahweh. And it's sad that Jews I have to correct the Jew on this. On this. It's because you're listening to Tovia Singer. Tovia Singer is the number one charlatan I ever met in my life. So, and I don't know how any Jew could ever use that argument. So you're gonna provide that verse? Because I'll take my Bible right now and I'm gonna show it on the screen. I'm gonna throw it out the window right now. If you show me anybody but Yahweh called Yahweh.
So I just looked up Isaiah 7:14. This is referring to the whole concept of like Hillel ben Shachar, the son of the dawn. This isn't this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
I'm sorry. I was watching Jace Pasek in the side chat. He wants to discipline me again. But can you repeat your statement? Because I don't know what you just said there. Because you're supposed to be presenting us a verse that says Isaiah was because all of this is not just a tangent.
No, you're the one.
My argument is predicated. Wait. My argument is predicated on Jesus being Yahweh. That's my argument is predicated on this. People was objecting to this because I was saying Jesus. People were saying Jesus is not the God of the Hebrews. So I'm here to validate, to show that my argument is a valid argument. Why? Because Jesus is the God of the Hebrews. So if you want to disagree with me, you suggested your point of contention is that Jesus is not the only one called Yahweh. The Holy Spirit is not the only one called Yahweh, or the Father is not the only one called Yahweh. Show me that verse and I will burn my Bible.
Okay, well, I'm trying to find it right now. But in the meantime, how do you understand this? Yahweh says to Moses, I've made you like God to Pharaoh.
Yes, Elohim. That's not the word
why,
Yahweh.
Why don't we understand that Moses is God as well?
The word God is used for angels, for false gods, and is used for God, and is used for Moses. I used that during my debate with Matt Slick. I have no problems with that. The word Elohim is not exclusive to God, but the name Yahweh is exclusive to God. Psalms 83:18. Again, I would refer you to that. So the point, my argument is predicated on the name being an eternal name, Exodus 3:15 and 16, 14 to 16, and being exclusive to him, Psalms 83:18. So anybody who has that name has to be God. And I showed you 3 persons had that name. Deuteronomy 4:12, 12, 30, 33, and 36. So don't come to me with a verse that says Elohim. Elohim is not necessary. Is not a necessary qualifier for you to be God.
Well, I'm looking it up right now, but
yeah, you're gonna be looking for a while. It's not gonna.
No, I won't. I'm telling you, there's definitely there. I just don't know. I don't know.
No, I know what Tovia Singer told you. It's not a good argument.
Wait, so you think all Jews talk to each other now?
No, this is how I know you got it from Tovia Singer, is because the argument is so ridiculous. Like nobody's gonna accept this, not even a child. The argument Tovia Singer brings is really ridiculous for anybody to accept.
Cognitive
it.
dissonance with that statement.
I'm sorry?
So if people make an argument because they heard it from somebody.
Cognitive dissonance? You're trying to say I'm guilty of that?
I don't even know the person you're talking about. I just know you, and it's like
but I haven't been refuted yet, so that's the point. That's the point.
You redefined the Hebrews. That's pretty well. That's pretty good.
I rewrote your syllogism. I rewrote your syllogism.
Yeah, wait. I redefined the Hebrew?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Yeah, we're
I don't
full now, Messenger. I'm sorry. I apologize. Somebody will drop out eventually. You can get back in here. I should have mentioned that when you left. Like, yeah, there's 10 of us now. So.
No, I can leave. I'm pretty much done.
I never redefined the Hebrew. I went straight to the Hebrew.
This is all a distraction. All a deep down into the details.
I know, but Jason wants to argue against my syllogism. Yeah, but
because
not my fault.
Because if we can't get a clear view of what your actual argument is, that allows you to go down into the details of what's a Hebrew and what's this and that, and that's how I think, and that's how you evade on the argument. But the argument, like I rewrote your argument, I put it in the chat, side chat, I put it in YouTube. P1, okay, I put it in the side chat.
But tell me what it is.
Here, P1. P1, If it is true
Messaging
that the
was slow.
Hebrew, if it is true that the Hebrews testified that Jesus made exclusive claims to the 7-day cycle, then Jesus is God. P2, the Hebrews testified that Jesus made exclusive claims to the 7-day cycle, given the universal adherence to the 7-day cycle as evidence. C, therefore, Jesus is God.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that.
Okay.
That's
Well, then you
basically
could
his
rewrite.
argument.
That's basically your argument.
No, my argument is if the Hebrews testify that Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. Premise 2. Wait, what is it? The conjunctive is,
wait a minute. Is your conclusion then that he is the ending of that statement?
no. P1. If Jesus is God, he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation.
Well, remember, you can't start P1 with if Jesus is God and then end it Jesus is God. That's an incorrect. That's not valid. You can't do that. You can't say if Jesus was God, blah 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 blah, and then at the end you go Jesus is God.
All right. So
you can't say that.
Okay. So they put it like this: if the Hebrews testify that Jesus is sovereign over all nations, if the Hebrews testify that Jesus is sovereign over all creation, then he would have to demonstrate his authority over no.
Remember,
if the Hebrews,
Go ahead.
if the Hebrews testify that Jesus is the author of creation, he would have to demonstrate his authority over that creation. And the Hebrews testify that he is the author of the 7-day cycle and that he would implement universally the 7-day cycle as the evidence of his authority over all creation. So I'm using the conjunctive inference rule. If A is true and if P is true and Q is true, then if P and Q is true and Q is true, then P is true. All right. So premise 1, if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all creation, he would have to demonstrate his authority over that creation. Premise 2, if the Hebrews testify, the Hebrews testify that Jesus predicted the universal adherence of the 7-day cycle as the sign or evidence of his authority over all creation. And since every nation keeps the 7-day cycle as predicted by the prophecy, therefore P, Jesus is sovereign over all creation and by extension making him God. So
I don't see. You just replaced.
You want me to repeat it?
Terms.
No. Because I'm using the conjunctive inference rule. All right. P premise 1.
We got that the first 10 times.
Yeah. No. But I want to make it clear now because I would just
I was brainstorming.
I was brainstorming.
I don't think that you can really appeal to it, but y'all continue.
Okay, thank you. So P, if the Hebrews testify
that Jesus is sovereign over all creation,
because he would have to demonstrate his authority over that creation.
Okay.
And since the Hebrews testify that he is the author, since the Hebrews testified that he predicted the universal adherence of the 7-day cycle as the evidence of his authority over all creation, and now Q, the P and Q is my first premise, right? Q, the Hebrews, every nation keeps a 7-day cycle as predicted by the prophecy. Therefore, P, Jesus is sovereign over all creation since he demonstrated his authority over creation, and by that making him God.
There's absolutely no way this shit should be this fucking difficult considering you've been saying the same argument for like 8 years. This is like
what does that have to do with the argument I just presented? Do you have an argument against what I just presented, or are you going to complain?
Fucking coherent. So like,
did you write it down?
When do the Hebrews proclaim that Jesus said this?
Okay, so now you're arguing against my proposition, but you're saying it doesn't make sense. Which one is it? Or are you trying to invalidate one of my premises?
Well, I'm just saying. Well, no, I was just saying, like, given that this is like your main argument, and you've been doing this for 8 years, it doesn't seem like you'd still be trying to figure out how to put. I
don't have to put in syllogism for it to be true. How many times I said that during this?
Yeah, but if you can't put it in a syllogism, then you're essentially just talking in the air.
I just put it for you. Jason. I just put it there. So
I'm not
now,
sure. Okay, I'm looking at it. I'm not quite sure. First of all, I'm not sure if it's valid. It may be valid, but it's definitely not sound. I can tell you that by looking at it.
How is it not sound?
Okay, I can look at the first premise and say, look, it says the first premise says. Well, I'm going to read it. Just wait a second. You don't have to read it. I've got it written down. If the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all creation, he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. Is that correct?
Is that invalid?
Well, just because they testify that Jesus is sovereign over all creation doesn't mean that he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. What is the evidence for that?
I think it's also worth pointing out that the concept of invalidity applies to arguments, not singular premises.
Thank you.
Sure.
So let me make it clear.
But I'm talking about the sound.
Are you saying premise 1, which stipulates, if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all nations, he would have to demonstrate his authority over that creation? You're saying that is somehow.
Why is Jesus stuck to an imperative if people testify?
I don't understand what that means. Can you explain yourself?
You said he has, because he's saying he has to do something. That's an imperative. Why is it that if people claim something that, even though you got the Hebrews claiming this is the case, why does God have to do anything? Why is there that imperative?
Premise 2 says he predicted that he would do it. That's why.
But I thought you were being asked about premise 1. Why are you just reading off premise 2 like that's an answer when it's definitely not?
Well, he was going to my second proposition. That's why.
What did Jay ask you? No, hold on here. What did Jay just ask you?
He just asked me, why is it Jesus who has to be the one doing it? And I just told him that's part of my second proposition.
It's not really what his question
That's basically what he was. He's saying, how do you know that Jesus is the one who has to do it?
So
why does he have to be the one responsible for it?
Can people testify to something?
Leo Phillips, try to keep up, man.
Wait a minute.
I'll disprove this whole thing. So in Numbers, it says, "Lo ish el yichazem."
Are we going to a different argument now?
Listen. So God says, "I am not a man that I should be mocked."
Irrelevant.
No, it's not. So how do you what's the word, like how do you parse
reconcile
things? That it says that God is not immortal, and God is not a mortal, is not human. God is not a man, and
I
yet
agree.
It's important for Christian theology that Jesus is the Son of Man, that he is man.
Wait. First of all, make it clear. Numbers, what it says there, I say amen to that. I don't say God is a man. I said he added a human nature, and my model of the incarnation is totally different from anything you might have heard in the past. So I would refer you to my debate with Matt Slick, Stanley Terry versus Matt Slick, where I provide the true model of the incarnation going to the Old Testament. So that's number one. I never said God is a man. By his nature, he's not a man, but he did add a human nature. So that is our position. That is what you need to address. So, and when I say added a human nature, that means he did not stop ceasing to be God. So he was God in the eternal reality, projected his light, and at the end of the light was a human body prepared.
Someone can just address that as basically being, you're full of shit, and nothing that you're saying is convincing, and move on.
Who said that? Who said that?
That was Jay.
Who said that?
That was Jay.
Yeah, Jay. That's a nice.
It was Jay that said it. Come on, Terry, keep up.
Yeah, no problem.
Keep up, man.
But that addresses it, right? Saying there's a difference between me not knowing who spoke and me acting like I knew what a person said and cannot even track what the conversation was. That's a big difference. Big difference.
Because Jay even said that you didn't actually accurately capture what he said.
Jay.
One thing to say. Stick with them. Stick with them. Don't let me derail you.
So you just wanted to make a statement? All right, no problem.
You're having a hard time keeping up as to who's talking to who. So just leave it to the person you're talking to.
So Jay didn't say nothing serious. So now we can move along.
All right, wait. The first premise that you gave, I'm just going to repeat. If the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all creation, then he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. So let me replace some words. If If I testified that Harry Potter is sovereign over all creation, therefore Harry Potter would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. That's a supportive statement?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Just because I testify to something doesn't mean that they have to demonstrate their authority.
Yeah, it doesn't give something else the imperative to do something just because people testify to it.
That's what Jay asked, but Terry wasn't following.
No. Hey,
I'm sorry, Jay.
My argument is predicated on the fact that a claim is being made and he's validating the claim. What are you talking about?
People make a claim.
What is wrong with you guys?
No, that's the first premise. That's the first premise. We're making
your first premise.
Yeah,
that is my first premise. What's wrong with the first premise?
Well, this is not like connecting P1 and P2. The first premise, you have to provide evidence or support that P1 that makes sense. That if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all creation, that he would demonstrate his authority over all creation. That doesn't make any sense. Wait. It has to. It's the first premise. Otherwise, your argument falls apart.
Okay. Let's leave Jesus alone. Let's put it me. All right. Let's say I said, if I'm the fastest man. Okay. If somebody testifies that I'm the fastest man on the planet, I would have to compete against all the fastest other men on this planet to validate that. Are you saying that's wrong? As a premise?
That's not what the premise is saying. The premise.
I'm gonna repeat the premise. If somebody testifies that I'm the fastest man on the planet, I would have to demonstrate that to be true by competing against all the best.
Then how did they come to the conclusion before you demonstrated it? Why are they testifying to that? If you haven't even demonstrated that you are the fastest man alive, why are they making the claim?
Wait. When they're making, when the Hebrews are saying they're testifying of this, whether you believe it's true or not is totally irrelevant. The fact is,
no. I'm asking what gives it truth, because you're saying if I'm the fastest man alive, if people are saying I'm the fastest man alive, then I have to demonstrate to people and I have to compete with all the fastest men to show that I'm the fastest man alive.
Yeah.
But now you have to ask yourself, based on what you're saying, why are people testifying that you are the fastest man if you've never demonstrated it, or if there's no examples of you being the fastest man? Why would they make the claim?
Who said it was never demonstrated?
Terry, you'd have to reverse it for it to make sense.
No, Jason.
Your argument is saying
wait. Is when I said if, it's conditional. But
no shit. That's what if means.
No, but if it's conditional, why are you telling me I have to validate it from the very outset?
You're using conditional relative in your language. You're using an imperative in the premise.
Conditionals are relational.
Yeah.
If then. So there's a relation between the antecedent and the consequent in a
and I didn't do that in my first
conditional.
premise?
So if you're saying then from the if, you're going to have to show how that then follows from the if.
Exactly.
You haven't done that. You haven't shown how it follows that Jesus has to do anything because other people made claims about him.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So again, let's leave the Jesus alone. If somebody testifies I'm the fastest man on the planet, then I should be able to win against anybody in the race. Do I need to validate
this is normative rather than imperative.
No.
Wait, Terry.
I'm just
changing
Jesus with me.
Terry, hold on a second. Let me give you something a little closer to home.
Okay, go ahead.
If Dr. Josh, if I testify that Dr. Josh is the best Sumerian scholar, or let's just say ancient Near East scholar, is it imperative of him to demonstrate that he is the best ancient Near Eastern scholar?
Okay.
Is there any imperative? Why would I give him why is there an imperative there? If I make the claim that Dr. Josh is X, he is the best scholar.
Yeah.
Why would Dr. Josh, and then I say, why would it be imperative for him to have to demonstrate that he is the best scholar?
To validate that he is the best.
But why did I make the claim?
Because you have.
Well, even if the claim was false, it still doesn't follow that he has some imperative to either prove true or prove false to claim.
Terry,
the claim doesn't ultimately matter.
Terry, what if you just reversed it and said Jesus demonstrated his authority over all? If Jesus demonstrated his authority over all creation, then the Hebrews would have testified to it.
No.
Okay, but
No, it
that
doesn't.
makes more sense because
No,
you
it doesn't.
can't say if the Hebrews testified to
so-
it, then he will demonstrate his authority. That don't make any sense at all. You cannot make that. That won't
No, it's
stand as a P1.
Yeah, I agree, Jason, because that's basically saying I'm making the claim before anything has been demonstrated as being true. So I'm making a truth statement about truths to states of affairs without any real example of something being
Yeah,
true
but
to
isn't that
states
the whole
of
point
affairs.
of Terry's argument? And he's trying to argue that this was like some sort of like prophecy or prediction.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Yeah,
he's going to need that feature of his argument, and it's
That's
just the
right.
feature that's most
He
detrimental
can't
to his
put it as
argument.
the first. Yeah, he can't put it that it would just be circular. He can't say Jesus
Circular.
demonstrated his authority over all creation, and then make the conclusion is Jesus demonstrated his authority over all creation, therefore he's God. He can't do that. But he can't make P1 work unless he switches it around. See,
No,
Terry, this is why we put
But
things
if he
in a
switches it,
syllogism.
Can
but
I
if he
respond?
switches it, it then
Because a
becomes
lot of claims
detrimental
been
to his
made.
argument because the
Exactly.
premise he
Well
needs
done, guys.
for
Have
the
a good
argument
night.
to reach to his conclusion
That's
wouldn't work.
correct.
So
Can I
this is
respond?
essentially a reductio ad absurdum
Dominators.
against his
That's right.
argument.
Can I respond
The thing
now?
that
Can I
he needs for
respond?
the argument to work, if implemented in the argument, would actually be detrimental to the argument's conclusion.
Correct.
Okay, so
I agree.
let me respond to this and see if I can make sense of what you guys are saying. So you're telling me that my argument is predicated on something he will do. It's prophetic,
No, not
right?
something that he will
It's
do.
prophetic.
In your premise, in the premise, you're saying that he has to do it. There's an imperative that he must do this, right?
Okay, so
demonstrated his
so
authority.
he must. Okay.
Yes, that's an imperative. He must be able to demonstrate. He must.
Okay.
The people are testifying that God
Okay,
is sovereign
I understand
over
what you're saying.
everything.
I understand what
Then
you're
he
saying.
must show this.
Okay, no problem. I believe that he must, but let's say I'll switch it up for you. If the Hebrews testified
Then
that
why
Jesus,
would they make the claim to begin with if it's not yet demonstrated?
it was demonstrated to them, but not to us. So why?
No, but they gave the condition in the premise gives a condition if they made the testify. So so let's just say for the sake of argument that the Hebrews actually testified that that Jesus is sovereign, and that if that's the case, then he must demonstrate it. Just because people testify to something doesn't mean that it's true, and it doesn't mean that if it is true that the person that is supposedly the sovereign, in this case Jesus, has to demonstrate it. Because what I'm curious about is where did this epistemic warrant come in to basically make the statement that that Jesus is X, but then give the imperative that he must demonstrate X in order for it to be true.
Okay, so number one, conditional. If the Hebrews testify that Jesus is sovereign, when I say sovereign, it shows me there's a relationship between the person who is sovereign and the thing he's sovereign over.
No, that's just a proposition that's being made by people. That's not a demonstration of the thing in itself.
I know it's a proposition. It's a claim, but it's all part of the same sentence, the same structure.
But it doesn't give it. But it
Can I
doesn't
finalize my
necessitate-
statement? Can I
No,
finalize?
hold on.
Because I need
But it
to
doesn't
understand what your
necessitate-
position. I
but
need to
their
understand what you're arguing against.
But their propositions do not necessitate an imperative on the thing they hold to be true having to do anything.
Why wouldn't it? Why
Because there's no entailment. There's no entailment between me saying that Jason can bench 500 pounds and Jason somehow now having the imperative to do so to prove it. There's no entailment. Doesn't matter what the fuck I claim about Jason. He's not entitled to prove it.
Okay,
but I can.
Let me get this straight. So you're saying that if the Hebrews testify Jesus is sovereign, so the act of being sovereign comes with a demonstration of that, right? You can't be sovereign over something without a
No, I'm saying
demonstration.
that the first premise is poorly formed.
I didn't even finish the premise yet. The first premise is
we've already finished. We've already finished your premise starts
What's
out
my
with
first premise? What's my first premise?
If the Hebrews
Jason
testified,
No, let Jay say it. What's my first premise?
Let me read it again. If people testify that Jesus is sovereign, then basically Jesus has to demonstrate that.
Then Jesus should have no problems testifying that he is sovereign, right, over his creation.
Well, but having no
So you're
problem
telling me
doing it
that-
and saying that they have
that-
to do it are two different claims. Which one are
No,
you making?
but the fact that he says he's sovereign there has to be a demonstration of that.
No, there doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Okay.
Wait.
You're ridiculous, man. You're
Terry,
ridiculous.
I can bench 500 pounds, but I don't have to demonstrate that to you.
Terry, the problem.
You see, the problem is like 3 people are trying to speak, and people is going over people's head. Leo Felix, what
I
did
think
you
it's
just
going
say?
over your head.
No, I know.
Other people are understanding what a logical imperative
Jason,
is. Evidently, you don't.
No, Jason. Let Leo Felix make a statement again, because I know you didn't hear what he said. Can you repeat your statement? Your last statement?
I don't even remember what it was.
You said
yeah.
If
I claim I can bench, why are you asking me to repeat the claim if you know what the claim is? Why don't you just object to the claim?
No, go ahead. Tell me
So
the claim
what I said is that if I can bench 500 pounds,
yes.
I'm not obligated to have to demonstrate that to you. I can just make the claim. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't have to demonstrate shit.
And I don't understand why I would testify that Leo can bench press 500 pounds if I have 0 examples of Leo being able to lift or to bench press 500 pounds. But if I said, well, I'm testifying that he does lift 500 pounds, now all of a sudden there's the imperative that Leo must be able to demonstrate that he can lift 500 pounds. There's no imperative for Leo to do that. Just because I'm making a false statement, or a group of people are making a false statement about Leo, or possibly false statement about Leo, does not, or a true statement about Leo, does not necessarily give him it doesn't necessarily give him the imperative to do so.
Okay, so I want to make sure, because the analogy you're trying to make right now, suggesting Leo Felix, if you testified Leo Felix is able to bench press 500 pounds, right? And you're suggesting that it's not necessary for him to demonstrate that, right? I need to understand how is that.
I'm basically just talking Leo up, and Leo's going, I heard that point. I heard that point. Now, how's that an analogous? No, I didn't make that point. I didn't make that point.
You said it multiple times. Can I make my point?
No, I didn't say that.
I know you're interrupting. You're interrupting because I want to address your points. Try to calm down.
I like getting you confused and derailed. It's my way of throwing.
Thank you, Jay Basic. So again, so when I stipulated, tell me how is that analogous to my statement? If Jesus. If the Hebrews testify,
because them testifying does not.
I didn't finalize my statement.
You're
trying to be quiet for a second.
I already know.
Hold on, let him finish his statement because I want to see if he's going to change it. I want to see if he's going to change it. I think he is.
Okay, so I want you to tell me how that's the example about Leo Felix lifting 500 pounds is analogous to the Hebrews testifying that Jesus is sovereign over creation. But sovereignty has an impact. The one who's sovereign and their subject.
No,
how is that analogous to?
You're missing the second portion. You're missing the second portion of the premise.
Yeah, you just said if. You didn't give the then part.
The then part. And what you're doing, yeah. So your first premise implies that there is an imperative that if this group of people makes a statement about the truth of some other individual or some other group of individuals, then the individual individuals must do something.
No. That's not my argument. You're a straw man. My argument is predicated on him. I'm gonna tell you what the straw man is. You have to be quiet. My argument is predicated on the fact that he's committed the act of sovereignty, which means there's a cause and effect relationship.
Well, if that's the case,
he has authority over creation. Tell me how that's not.
No, but he doesn't have to demonstrate that. That would go along with. So you're changing things up here. What we're asking about.
So he's changing his claim.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. How did that change?
Because now you're saying he did demonstrate. Well, before you were saying he has to demonstrate.
Terry,
wait! Everybody's talking and trying to bring a noise to the confusion to the issue. I already knew before.
No one else here is confused.
Listen. I know. But now you're talking nonsense. You're not addressing the point. I'm going to address the point.
I'm not going to talk. I'm
not going to talk about a whole bunch of irrelevant things. The fact of the matter is, before he submitted the world to a 72nd,
you are talking about irrelevant things. You're talking about the Bible.
Thank you. Interruption again. Every time you interrupt, it shows me that you guys.
Easy. It was easy. I apologize. I'll mute now.
Yeah, no problem. So the fact that my first premise, if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign, it doesn't mean that they didn't already believe he was sovereign before that. So
nobody claimed that. Who claimed that though?
Okay, so if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign, then it will be incumbent on him to demonstrate that he is.
In virtue of what? Hold on.
In virtue of the fact that he is.
In virtue of them testifying to it?
On the virtue of the fact that he's sovereign.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's demonstrated.
Yeah,
again,
so
other people claiming
saying
that about him doesn't mean he has to show it.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it doesn't. And what I've been asking is why are they making? Why is this about them making Why are they testifying about something that's truth to the states of affairs, and then saying, well, we're saying it's true, now this person must actually demonstrate it? That doesn't make any sense, because why are they making this truth claim?
Okay, so you want me to to add a paragraph to my first premise? Because
I'm talking about you need to restructure your wording.
I would have thought you would understand that I'm speaking from a Christian paradigm, and from the Christian paradigm,
we
God
understand,
wants,
and we're all doing an internal critique. We're all doing
thank you for interrupting. I'm speaking from a Christian paradigm where God wants people to know He is God. So obviously He would not stop. He would
to know.
Wait. So He would not stop revealing His power. So I have to add that to the sense.
Stop obfuscating from the statement.
You said that
there is a wait a minute. No, there is this statement on the table. If the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign, if they testified, then Jesus would have to demonstrate His authority. That is P1. You're saying that if they testify, then He would have to demonstrate it. People can testify to all kinds of shit. That doesn't mean that the result of that means that they must demonstrate that outcome. People do shit all the time and testify to something. The only way this works for you, look, Terry. The only way this works for wait a second. The only way this works for you. The only way this works for you is if you reverse it and say,
"No,
Jesus,
I'm going to add
for a second. Shut up for a second. Let me finish what I'm saying. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. You're not talking. Let me talk. Let me finish what I'm saying. The only way it works for you is if you say Jesus demonstrated His authority over all creation, and therefore, and from that, the Hebrews testified to it. But if you do that, you're baking the conclusion into the beginning of the premise, and it becomes not sound. This is the fault of this statement. You can't do that.
Okay, you're done now? Thank you. So I'm gonna add a little caveat at the end of the statement, since I see now what you guys are trying to say, which is kind of weird. So if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all nations, thank you for interrupting. Thank you for interrupting. If Jesus,
no, you were interrupting Jason, so I'm just gonna do what you were doing with Jason.
If the Hebrews testified Jesus is sovereign over all nations,
no, Terry.
He will have
I want
to
you to
demonstrate
repeat
that
back.
in order
I want
to
you to
validate.
repeat back what Jason Torn just told you. Repeat back to us.
No, I'm done speaking. I don't speak to clowns, so I'm gonna continue the statement I made.
You haven't demonstrated your argument.
So number one, premise number one. If the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all nation, He would have to demonstrate that. If we are to,
that's the same premise. That's the same thing you said.
It's the same imperative.
No, I'm going to add a little caveat at the end. That's what I said.
You still have the imperative. You still have the imperative.
So the whole
doesn't
argument,
matter what you add to the end of it. You still have the imperative that He has to do something.
Because this is going to be what we're about to hear is going to be really funny. So just
okay.
let
So I'm gonna make it clear for everybody to understand, and I want to see how you guys engage with this. So he's talking about an imperative because there's no imperative for him to demonstrate that.
I think we need to just make sure that we understand the same terminology, because if we don't, then we're all going to be talking past each other. So just really quickly, Terry, can you tell us what you understand an imperative to mean, or what an imperative to be?
Thank you, Leo Phyllis, the same person that didn't know what a citation is. Imperative is something that needs to follow from a state of affair, something that needs to follow after that.
No. An imperative would be something that like one has some sort of, I guess you could say, obligation to do, or something that
follows
commanded to do. Because follows in the way that you used it is something that like rules of inference give based on sets of propositions.
Philosophy, something that
they're
follows.
the right structure. Imperatives don't do that. So the way that you worded it is not an accurate way of characterizing what an imperative is.
The same way you don't know what a citation is. Hey, buddy, relax. So I'm gonna restate my first premise, because I don't understand what you guys are saying.
Leo, do you not know what a citation is?
The same guy doesn't know what a citation is, and then immediately deflected without responding to what I said, which is behavior that is characteristic of people who either aren't following along with what you're saying, and so we're just trying to move away from it, or don't have responses to the objection that was given, and so we're trying to move away from it.
I don't know what a citation is. I don't know what a citation is.
I don't know why we're talking about citations.
No, because you were saying in the chat. You were saying in the chat. You're interrupting. You were saying in the chat that I don't know what a citation is, but I just provided etymology of the word citation doesn't always refer
I don't know
to a
what you're
source.
talking about.
How
Anyway,
does Leo
Yeah,
knowing
just to
or
show
not
you
knowing
that-
what a citation is? How does Leo knowing or not knowing what a citation is?
Because he tried to challenge my
And John
imperative.
Okay.
How are
Because he
you
tried to
answering
challenge
my
my
question?
imperative when I said
Well, here's the
something
trick.
that follows.
here's the trick.
You're not answering my question because I haven't finished the statement. Right?
Okay, so go ahead.
How does Leo, understanding or not understanding what a citation is,
Okay.
validate, lend credence to your argument that you're trying to make?
How did my challenge of Leo's Phyllis
That's a
understanding
bird-
of the word
that's a
interrupting again?
Burden
Every time they do
shift.
that, every time they interrupt, that shows you that it's because they
I'm
know I'm
calling
scoring
it
points.
as it is. It's a burden shift. You're asking him a
Yeah, no
question.
problem,
He's already
no problem.
asked you a
Jay,
question.
do you
I'm
think
not-
that all discussions are
talking to
about is scoring points? Is it
No,
self-evident?
yeah, definitely.
You're not
Listen,
really
Leo Phyllis,
here to
you're not-
help us understand what your position
no,
is,
Leo Phyllis, you're not
nor
trying to
are you
understand.
here to
So,
understand
immutable,
what our positions
immutable.
are and have a
How-
meaningful
how-
discussion
how-
about where we disagree
Leo
and how we
Phyllis,
can move
Leo
our
Phyllis,
understanding forward.
you're a
What it means is
hypocrite.
that you really just come in here to
Nobody
kind of just
believes you.
score
Nobody
points
believes
and bloviate, but it doesn't seem like you're really
believes you.
interested in
Leo Phyllis,
actually
that's all you do.
understanding anything.
Leo Phyllis, that's all you do.
May I
But thank you.
give another example?
Let's have him address me. See what he.
Yeah, I'm trying to address him, but
We'll do it.
this is their strategy to try to bring confusion to the issue.
Terry,
where
I'm
a
trying to
person
admit
get
to
exposed.
Terry.
Thank you, Jason, for interrupting again.
You got
immutable.
headshot.
All right, so real quick, I want to thank Messenger Reviews. Oh, sorry. Real quick, I want to thank Messenger Reveals for his generous donation. Message is Merry Christmas. Thank you, Messenger. We are down to 9, Messenger. If you want to jump in, you should be able to get in now. But we'll get back to the show.
But you didn't have a problem with interrupting Jason's story.
Again, interruption. Immutable.
You might as well just be
How
discounted
did
at this
I
point.
come? Why did I challenge Mr. Leo Phyllis on the word citation? Do you know?
Can
how
we
that
not
started?
have this discussion about citation? I
I'm
don't
talking about
care.
immutable. I'm talking to
why-
no, because you
why-
asked me a question. Why did I divert? I'm not the one who diverted.
Yeah,
He
you are.
asked me-
We're talking about
You are.
citations. You brought up
Okay.
that nobody else did instead of talking about what we were originally were. But tell us
No,
more
no,
about how
no.
you're not the one diverting when that's
Yeah,
what you're
yeah,
doing
yeah.
right now.
Thank you. I'm talking to Leo
If
Phyllis.
you want
I'm
me to
talking to
answer, I
immutable.
will.
Immutable.
point of the-
you
the
asked
fact
me a
of the matter
question,
is-
immutable. You asked me a question, immutable. This is what I'm talking about. People that can't control themselves can have a conversation with a person that has a spirit that can control themselves.
Right. I
Here's
can
the
answer
issue.
your question.
No, you
A
didn't.
projection
What
going
was
on,
my
isn't there,
response
guys?
to your question? What was my response to your question?
Your question was why did Leo
what was
the
my
context
response?
surrounding restate it then.
What was exactly? So try to pay attention. You said I try to divert. So my thing is, I said Mr. Leo Phyllis is the one who tried to divert by suggesting I didn't know what the word imperative means. And I
I've
said
never
something-
once in this discussion
Dude,
brought that up.
Restate P1. That's
Hey,
what you were
Jason,
doing. Restate P1.
Jason, you're supposed to shut up right now. Remember,
No, man,
shut up.
you're diverting. You can't talk about the actual argument. You just got to talk about
Yeah, what was that?
I'm not
what
having
was
a
that
conversation
caveat?
with you.
What was that
I'm talking
caveat
to
to
immutable.
P1?
I'm
I'm
talking
still
to
waiting for
immutable.
that.
I'm talking to
Jesus
immutable,
fucking
Jason.
Christ. Can I get 5 minutes with him?
Yeah, because I see.
Is it going to be on the topic? Or is it going to be about the
Hey, guys,
idiotic
everybody-
complexities of who said
Everybody,
what?
hey, guys, hold
For
on.
the love of fucking God!
Yes, let Immutable have some fun with him. I'll mute. Everybody just mute. Let Immutable have his time with him. Let Immutable go.
Thank you. Immutable. The whole conversation, the whole diversion started with your friend Leo Phyllis. Was try to say I didn't know what the word imperative is, and I was like, oh, like the word citation.
Well, you
The word
demonstrated you didn't know what it was. You
Leo,
got the
shut the
definition
fuck
of
up.
it wrong.
Thank you.
So it's
Something
not
that
that I
follows.
imply that you demonstrated.
Something that follows.
Well, that's not what it is.
I'm
There's
not-
two
yeah,
different
Leo,
things,
let
vital
him-
importance or crucial, and you didn't mean that.
shut
The other one was
up.
giving an authoritative command, which is what I
Oh
said.
my fucking
Yeah, you're
God.
wrong. You got it wrong.
You just said I can have like 2 minutes with it. For the love of God.
I didn't say that. I think Jay did, but I didn't.
No, I thought that would be fair. Just let him. I mean, Leo. I mean, Immutable can point this out to him. So let's just let Terry, have his time, and then let Immutable talk, and then we can just sit there and we can just continue to roast Scary
I'm just
Terry
trying
over
to
a
give you
stick.
guys a break. I mean,
Well, I'm not trying to roast. I'm trying to understand what the
I'll
Versus
continue to
you.
do it.
I was trying to give you guys a break. No, you just can't shut up.
Okay, imperative, according to the dictionary, synonyms: essential, necessary, pressing, urgent, required, compulsive, something that follows. So again, this is what I mean by
No, that's an entailment.
Yeah. Thank you. So this is what I'm talking about. People
Not an imperative.
Well,
yeah,
okay,
no problem.
But I mean,
So the point-
there's a
the
reason.
point-
Obvious. Hold on. There's a
I don't
reason
know why
like
I'm
that those
negotiating with
words
you
are
guys.
different to each other. If it's not the definition of imperative, use the definition of imperative, not something that's a synonym of it.
Okay, nice point. You scored a point. So now, can we go back to the syllogism? Because I just wanted to show you who diverted. Your man.
Yeah, you diverted, and I'm
what's the
gonna
caveat
have
you
you try
wanted
to
to
explain how that's not the case. Go ahead.
Okay.
What is
so
the caveat that you wanted to give to the first premise?
No, dear Phyllis, I don't talk to people that can control themselves. Try to not let a whole bunch of saliva.
Were you going to give us what that caveat was to the first premise?
I know you got rabies. Relax. Don't be so agitated. So again, the diversion came from.
Are you going to keep psychologizing about people's
I'm
attitudes, or are you going to get to the point of the discussion?
Buddy, you're the one who said you're not trying to score points, but that's all you do. You're a hypocrite.
I'm not trying to score points. I'm trying to get you to give the caveat to your first premise that you wanted to give 10 minutes ago.
The only reason why I didn't do that yet is because you interrupted, because you don't know the definition of the word imperative and citation. That's the reason.
I gave you the definition.
Yeah.
Anyway, were you going to give us? Were you going to give us that caveat?
I'm not gonna discuss with you because you can't control yourself.
So you're not going to do it. Okay, I didn't think so.
Yeah, you won. All right. So you scored a point. Now you could relax.
No, you said
you won.
So
I also have another question I'd like to ask you at some point.
No, Leah Phyllis. I don't.
Give it like 5 minutes.
Leo.
Leo Phyllis, once you're able to control your emotions, we can have a discussion. You can't control yourself. You have.
So you're not gonna carry the discussion forward. Yeah, you're just further demonstrating that you don't actually care about like having the discussion.
You need some medication that's gonna calm you down.
For me, man, I know you don't owe me anything.
And
but for me,
Jay, same thing. Jay, same thing. Try to get some medication that can calm you guys down. So I'm going to talk to Immutable for a second.
Are you a doctor?
No, I just
no,
want you to do the thing that you said you were going to do.
We all know.
No problem. So Immutable. All right. So now we can. We don't have to talk about the diversion no more, right?
I can't believe we let people just divert from a discussion like this. It's just crazy.
Again, I was just about to go. I was just about to go again and address the issue, but a whole bunch of diversions here.
Leo, just let Immutable get him back on track, and we'll just all shut up.
Yeah,
please.
Is Immutable going to ask him to give the caveat to his first premise, or are we going to continue to divert from the discussion?
Yeah, but let it go.
If you would shut up for 5 seconds, you might be able to find out the answer to your question.
This is your friend, Leo Phyllis, telling you to shut up. That shows you have no control.
What makes you think I care?
So, I know, but you have no control.
Terry, so my policy is like I try to let these things go. Like when I brought in moderation for these things, it just fucked up everything. We are to a point. Like so, I would like. I don't want it to become an immutable, Terry fest or whatever. I want everybody involved, but for now, like just you guys carry out, but then give them a couple minutes, Leo, and then. Feel free to jump in, but for sure, let's try to get it back to more of an even keel, like even flow.
Yeah,
people are gonna overtalk. Like Terry, you overtalk, we all overtalk. It's you against all of us. All of that is very true. But like we can be mindful of it and just try to get back on track here, because I mean, like I said, it's so far like I'm just sitting back and witnessing the 1,000 deaths here, so I'm enjoying it. So just
no problem. So let's go back to the premises. All right. So premise number 1: if the Hebrews testified Jesus is sovereign over creation, it would be required for him to demonstrate that authority in order to validate that claim. Premise number 1.
What?
I'm sorry?
In virtue of what?
I just said it. If conditional.
No, you just made a claim. You made a claim that if a certain proposition is true, that if a certain proposition that Hebrews are making about Jesus is true, right?
Yeah.
That Jesus has to demonstrate that. And I'm saying
in order to validate the claim. In order to I added that little caveat?
No. The thing is, right? I can say I can lift 500 pounds at a gym and the sky is blue. Like if I lift 100 pounds, like I'm the strongest person in the world and the sky is blue, right? But that doesn't change the nature of the imperative, right? Whatever you add to it doesn't change the fact that your statement is logical imperative.
How does you lifting 100 pounds and the sky is blue? There's no correlation between.
Do you understand?
I know you see you're interrupting.
Structure?
I'm just about to show you how ridiculous your statement is. I'm just about to show you how ridiculous your statement is.
Do you understand how logical imperatives work?
No. I'm gonna address your last statement. I'm gonna address your last statement. You try to make an analogy between my statement and yours by suggesting you hold lifting 100 pounds in the sky being blue. There's no correlation as it relates to that. And trying to compare that to me saying that he would have to demonstrate his authority in order to validate the claim.
Do you understand
there's a link between him demonstrating what? For what purpose? For him to validate the claim.
Okay, do you understand why I made the claim that I did?
The claim you made is totally stupid, ridiculous. There's no correlation between the sky being blue and you lifting 100 pounds.
Okay, but this is the exact point, right? If I make a logical imperative...
So it's not an analogy then. It's not analogous.
If I make a logical imperative that's incoherent and I then add something to it, right?
You haven't demonstrated that yet.
Hold on. If I make an imperative and I call that into contention and your objection to that is, oh, I'm going to add something else in addition to conjunct with the imperative, it doesn't matter because the imperative itself is still what's in question.
So
right?
the imperative...
If the imperative doesn't follow, if I don't accept the imperative...
So you're saying it's not imperative for him, because I added a little caveat at the end of the sentence. So you're telling me it's not imperative for him to demonstrate his power over creation in order to validate the claim that that's what they testify?
There is no imperative.
Oh, you're my man.
You haven't demonstrated.
Are you serious?
You haven't demonstrated how that follows. You haven't
So you're
demonstrated
telling-
the fact
so-
of people making the claim and the obligation that the person has to
In order to
satisfactorily
validate the
fulfill
claim? In order to validate the claim?
How is that a necessity?
So you
Right?
No, I just added that at the end of the look. Forget about God. I'm gonna stipulate my. No, because I already know what you're. I know, because you're gonna talk about a whole bunch of nonsense. I want to show how ridiculous your statement is.
I just want to.
If I am the fastest man alive, if somebody testifies I'm the fastest man alive, I would need to demonstrate that in order to validate that claim.
That doesn't follow.
And I would need to demonstrate that in order to validate the claim.
No, that doesn't follow. You're appealing to a norm.
And you're missing the fact. And you're missing.
Not imperative.
And you're missing. And you're missing
so it's not
the
an
point.
imperative for me to validate the claim.
No, because it's not.
But wait a minute.
I don't even know what that
you
means.
Understand? Okay, wait. Hold on, 1 second. I think I see the issue here.
Please.
Do you understand the difference between an imperative and a normative statement? An imperative and normative forms.
I already told you what an imperative is, and normative is the.
So
the
you
default.
understand? Okay, then that just makes it worse because you understand that an imperative follows by virtue of logical necessity, right? That's what an imperative entails.
I'm so confused. Imperative is not a logical term. Why do we keep using it that way?
That's not necessary, but like there's an obligation.
Imperative is a command. That's what an imperative is. It's a command.
Yeah.
You're obliged.
So if somebody has an imperative to do something, they've been commanded to do it. That's what it means. The imperative that Jason mentioned 25 minutes ago is a command. He's saying that there's some obligation that has to be done, almost as if it's being commanded in virtue of something. Imperative is not a logical term.
Imperative means something that's necessary, essential, something that follows through. Like I'm reading the dictionary here. I'm not.
Yeah, but you're not reading the definition that applies to the context of the very person who brought up the word, which means you're equivocating the word imperative. You're wrong. That's not what it means in this context.
Wait. Tell me how the way I use it in my first premise does not suggest or does not
imply. You didn't use it in your first premise. Jay used it initially.
Hey, buddy, I'm the one. Okay, so tell me how
you
it
tell
does
us
not.
that we need to follow the discussion.
Again. Tell me how my definition, how I'm applying it according to the dictionary, is not applicable to my first premise.
Look, can I say something?
Because you're using it out of context. That's why.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm asking you to tell me how.
All right, so I think Jason was trying to jump in, and
nobody responded. Nobody responded.
Well,
another point for me.
So
another point.
I'm sure a lot of people want to respond, but you've got to stop hooting and hollering, and let people.
I'm
respond
trying to be respectful.
Yeah. Jason was trying to pipe in, so Jason, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. I just want to reiterate that, Terry. Remember, these guys are harping on you about this issue of the Hebrews testifying to something. Therefore, Jesus would demonstrate his authority over all creation. And I think that what you're trying to do is you realize that you can't actually get that to work. Like what you can't do is that you can't put his demonstration of authority over all creation as the first statement. You know that you can't do that because that's the conclusion. You can't do that. But the reality is that there's no way you can there's no way that you can get it to be that, like, just listen, don't interrupt me, just listen to me.
It's ridiculous, man. What are they talking about?
Terry, just listen for a second. Just listen to me, honestly. I'm trying to help you here because you have to reformulate.
What's the inference rule I'm using?
Well, you're trying to
using
what's the inference rule I'm arguing for?
Well, the inference that you're making is that if the Hebrews
what's the rule I'm using?
I don't know what rule.
I just said conjunctive. So how are you saying it doesn't follow? You didn't even know
well,
the inference rule I'm using.
It's the first. Wait a minute. It's the first.
Oh my goodness! You don't even.
Terry, hold on a second.
Right.
You shut the fuck
Did you
up
just
for a second. You were getting
conjunction.
Conjunctive.
Leophilus, relax. You don't know what an imperative is, and you don't know what a citation is.
Yes,
Relax.
I do. I'm the one that had to
start to be a
educate you
dick
on what it is, and
back
that's
to
not allowed.
You were so upset
apparently
that I
didn't know that.
interrupted you, and I was calmly waiting until you finished.
because you argued
and as
a
soon
thing
as
I
I
never
start
said.
talking,
Terry,
you're interrupting me.
let
Why don't you
Jason
shut
finish.
the fuck up and let me finish
Let
what I'm saying?
Jason
Why
finish,
don't you shut the
please.
fuck up and let me finish? You know, look, what you interrupt because you know that you can't actually argue this intellectually.
Buddy, all you did is interrupt.
Look,
what are you talking about?
Everybody
I'm not
interrupts,
gonna
but
interrupt
this
you.
is getting cray-cray.
I'll make my statement. I'll make my statement, and you intellectually provide a response to it. How's that? Can you think you can do that?
Make your statement, please.
Okay, here's what. Okay, you yourself said that your first premise is if the Hebrews testified that Jesus is sovereign over all creation, he would demonstrate his authority over all creation. And I'm
in order
saying,
to validate the claim. That's what I said at the end of the
in order to validate the claim, fine. You're putting that on the end because in reality, what you want to say is Jesus demonstrated his authority over all creation. Therefore, the Hebrews testified to that. But you know that you can't do that because if you do that, then the conclusion statement will be at the front. You can't do that. That's affirming the consequent. That's going to fuck up your.
Why are you arguing a point I'm not making?
So my point is that you're trying to figure out some way of making this sound like the demonstration of his authority over all creation is at the beginning when it's at the end, and you can't make it
Why
work.
Why are you arguing
end.
a point I'm not making? I just added something to validate the claim at the end.
But
That's
you adding that claim at the end doesn't do anything.
How so?
In terms of
Explain.
It doesn't do anything in terms of the reference between if the Hebrews testified that he's sovereign, then he would demonstrate his authority of all creation and some other shit at the end.
No, not some other shit to validate the claim.
It doesn't matter what comes after it.
You can't say that. You're saying that you're essentially trying to put this at the end in order to make it sound like it's valid when in reality the only way it works is if you reverse them. You can't say that if the Hebrews testified that he was sovereign, then he would have to demonstrate his authority over all creation. That there's no support for that.
You didn't and validate. So I'm gonna one more time and I have to go because my battery's about to die. Hey, listen, my battery has to die because I want to make sure I understand what you guys are saying.
Oh yeah.
If I'm the fastest,
gonna die.
Yes, it's about to die.
Right,
if I'm gonna make it clear. Can you be quiet? I'm gonna get my adapter. I'll be back. Relax.
Make your intellectual point. Stop
Interruption. Every time I'm
running the meta.
I'm trying to make a point, Mr. Jason. But you're gonna have to be quiet. Mute yourself.
Go ahead, Terry.
Are you this much?
Go ahead. It takes you a long time to make the point. Go ahead.
No, but everybody could see that I was interrupted every 5 seconds. Listen, so if I'm the fastest man, if somebody testifies I'm the fastest man alive, I would need to demonstrate that in order to validate the claim. And you're telling me that's not.
No, I'm wondering
reasonable?
why people are making the claim if you haven't demonstrated anything. I'm wondering
people
why
people do that all the time, right?
If somebody testifies that you ran the 100-meter dash, whatever, that from them testifying means that you must demonstrate that?
That's not what I just said. Try to pay attention.
That's what your premise
That's
is.
what you're trying to say.
Listen. Let me repeat.
That's what your premise is.
No, that's not what I said. I said if somebody testifies I'm the fastest man alive,
okay,
I would need to demonstrate that in order to validate the testimony.
Wait a minute, but you're
False.
Wait a minute.
No. Okay, guys, I can't deal with stupidity.
You don't have to demonstrate it. We could just look at a recording.
Either, but
you have to what? You have to what?
I can.
I said you don't need to demonstrate it. You could just look at a recording of you running the race, and that would validate the claim.
But that's a demonstration there.
Yeah, but
It's
it's
a
not you.
demonstration.
It's not you going out and demonstrating it, though, is it?
What?
It's a videotape of him.
Exactly.
It's a
Now you're gonna
demonstration.
act like you don't know what I'm saying.
I got to turn
It's a demonstration.
It's not
this is too
required for
funny.
somebody to demonstrate something just because you testified to it.
No, I said. You see again. Look at Jason avoided the part where to validate the claim.
Just because, okay, it's not required for somebody to listen. It doesn't. It's not required for somebody to demonstrate something in order to validate a claim. In order for you to testify to it, like you or did I say that right?
What are you talking about?
You're look.
Terry,
I'm not.
Terry,
Oh, these guys are the best. You guys are the
listen
best.
to what I
hold
said.
on. There's nothing about.
Ridiculous.
So, in order to make this claim, so this premise assumes from the very beginning that people are testifying that something is the case, right? And then the second part of this premise is, if that is the case, then this thing that whatever this particular thing must demonstrate
It's
or
not
is
my second
required.
premise. Is this
No, the
it's all
second
part of
part.
the same premise?
I said the second part of the premise.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You need to pay attention, Terry. You need
Yeah,
to pay attention.
try to make your
You're being
statement.
a
'cause
child,
'cause
Terry. You need to
I don't
pay
even know why
attention
I'm
to what people
negotiating
say,
with
Terry.
you. So try to make your point. Try to make
That'd
your
be real
point.
quickly. Well, I'm trying to, but anyway. So your premise. So I'll start over for the audience. If the statement is, the first premise is, if someone testifies to X of X doing Y, then it's necessary for X to demonstrate that they can do Y. My whole contention here with this conversation is why is it that the group, this one group that is testifying to a state of affairs that's necessary, let's say it's true, how did this become an imperative for the thing that they're saying must demonstrate it? Like, how did they come to the conclusion that this thing can actually do what it does if they're making a truth claim about what it can do, but then adding onto it that now it has the imperative, or that it's required to now demonstrate to lend veracity to their claims, when it doesn't necessarily mean that it's true.
No,
right?
Number one, you're not arguing why that would be unreasonable. Number one. Number two,
it is unreasonable.
You see, you interrupted me again, and it's based on normative experience. So they've gone through it in the past.
I think you just picked up using the word normative from Leo, but that's fine.
Normative experience. What the fuck does that even mean?
I don't even know either.
I don't.
Wait. What? Just to show you how ridiculous. After this, I'm gonna go get my adapter. Just to show you how ridiculous Leo Phil is. He's looking to score points. What was I responding to?
What point?
What was I responding to? Leo,
you need to go get your chair.
What are you talking about?
This isn't a debate. No points are being scored.
No problem. You guys could talk, make a whole bunch of blank statements. What was I responding to? I said normative experience as a response to something. What was I responding to?
I don't really care.
Exactly. You're a retard. You're certified.
Technically, I am a retard, but I'm not certified yet because I don't actually have my official autism diagnosis. But I am autistic, so I am retarded, but not certified
yet. Didn't take his medication this morning. He didn't take his medication because he's saying. Why did I say normative experience? What does that mean? He doesn't even know what I was addressing.
Mean anything.
I mean, so
he doesn't even know what I was addressing.
All you can do is name call. You can't support your argument.
So we're
Jason, you're not even tracking the conversation either.
I
don't even know what Jason was talking about.
I had to hold your hand to get the written down.
No, you're addressing something else. I'm talking.
Yes, he did.
So
I did.
Chill out. We've come to the point, and I'm. All right.
Oh, he got headshot, man. Yeah, that was bad.
God.
He got shot in the head.
We've come to the point in the stream. I mean, I called it dying 1,000 deaths in the side chat. I think it was really more dying 1,000,000 deaths here. I mean, that was painful. But we haven't even covered the most controversial claim that he's made, because earlier in the stream he claimed that true Christians can't get sick. I was like,
sorry, what?
Yeah,
are you shitting me? He thinks that he can't get sick, and he's a true Christian.
Yeah.
So actually, can I bring up something regarding this, because this is something that.
Where'd he go?
Either he got kicked, or his battery finally died.
He had to go walk his dog. I mean, he had to go eat dinner. I mean, he had to go do something other than continue this discussion.
I mean, hopefully he'll. I mean, he can come back.
He'll be back.
Yeah.
He'll be back. He's like
He'll
a
be
bad
back.
penny. He always turns up.
What's up, Jay Pasick? You bitch.
What's up, you fucking cunt?
You bald-headed
Oh,
motherfucker.
goddamn.
You still sporting the cue ball look there, John?
What's up?
Oh, I
man.
finally got a goatee. What the fuck?
I was gonna
Nice.
say, Jason, that
Like
wasn't
that?
just bad for him. That was like John Lee caught like
Yeah.
a chair folded bad. Like
He got roughed up. No, seriously.
Yeah, that's
he-
bad.
That was hard.
And this is the only way you can do it is that you have to get him on the syllogism. You have to make him put it all down. Because when he does, he can't make it work. He just can't make it work.
No, yeah,
And-
you could see him trying it, and all he was doing, Jason, was he kept reiterating the same thing, even though and all of us were on the same page. All of us kept asking, where is this imperative coming from the testimonies of this particular group? Where is this imperative that because this group is testifying that this individual can do whatever, where is the imperative that that thing must do that? How did they even make the claim that it could do that if it didn't demonstrate it? Like, the whole premise is just bad right from the jump. It's
Here's
horrible.
the thing is that he doesn't want to have this discussion. He wants to talk about all the minutia of the Babylonians and the Hebrew definitions and all that, because that gets into the weeds and he loves that. It distracts from his argument. But when you try to get him to articulate exactly what the argument is, very specifically, he can't do it. And when you finally put it in a syllogism, it's just it's either invalid or it's just not sound whatsoever.
Well, Jason, and to add to that, it's like the way it should be done is it should be reversed. God has demonstrated his sovereignty, over all things, and the Hebrews have testified to this.
That's right.
That's how
That's
it goes.
right. That's right. But he can't do that because he wants to prove that God is. He's trying to prove A. He's trying to prove P. He's trying to prove P. He's trying to prove that God is sovereign and therefore is a sovereign over all creation, as therefore God.
Both ways are anecdotal. The first one is a conditional anecdotal with an imperative, and the second one is simply nothing more than anecdotal evidence saying that because God is, there is this, and the Hebrews testify to X, right?
Yeah. That's not sound either.
Yeah, and it's not, because then you're going from one side to the other. It makes more sense the other way around. If you have, it's the same thing as like the eyewitnesses to the resurrection kind of imperative or kind of narrative, right? Oh, well, we have all these examples of Jesus dying on the cross, and we have the resurrection narrative in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and stuff like that. And therefore, because there are these witnesses to this, therefore it is true that it happened. But that's not the way his first premise goes. His first premise implies that a person is making a conditional statement about X being able to do something, but then X has to do it in order for their testimony to be true.
I can't get over the fact that he thought imperative was a logical term for that which follows. Like, oh my, I just...
That's the way I've seen the term used, in fairness, as well.
Oh, that was hilarious.
Well, but the best thing is then he changed up his modus when he used the word required, which is literally the imperative. It was the thing I was going to bring up. If Leo sees someone getting raped, he has to intercede. Right? It's the same thing. But
most would say that there's going to be an imperative there. Yeah.
I'm saving all this stuff I wrote down with his syllogism because this guy runs this all the time. I'm going to keep refining these syllogisms because
Jason,
he's going to get mad.
It's 7 day cycle, therefore God. It's no different than tree, therefore God. It's the same dumb shit.
Oprah Winfrey all over again. Like, so this is what I don't understand about all of this. Like, I can understand that this was just like some dumb argument. You know, like I do it all the time. Like, I'll find an argument and I'll just like present it. Like, I don't know. You guys tell me, right? Like, I can understand that. This has been his shtick since like YouTube was a thing. Like, he claims, he makes that sky out claim. He makes that praise I am claim. You know, that claim that I've never won a debate. That this has crushed every argument that's come up against it, and yet you don't even have a fucking syllogism after 8 years. It doesn't make any logical sense to me.
I mean, I think if you're unable to make an argument at least somewhat formalized, but this is something you're proposing as like a grand defeater, or just like, oh, this is a thing nobody can address, That's really telling. Like that's a problem.
But here's the thing, is that he's not even taking the advantage of looking at people who have a better understanding, let's say possibly a better understanding of like entailments and imperatives. Now, obviously, he dismissed Leo right off the bat because he was like, oh, well, Leo didn't know what a citation is. So automatically, I can't trust Leo to tell me what exactly an imperative is. It's like saying, yes, a rocket scientist can't tell me how to do brain surgery, but I'm a brain surgeon. It's absolutely illogical. The guy is certifiably fucking insane.
I mean, welcome to the wild world of young Earth creationism. But yeah,
and the
That's what I basically said before.
That whole medication thing, Leo called it out. That's projection, because I think he's been called out of that many times where people said, "Dude, take a chill pill. Have you checked your dose? What are you doing? Why are you acting this way?" And all it does is antagonize other people in these kind of formats to basically just keep going at him. It's like a dog pile, right? And he's that one screeching chihuahua that every dog just wants to just tear apart.
And notice someone kept stopping him to say, "Wait, so what's this caveat you want to add?" He kept like getting more irritated because I kept trying to get him to just do the thing he himself wanted to do, because he was more focused on deflecting from the discussion at hand than he was actually trying to have a meaningful discussion. That's why he goes off about this scoring points. He doesn't give a shit about having a discussion with anybody. He just wants to come in and bloviate like an emotional leaf blower for 35 minutes.
He's a pony junkie.
The chessboard after throwing the pieces everywhere as if he's won.
Today it was like, I don't know. I think we went about 5 hours if you combine Math Pig's stream with this one. I mean, he was, he was on a roll for quite a while, man. It was crazy.
Wait, he was over on Math Pigs?
Oh yeah, we weren't even talking the 7-day shit. That's what I was saying. Like he was making crazy claims over there, like how true Christians can't get sick, and coronavirus is a fucking, it's poison. Don't take it.
So what you're telling me is hold on.
So this is something I do want to address, because I've seen it popping up within basically every fundamentalist faith community, is that there's this idea that somehow because God is the one that sends the disease, that somehow you're protected from it. But it's clear that's not the case. Like literally in the story of the Exodus from Egypt, when the angel of death was coming upon them, they had to do something extra. They had to do something to protect themselves from that. It wasn't enough that they were, that God was on their side.
You guys, sorry.
In Leviticus 13, it says, as for the person with a leprous affection, again, what this actually means is up for debate, but the clothes shall be rent, the head shall be left bare, and the upper lip shall be covered over, and that person shall call out impure, impure. That's literally talking about wearing a mask and staying away from people.
Yeah, but do you guys understand? Do you guys see a similarity in, like, it's more hyperactive with him, but do you guys see a similarity with Terry and someone else that we know that we've had dealings with here? That's a YouTube.
Oh, very much so.
Who?
Ariel, quite a number of people.
Jill. That's Jill shit. Jill does the same fucking thing.
Jill's not as annoying.
Ariel, am I heard?
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated, I tried to make the point earlier that if somebody wants to be making claims about the Hebrews and the Old Testament, maybe they ought to understand Hebrew. Maybe they ought to understand what the words are.
One would think.
And it was like when I was speaking with them, it was, can I speak with someone else? I was trying to take them through one argument at a time. Okay, you said this. Let me ask you about that. No, are you stupid? It's like the man's arguments are
has anyone here ever asked?
Disingenuous, and it was incredibly offensive that he literally his whole shtick is redefining Hebrew to mean one who accepts Jesus as God.
Yeah. Well, real quick, Jay, before you jump in, I'll say, like, it does dispel my theory that I was talking about. I got to play back. My theory that I was talking about before the stream started, before he had come into the StreamYard, that I've been hearing from people that he was Black Hebrew Israelite, but his definition of Hebrew does not match their definition of Hebrew. So I'm gonna have to
He's not a black. No, he was not a black. He's not a black Hebrew Israelite. He's a Seventh-day Adventist.
Well, I knew about the Seventh-day Adventism, but I've been told by people that he has made like dog whistles to Black Hebrew Israelite, and he just kind of denies it publicly. But by the definition he gave of Hebrew today, I mean it's a fucked definition, I think, but it's definitely not that definition. So
well, considering the fact that if Hebrews are Israelites and Israelites are Jews, and Jews don't accept Christ as the Messiah, then I really don't know where he's going to go with that one.
So
I have no idea.
So technically, Jews are Israelites and Israelites are Hebrews, but not all Hebrews. Because technically, so think about it. Ishmael was the son of Abraham as well, so he would have also been a Hebrew. Except after him, they're referred to as Ishmaelites. But the point is that you have this understanding that it's basically like different tiers or different time periods. So you have Abraham down to Jacob is Hebrews. Then you have Israelites because Jacob is Israel. Then you start having the term like Jew or Jude, like it would be like Judahite as referring to a tribe. But then with the first exile, then you have the idea of Jews. But I do think even if he isn't a Black Hebrew Israelite, there is some like I don't know if y'all noticed he said something. When did I ever say Jewish?
Yes, that caught my attention immediately. Like, oh.
Well, I don't know if you guys have ever noticed, but Stanley Terry doesn't actually get into the details of things, like how he has a problem with an imperative when you have a premise that says if people make testimony about X, then X must do something or has to do something. Like he didn't understand that imperative, and then he kept misrepresenting an imperative with a logical entailment, like as though the motivations of someone necessarily invoke an entailment, right? Because I have to be able to demonstrate that if I make the claim, Leo over here bench presses 500 pounds. Therefore, Leo must or is required to demonstrate that he can bench press 500 pounds. And Leo goes, I never said I could fucking lift 500 pounds. I never even made such a claim, right? Because these individuals are making the claim about this particular thing doing X, but that thing that they're making a claim about doing X doesn't match up. That was the whole fucking point. And then why would anybody make claims about something that hasn't demonstrated it being what it is? That's why it needs to be reversed. It has shown its sovereignty. It has demonstrated its power. Therefore, this is what, and this is validated or leads credence to veracity because of the testimony of Hebrews who have observed it. Either way, that's how it should go. It should be flipped. And he doesn't understand that either. And it's still not a good argument. Just because people say that they witness something doesn't necessarily mean that it's true that there's a God, right? It's the same thing.
I mean, you can take it like a good example would be like the claim of aliens, right? People who are abducted by aliens. Like, there's been like tons of people, like tons of groups of people for that matter, who have claimed like, I was abducted by aliens, anally probed, the whole 9 yards. Yeah, it's like, okay, does the fact that there's like 500 or however many people you want to postulate making the claim?
Well, this is great. Immutable. Yeah, great. This is a great example. Immutable. The people testify that immutable destiny was abducted by aliens. Therefore, immutable destiny has to demonstrate being abducted by aliens. It's nonsensical. Like, okay. What?
None of this will matter to him because
no, of course not. He's interested in
the other thing that was incredibly frustrating in my conversation with him was like he's right, and his entire argument is I'm right. That's it. That's all he's got. I destroyed this person. Oh, I won this point. I won that point. It's like
to be
none
fair,
of it, whether it's true or not doesn't matter. It's true to him, therefore it's true.
Well, actually, to be fair, and this is actually tacking on. This is not necessarily refuting what you're saying. He's basically stating that if you can't show him to be wrong, argumentatively, then he's right. This is the same thing that Jill used to pull on people years ago. and it did not go very well for Jill. He's doing the
He
same
still
thing
does
Jill
it,
did.
Jay.
Does he still do it?
Yeah, he still does it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So speaking of this like reversion or rather inversion, it's interesting because what he was saying about the 7 days that proves Jesus, like it's very odd the way he phrased it, because first of all, the seventh day is associated with the planet Saturn, given that has a bunch of different contexts within different traditions. But within the Jewish and Hebrew tradition, you have this context that the name of Saturn is Shabbatai. It means the restful one. It's derived from the root for Shabbat, which means to rest, but it also is derived from the root for 7. And so with this, it's the 7th and restful planet because it moves the slowest. But what's the day associated? What's the first day associated with? The sun. So with that, I mean, like, for instance, you know, there's all these different claims you can make, like, oh, well, you know, like for instance, he believes that Jesus is predestined. So why doesn't he make the claim that, you know, oh, actually, I don't want to give him this idea, but the point is, even this doesn't prove anything. It's literally just semantics. But basically to say that, oh, well, Jesus was there at the beginning and the sun is representative of the first day. Therefore, Jesus, you know, Jesus was there on the first day. Like that's the same type of argument. But the way he's arguing, you could almost argue that the way he's arguing just throws just as much legitimacy that Saturn is the Messiah. Or Saturn.
He's trying to use arguments from Semitic languages. I mean, you know, it's the same root in Arabic. Sabah is 7, and it's the same root. You know, and he's trying to make these arguments based on Semitic language and tradition when he doesn't know the first fucking thing about Semitic language and tradition. You know, it's just where are you coming from, dude?
Has anyone ever told him that? Has anyone ever explained to him that saying something is so doesn't actually make it so? Because
I mean, if that were the case, I mean, look, he's special, Jay. We all know this.
Wait, hold on. Saying something isn't so doesn't make it so? Say it ain't so.
Well, fuck me running.
But
sitting and standing.
Because I understand, like, I always try to delineate between truth and actual, but I mean, this one was kind of, I mean, this is something that he's been doing. This is why I called people, like, I went around calling people victims of Scary Terry. Like, I called Pat because he had to debate with Terry. Dr. Josh had one of the earliest, well, you know, from my memory, he had one of the early, before I knew about him. Dr. Josh was a victim. My brother was a victim. Mathig was a victim. Because in my opinion, this guy seems to think that if a certain group of individuals gives testimony about something, but this is the best thing about it, because he's going from, it's true because there's testimony to it. But then his first premise was there's testimony to it. Therefore, the thing that there's testimony to must demonstrate the veracity of the testimony.
Wait, Dr. Josh isn't Dr. Josh Bowen?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, what happened there? I got to hear this.
Well, I wasn't there for that first conversation between them.
Were you there, Jay?
No, I heard reports. I heard second and third had reports. Immutable.
I don't think I've ever seen Dr. Josh.
Oz was in the chat earlier saying, "Why are we still platforming this guy?"
I mean, if that's the question, why are we still platforming standing for truth and people like that too?
Well, I mean, so that's my answer, honestly, and I put it in the side chat. Like, I've platformed much worse than Terry. I mean, Terry's silly.
Sure.
You laugh at him. Like, fucking Misha Popov came on for 3 streams and just exposed absolute raw, hardcore bigotry, right? Like, Matt Powell, like, my whole fucking channel started with fucking Matt Powell, basically. Like, I don't know. I've platformed a lot worse, and if I didn't platform every Christian people told me not to, I never get to talk to fucking Christians ever.
Oh, by the way, if Terry comes back and someone needs to leave, I will gladly leave so Terry can come in here and just get.
No, it should be midnight.
Midnight hasn't spoke up or said a word in like an hour.
I just wanted to come back in and say I appreciated the way it sort of veered into philosophical realms, but and also to express my appreciation to Ariel, because at least there was someone here with the language. You know, it's just cheese and crow. When it gets down to brass tacks, the guy's got no argument philosophically, no argument linguistically, no argument historically, no argument in any way, shape, or form. And yet here he is. I'm right.
Why don't you just say he has no argument?
I know I'm right.
You don't have to qualify it.
But you know what? He does have the argument in one place only. Do you know where it is?
Yeah.
In his ass.
And in his head.
I was going to say, no, he has an argument. 7-day cycle, therefore God. It's no different than trees, therefore God. I am existing, therefore God. There's sky, therefore God. There's earth, therefore God. It's the same stupid, logical, childish reasoning. It's the same shit.
Other than it's not logical.
God, just someone teach
I would
him.
equate it with the Christian arguments from prophecy, except it's not a Christian argument, and so he has to do this crazy thing to say Jesus is God to make it work.
Yeah, but I do believe that he thinks that because people say things about states of affairs, that makes things actual in states of affairs, right? So when I make a claim for X, we can now look at that claim for X and then say whether or not the proposition for X is true. But the actuality of whatever is within states of affairs that I'm proclaiming to be the case, that's what gives the truth to my proposition. But he just seems to be going off, and this is just a speculation on my part. It may not be the case, but he seems to be going off this idea that because people can make claims about A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, whatever, then there must be some kind of veracity to people making these kind of claims. And based on his first premise, people can say, if we make these premises, then if we make these particular statements about certain things in states of affairs, then they're true. But are they true? But then he says they have to demonstrate it. Okay, so why are you making a claim about the veracity of something doing something if that thing hasn't done it yet? Because the imperative means it must do this in order to demonstrate or to give veracity to the testimony of that which is making the claims that it can do that.
Well,
but why are they making it?
Yeah,
Why
I agree
do they
that
say that?
he's basically going down this like verificationist rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's really shitty. Yeah,
and
I
he
agree.
can't logically support that, and that is a problem. But I do think that the one redeeming factor of his argument is that he is positing what is essentially a future prediction, which, in science is done all the time in confirmation theory. That's part of what it's doing. But that's not something you can logically deduce. That's what the logical positivists tried to do a century ago and failed to do.
Well, you know what they say, abracadabra, literally what it means. Abra, I will create, kit, as or like, debra, I speak.
Yep.
Yeah, see, I just realized.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interject, and this really doesn't have anything, but I just mentioned a few names, and in regards to what Oz is saying, like if I don't know if there's a mental health issue, then I don't know, that would be something to consider, but I don't know. I've never like had any reason to believe that there's a mental health issue.
Oh, Pat. Well, Pat actually in his debate with Pat Lowinger on Gur's channel, Pat questioned him about his mental stability.
But so I mentioned my streams with Misha Popoff. Now these streams were with a dude that was so bigoted that I ended up privating those streams. But I realized this not too long ago, like when I privated the entire channel in order to get everything.
Just to interject real quick, those fucking conversations were StreamYard poison, or Google Hangout poison, and I'm not talking on your end. I'm talking about him.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was pure. I mean, if you want to personify evil, Misha Popoff was evil. But I'm just saying, like I'm realizing, and I just pulled it up, and it's a fact that when I republished everything. Those videos have actually been back up on my channel for a considerable amount of months, and my channel hasn't been taken down. And I figured they would be if I didn't private them. So like that's I don't know. It's completely off the point, but it's blowing my fucking mind right now.
Wait, so is Misha Popov like one of those? What is it? The like the same group that Steven Anderson is?
No, it's really hard to. So he's a Canadian. He comes off really cheery, and I don't know if you remember the channel Red Pill Religion.
I thought that was the British
from back in the day. Red Pill Religion was this anti-atheist channel that was, I mean, just horrible. Misha Popoff was so bad that he got them channel strikes, and he got them, like their channel taken down and shit. I had a debate with them on Modern Day Debate about saltpeter, and it was like the most ridiculous, one of the most ridiculous debates, and it was the most ridiculous debate I ever had until I had the atheist money debate with Praise I Am. And so like I'm having them on my channel after this debate, thinking like I'm having this conversation with this really quirky, cheerful Canadian dude who just has this really weird saltpeter idea. Well, an hour before the stream, Dragnot Silvis messages me with articles that he wrote, and I'm reading them, and me and Ali are reading them, and it's the most evil anti-gay propaganda I've ever read in my entire fucking life. It was evil. So when he came on the stream, we didn't talk about saltpeter. We talked about that. And it was one of the, I mean, I privated the shit because I figured that's what got me demonetized.
Oh. See you guys.
Matt Powell doesn't match up to this dude. I mean, Matt Powell's like a cupcake compared to Misha Popov.
Was that I think I remember that. Was that the salt of the earth and phosphorus thing? Oh, gosh.
Yeah. So I didn't mean to like detract from what we were talking about. I mentioned Misha again, and so I looked it up, and I'm like, holy shit, that shit ain't privated. So I've got to find it now in my channel list, and I've got over 2,000 live streams, right? It's a needle in the fucking haystack. So I got to find them and private them. And there's Dragnot. Oh, no, I'm actually looking at that old stream, sorry. I'm like, Dragnot's in my fucking side chat. It's been a while, but no, that's that old stream. So, sorry, I didn't mean to detract.
Yeah, I think the saltpeter argument is way worse than the 7-day cycle argument.
Yeah, it was so ridiculous.
I'll give Terry some credit there.
And
I just wish people would give like normal arguments like the fucking Kalam.
Yeah, I know, right?
Jeez.
Because those arguments don't really work much anymore. The objections have sort of stacked up, and so people are trying to come up with a bunch of different things.
No, Leo, he argues that at Jericho, they were using explosives because
that's great.
Saltpeter. It's fucking insane. It's insanity.
I think I heard a different argument that was suggesting that, like, by Jesus saying that we are the salt of the earth or whatever, that he was alluding to how he knew that we had phosphorus.
Yeah, he
in our blood, and ATP is like critical for our metabolism, and it's really dumb.
Dr. Josh had a debate with him back in the day on it too. Evil man. I mean, evil man. You want to talk about like propaganda? Like this dude is fucking evil. Straight evil. There's no other word. But
I don't understand why they don't just go with typical prophecy. Just bring up Isaiah 53 or something. It's way better than this. It's still not very good, but it's in a completely different class than the 7-day cycle.
I gotta find that.
Because at least it's purportedly predicting Jesus. This is, at best, you're just going to be able to tell me, okay, Yahweh is real. I'm going to go be a Jewish now.
And the Kalam is good compared to like several other alternative arguments, like look at the trees and stuff. Probably, in my opinion, the Kalam is one of the better arguments. Not to say it's good though.
I mean, at least it makes sense. You know,
it's
gonna
not
get
sure.
you somewhere. You know.
I think the argument itself is valid, but not sound.
It doesn't get you to like an individual god.
Well, I think that's one area where I think it's unfairly criticized, because the second part of the Kalam is a chain of inference, which does say, okay, if you accept that the universe had a cause, then that cause has to be spaceless, timeless, immaterial, personal, blah, 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 blah. And these are all the attributes that are traditionally assigned to God. So you have
but that's just a claim.
God exists.
Yeah,
there's no
those are
argument
things that are
that it entailed that whatever caused the universe has to be spaceless and timeless and matterless and energyless and, you know, immaterial and enormously powerful and personal. They like try to argue that, but there's no entailment that the cause must possess those properties.
So
the cause could just as likely be, you know, some sort of eternally inflating metaspace. It could be some quantum vacuum. There's a variety of things it could be.
So, Leo, do you only accept propositions when there's a logical entailment from something you already believe?
Well, I didn't say logical entailment. I just said entailment.
Okay. Because let's just go with like the spaceless one, right? Like if the universe is defined as space, time, and matter, and we're saying that had a cause, then the cause couldn't have had space.
It'd make it be some sort of meta space or something like that.
Yeah, and actually I think Craig does think that, God exists in meta time or whatever. But I think that's still consistent with like the theistic conception of God.
I mean, I think it makes it even more superfluous than it already is. I just don't think that the argument for that, we got the cause test of all these properties works. What's the argument that it has to have those properties?
Yeah, I agree that I definitely agree that like this is the weakest part of the argument, but I think that there is still an argument there, right? Like I've read a fair number of philosophy papers, and they're not full of syllogisms. Right? It's not like there's some like clear entailment from one premise to the next. It's kind of you read it and maybe you buy it, and if you don't, you come up with an objection.
Leo, I have a quick question for you. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, well, would you consider the mind a form of metaspace? I just don't.
No.
You mentioned metaspace. I gotta be thinking.
No, I don't.
Oh well, I guess I don't
clarify
know
what the hell metaspace means.
Well, yeah, that's a good thing. That's a good
space
point.
that's not our space.
I don't like.
That doesn't really.
Like a conceptual notion of space, like space, like 5D, 6D space, like what?
Yeah, I'm
still a little lost there. I mean that.
Well, it would be any space that's sort of like over and above the space that we currently inhabit. Meta space.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say it's something within metaphysics that's not part of the physical realm.
So like the space of all logical possibilities or something like that.
Assuming you could assign coordinates to them, I guess.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, that's a contentious statement in and of itself, but I'm just trying to make sure, like, if you would consider that a value, like a potentially viable example.
So I guess, like, I could assign, like, a vector space in linear algebra that has no correspondence to reality and call that a metaspace, I guess.
Yeah, sure, we do it all the time. I mean, mathematics, you do that all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, complex numbers, for instance.
But this is the problem with metaphysics, right? It's like, you just ask for a definition of metaphysics, and you're just gonna be like, your eyes are gonna gloss over.
I mean, my understanding
the study of the fundamental nature of things. That's like how every textbook I've ever opened on metaphysics generally defines it.
Yeah, so I have a general sense of what it means, but it's all metaphysical claims that I've seen. It usually is just like a relationship between things that I don't feel like are very well defined themselves. Like, you use the word nature. It's like, do we have a rigid definition for that? And so you have to go through all these things. It's just like its own little language.
Well, I would define the natural world as the totality of physical space-time reality and all which is extended through or contained within it.
Yeah, and I'm kind of in that boat as well because it's metaphysically minimal. And when I look at some of these ideas that involve like lots of complex metaphysics, I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, you just ask like someone to explain Thomistic philosophy, and I'm just like, what are you talking about?
Well, I think that is pretty meaningless.
Yeah.
What is Thomistic philosophy?
Don't ask.
You know who St. Thomas Aquinas is?
Yes.
All right, read his philosophy.
Oh, fair enough.
There we go. Read.
I think T-Jump has had a few Thomists on his channel if you want to try to find someone explain it, but I doubt you'll understand it. I didn't.
I mean, that's an assumption, but okay.
Well, it's not a criticism of you. It's just like you listen to them speak, and it's just like they're coming from these ideas that don't make any sense if you're not already in that world.
I mean, do they give you? Do they? I know Aquinas has like these five reasons for God. Yeah, 5 ways for God's existence, which pretty much all boil down to the same thing. So technically, it's like one reason just written 5 times.
Yeah, let's see what Encyclopedia Britannica says. See if they can explain it.
I think in some circles, like there's contention about like what the natural world like means and what exactly like it entails. Like, for instance, do you think the existence of numbers like is a kind of thing like that should be involved like in our description of the natural world? And if so, is it only like certain kinds of numbers? Is it all kinds of numbers? Like, where do you draw the line?
I have to be honest, I hear a lot about like discussions, nominalism versus Platonism discussions with respect to numbers or virtues or value, all this stuff. But I actually don't think that those kinds of discussions are really all that important to naturalism.
I would agree in principle, but I mean, I think like given our understanding of the world like so heavily depends on physics and these like complicated mathematical structures, and especially like with numbers that are not like entirely conventional to the history of math, like pi and the exponential constant, for instance. I think if nothing else, it's kind of worth having that discussion, since like pi is ubiquitous in like the laws of nature and like relationships that like govern physical processes and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean that's I think more a discussion for the philosophy of science rather than like the metaphysics of naturalism. And there is a discussion on that. There's what's it called? The indispensability argument, the indispensability of mathematics argument. I cannot remember who first proposed it. I want to say it was a female, but don't quote me on that.
What is it effectively? Like what's the
it's the idea that I think it has something to do. I think it's more of a defense of like an instrumentalist position with respect to science, or something to do with that. That mathematics, numbers are indispensable, and mathematical relations are indispensable to our best physical theories, and so we should consider the reality of mathematics.
It sounds like an argument against fictionalism.
Yeah, without having looked into it too much, I would say that I'm kind of sympathetic towards that position.
But I do generally agree with you, Immutable, that like if I would extend it a bit to say that I think that if we're serious about examining the truth of claim to naturalism, the way that we can assess whether or not naturalism can explain everything is by looking for these edge cases like mathematics, language, the mind, and see how well can naturalism potentially explain it, because it's a metaphysical position, which means there's no empirical way to figure out if we're right. We can always come up with an explanation to say that whatever we see could be natural and we just don't know why or how. But if we want to be epistemically responsible and say, well, it could actually be false, there could be some non-natural thing out there like numbers or some weird language property or the mind.
Right.
That's how we would find it, is by looking at those specific areas. We're not going to figure out if naturalism is true by doing science or something.
Yeah, go ahead.
It's the Quine-Putnam indispensability argument, and it goes, 1, we ought to have ontological commitment to all and only the entities that are indispensable to our best scientific theories. 2, mathematical entities are indispensable to our best scientific theories. 3, therefore, we ought to have ontological commitment to mathematical entities. But I would just reject premise 1.
Well, I reject that scientific theories are ontic. So,
well, I think it's saying more that you need a commitment, an ontological commitment to the entities that are indispensable to the scientific theories. And so if mathematics is one such entity, then we should be ontologically committed to it in a way that would probably result in some form of mathematical Platonism.
Right. So what I mean by that is that I'm a realist when it comes to like observations we make, but not to the theories that we build around them.
Yeah, I would say that.
And the theories that we build around them are where the mathematical relations live.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think that's the way I would view it too.
So in that way, like instrumentalism is the objection that you would raise to that argument, to say, well, no, I don't have to accept mathematics as real because I don't accept the theories are real.
Yeah.
but yeah, like I do find it a little disturbing though that like we have these like complex mathematical ideas that it's really hard to pull the Platonism out of.
Yeah, I mean, and what's really
Any
weird
examples
too.
of that?
Oh God.
Oh, sure. So like, well, just the basic, arguments of like, the natural numbers, right? That we can try to define, like how we can try to reduce something like the set of natural numbers to something nominalist, but it's not easy to do. So, and it's based on the idea that like, if I want to be able to say that like 3 + 4 = 7, and that's a true statement, but 3 + 3 = 7 is not a true statement, then there should be something that grounds the truth or falsehood of these mathematical statements.
The axioms.
Yeah, so in that point, you're saying that it's either you're taking a fictionalist stance or somehow saying that mathematics is a language.
I hold the what I call nominal structuralism. It's
Okay.
I view I take a structuralist view with respect to mathematics, but I still maintain nominalism with respect to mathematical entities.
Okay, I'm refreshing my memory here. Isn't it kind of like half Platonism?
I mean, I don't think so. It's just the idea that it isn't just mathematical entities that's important to math and that really makes up the system. It's the structures and the relations that the entities can be discovered to stand in.
Yeah, so you might have a different take on structuralism. So like, oh yeah, because there's anti-rem and then there's like in rebus. I'm probably really losing everybody else here, but Shapiro's original structuralism, there were some entities which were not, that you didn't require Platonism for, but there are others that you did. But yeah, if you're nominalist structuralism, then yeah, that's a little different. Oh, right. This was one of the problems. So that particular version of structuralism, though, gets this problem if you're saying basically there's a physical grounding for all these entities.
Well, I don't think there's a physical grounding for numbers. I think numbers are conceptual conventions.
Okay, so maybe I don't understand your position, because I think nominalist structuralism, from I just read from Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, is saying that there are concrete entities that fill the role of the abstract entities. Is that...
They fill the role? No, I would just say numbers are our conventional representations of abstract structures or concrete structures and relations.
Okay, so a number is a representation of a concrete structure or relation, right?
Yes.
Okay, so does that mean that if there is no concrete structure relation for a particular number, then that number doesn't exist?
Not necessarily, no. We can conceive of numbers that there aren't, we can conceive of infinity, and in transfinite arithmetic, it's usually considered to be a number, but I don't think there's anything that's concretely infinite.
Yeah, remind me again why set theory is weird, because you can get to things that are beyond infinity, that like ordinals, like Aleph Null, and other weird things.
Yeah, so that's why I asked the question, because one of the problems with, and of course there's going to be subtleties within this sort of thing that I don't know anything about, but the main objection you have to work through is that if there's always a concrete relation for something, then there's the potential that the universe has some finite number of concrete things, which makes it hard to explain the grounding of an infinite set.
And I guess it depends if you're talking about a potential infinity or an actual infinity in that case.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure the only time you actually get to actual infinity in the context of the notion where actualized infinity is used is in the context of set theory. Pretty sure other things consider it as a potential infinity.
Yeah, so I was reading about this a few weeks ago, and so it was a guy named Field that actually was able to reconstitute all of Newtonian mechanics using this idea.
Interesting.
I love the smart person talk, but just so you know, the average person can be like represented here. This happened with Jay the other day. I get to a point like I understand everything you guys are saying, but like my eyes kind of glaze over, and I'm like, but I mean,
so I'll try to.
I'm not talking shit. I'm just talking shit.
Well, not to be fair, I will honestly say I do drone on like my brother. Not as bad as my brother, but I will drone on. So that's fair.
I was just talking smack. No, I love the smart person talk. Like I'm trying to learn all this shit, but you know.
So I'll try to translate to explain why we care about all of this, right? That like, if the number 3 is something which exists and it isn't a natural thing, then technically naturalism is false, right? And oftentimes what we do in math classes is we describe all sorts of mathematical things like numbers and sets and things as if they exist as some abstract entity. And that's what's called Platonism. And it's been a project of people for the past like over 100 years to try to rip this Platonist ideas out of mathematics. And it's really hard to do.
Well, why would naturalism be technically wrong? If the number 3 actually exists, but does it exist physically? Like it's.
So I'm referring to so there's reductive naturalism, eliminative naturalism. That would have to be false, because you'd be making the claim that the only things that exist are natural things. Which you probably mean in terms of like, physical or material, something within space and time. But abstract entities don't exist in space and time.
I mean, technically they do. Do they exist in your mind?
But that's a rejection of Platonism.
They're a phenomena of mind, so which means they're contingent on the physical things that are making such claims about things, but whether or not they're actual in states of affairs in and of themselves is the question.
Yeah, so I'm positing that if it actually existed as a thing, that's the Platonist proposition.
That's a Platonist position. Yep. The concept,
so if you're rejecting
the abstract must exist, because it's like goes to rationalism. Like some rationalists kind of hold to that certain propositions actually exist in like inherent, and then we grab a hold of those propositions.
It's funny because everybody talks about how like Platonism, especially in mathematics, is the more intuitive sense. Platonism is not even remotely intuitive to me.
Really?
Yeah, it is.
Not even remotely.
I agree with Leo. I don't think it's remotely intuitive.
I don't.
I can't. To me, it's like the concept of a stance-independent normative. I don't even know what the fuck stance-independent and normative are doing in the same sentence next to each other.
Well, honestly, Platonism kind of makes sense to me. Where because they say
things exist, but they're not anywhere, and they're not any when, and they're not made of anything, but they exist and they're real, but you can't touch them, you can't hold them, but they exist. Like what? That makes sense to you?
They exist by virtue.
Okay, never mind.
They exist by virtue. These particular things like concepts and abstracts, I understand them as existing in virtue of the individuals or the things that actually exist, basically producing that particular phenomenon.
The things that instantiate them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, basically. That's how I understand it. If you're going to take Platonism or some of you,
but if I understand it correctly, Platonism kind of holds to the idea that these would be mind independent. Like these things would exist regardless. Basically, they wouldn't be dependent upon us.
I've actually read a really interesting. Look, the way I heard Platonism explained to me. Right. So once it's like think of Platonism as being a let's see, what do they call those things you use to make cookies, the cookie sheets, not the
cookie cutter.
Cookie cutter.
Yeah, the cookie cutter, right? The cookie cutter to where you make, to where you make the dough and you just use the cookie cutter to make the various shapes. that's that's what Platonism would be like in a way, right? Because Platonism says that there's a perfect form, there's a perfect form of chair, and all other chairs are just imitations of that perfect chair. Same applies to humans. So you know what I mean. Platonism. I think this is where Christians probably got the idea of God, because they say, oh, okay, Platonism posits, there are perfect forms of everything. That means the man, that means, that includes humans. You know what I mean?
Which is interesting because you're using abstracts and concepts to identify something that is conceptual.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what Platonism says at its core is kind of like take a circle, for instance, right? Is that the thing, like a circle itself can exist, by virtue of the properties that instantiate like a circle in the mathematical sense, whether or not, whether we lived in a circle where that would be true, independent of whether or not there are actually any circles that existed in the real world, right? It's just by virtue of the properties that instantiate them.
Yeah, I think that if we want to be as charitable to Platonism as we can, it's going to be just the simple claim that there are at least some abstract entities, and and there could be debate about whether there's a Platonic form of a chair out there, or the Platonic form of a circle, or a Platonic number 3.
Well,
but if you accept any of those, then you are within the realm of a Platonist.
Yeah,
saying at least some of these exist.
I think the most reasonable in my case would be the notion of a number as a candidate for some kind of Platonic object, because I am very reluctant to say that mathematical numbers or mathematical objects are things that exist actually in the natural world.
Yeah, I actually heard somebody talk about that they said math was discovered. I thought that was interesting. There was this person that I was listening to on YouTube, and they said that math is actually.
What do they mean by that?
I don't remember the entire. I don't remember the entire position because I don't think he actually justified it. The guy just basically kind of made it like it was he made the claim like it was a foregone conclusion. Like math is something we discovered, not math is something.
Did you hear this on a theistic channel or something?
No, he wasn't a theist. I don't think. But I thought it interesting that he used that term, and I thought it was odd because I was like, okay. And so I kept listening, and this was some time ago. This is like a year ago, but it stuck in my head for a while because I thought it interesting that he thought that certain concepts, because if we take numbers as being abstracts and we take mathematics as a concept and how we utilize these particular abstracts to basically quantify and give, basically the way that when I tell Leo I have 3 cars, which I don't actually have 3 cars, but if I tell Leo I have 3 cars,
is there an imperative for you to demonstrate that to me, Jay?
Only if you demonstrate to me that you can bench press 500 pounds, man, because I made that claim 2 weeks ago and you still haven't demonstrated it to me.
There we go.
As he was talking about that, I was thinking so can we demand God demonstrate omnipotence?
That's actually a pretty good question. I would love to hear him. If he's omnipotent,
he has to demonstrate that he can do anything.
Well, yeah. I mean,
the thing is, Ben. No. Hold on here. The thing is, Ben, you're just not following the discussion. You need to calm down. You need to take your medicine. All right. That's what's going on here, Ben.
Oh man, I'll take the L. Sorry.
Yeah, just dude, you're not scoring any points. You just lost. It's unavoidable. It's unavoidable. You can't ever gain any points back. Like when
Leo's undefeated. He just can't possibly beat him.
When he told Jason Torn that he won, and I said, "No, it's done. You just told Jason he won."
Over. Game over. Lights out.
You told him he won. There's no scoring. There's no scoring anymore. He won. What?
That guy is just.
But no, even then, anything that you claim God can do, he has to demonstrate that he can do.
Yeah, otherwise,
otherwise you shouldn't believe it.
know,
I have a quick
That
question.
premise,
the funny
it's a
thing, real
poison
quick,
pill.
that I noticed about Terry, and I've noticed this a while, and I've brought it up to him a couple times. It's like, we had a conversation earlier, and we stayed off the 7-day thing, and it was a fairly reasoned, calm discussion with Terry. But then as soon as we get to the 7-day thing here on this channel, it's like a slow escalation of he just gets more and more worked up about it as he goes along.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Knock. At that point, he was making you his victim. In this particular case, he was the victim of all of us.
Oh yeah, he doesn't even notice it.
This is why I call him Scary Terry.
Well, I don't think he's ever really made me his victim, like, because every time he's come on my channel.
I'm talking about going to his mental state. I'm talking about going to his state.
Yeah, it's okay, Knock. We won't ask you to tell where he touched you on the doll.
Yeah, no, right? No, like usually when he comes on, I do what I did tonight. I just sit back and let the room eviscerate him. Like Cerberus Hex, like his takedown of Terry was fucking classic. It was right up there with Pat's, man. It was great.
Oh, where's that conversation at?
It was on my channel. It's the first time I ever talked to Terry. I just can't remember. It's on there somewhere. Needle in a haystack. It took me like fucking 20 minutes to find the Misha Popoff shit.
Yeah. Well, like, how long ago was it? Just so if I want to, I mean, is it still up on your channel? Or?
Yeah, it's still up on the channel. He would know the exact name of it because, like, he told me I took it down for the longest time. I'm like, dude, I took down everything for the longest time. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, the conversation with I remember years ago. It was like one of the first times I ever had a conversation with an atheist, and this was when I was still a Christian. And my brother came over to my house, and he brought his friend along. I can't remember her name, but they were. It wasn't his girlfriend, not a girlfriend, but a platonic relationship. And she came over, and we were hanging out at the house. My wife was away for something, and we were just sitting there, and we were chilling out and everything. And I found out. Well, I knew she was an atheist because my brother told me she was an atheist. And I thought it was funny because it's one of the things that I always get a kick out of when I listen to like when you listen to streams like from Discord or from Clubhouse or even here from YouTube where you have a group of theists and they've been just basically, challenging a particular atheist on their beliefs and their claims and stuff like that. And then after the atheist is like, all right, I got to go, and they leave. And then you hear them talk about like, man, I can't believe this person is this stupid. Like, how can they not believe this? And what was funny is in this particular situation, we got into that kind of conversation with her where her being an atheist and my brother and I still being evangelical Christians. And we're having this conversation with her. And at one point we take a break and my brother and I go outside of my house to have a cigarette. And it was the same kind of discussion. Like my brother and I are sitting there like, what avenues can we take? Like, I can't believe that she's this dense. How can she not understand how this thing actually exists? And we just could not fathom the epistemic position that she has versus our own. But we were indoctrinated in it at such a young age, whereas like, how do we now, like now looking back at it, I feel like a jackass because all she had to ask me was, demonstrate the veracity of X. Demonstrate that thing is necessary for anything. Show me. And then you kind of go, burp, burp, burp. So what happens is in these same kind of conversations, you have like these really bad logical arguments where you have Christian apologists like Terry, like Praise, like Jill and several others, where they just basically take this as a brute fact. They take God as a fucking thing that's already established. This is something that they've been taught. This is something they believe. And then when somebody starts really challenging on that, they just can't fathom it. They just don't understand because no one is actually convincing it. The only way that a person can change their belief is them. You can do whatever you can to basically have the conversation. You might get to a point in a conversation where a person's beliefs change during a conversation. I would say that's very rare. But until a person really explores that, and like I said, this was years before I started exploring my beliefs and why I believe Christianity to be true and the God of the Bible, that I started realizing man, I was really stupid in that conversation with my brother's friend. I had no idea.
I would only disagree slightly with you, and I think it relates to the whole thing about apologetics and stuff like that. I mean,
sure.
One thing I've kind of picked up when I interact like with creationists or just people
I used apologetics as to identify them as some kind of group that's trying to.
No, I get that.
Yeah.
No, I get. I'm not using it in like a strictest possible term. But I think when people try to make arguments for the existence of God, be it just like purely philosophically, or if they're trying to run some kind of what they view to be like sophisticated scientific argument with Maddox and DNA as a code, or whatever it might be, I think part of it. Oh, those are always fun. I mean, it's kind of like Brawny like back in the day.
There's a code, therefore
mayonnaise.
There's a code, therefore there's a programmer. No, God.
Yeah, damn it. I mean, I in fairness, right? I do think there's interesting conversations to be had that relate to the kinds of topics they want to have, but to the point I want to make, I think part of like changing your beliefs isn't just about like being told you're wrong, but it's also about being introduced to tools like wherein you can like properly examine your beliefs. And
I agree.
Like once you know your beliefs are incorrect, okay,
yep,
like that's the first step. Like how do I now like reconstitute things that pertain to my worldview, or things that pertain to what I thought I believed about morality or stuff like that.
Yeah, at that time I had no concept of like even this, like the Aristotelian logic, the three laws, the law of law of identity, law of contradiction. I had no understanding of those until I started.
Classical laws, by the way.
Yeah, those are classical. But yeah, I had no understanding of that in any way, shape, or form, because I took this as being true based on my parents telling me it was true, because I was indoctrinated.
Well, what I meant was that those are the three laws of classical logic. Aristotelian logic is something a little different.
Oh, is it? I thought that was Aristotelian logic.
As far as I'm concerned, no. Classical logic was developed much later than Aristotle.
Oh, I always thought that was Aristotelian logic. Okay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Either way,
I might be wrong. I don't know if Ben has anything to say on this or Immutable, but as I understand,
I don't know.
Classical logic is something different than Aristotelian logic.
Either way, we don't have to get into that, but I didn't even understand those, regardless of whether they came from Aristotle or if they were before Aristotle. It doesn't matter. I had no concept of I had no idea of these particular concepts in any way, shape, or form. And so I really had a hard time trying to wrestle with these particular concepts and this kind of way of ascertaining like I had the hard time just when I first even started getting into these conversations, understanding the difference between validity and veracity, because I had individuals like Steve McRae, at least the best of my knowledge, who said, well, if my argument is valid, then you have to believe it. And I'm like, no, validity. And then it wasn't until later, after having a conversation with Simon Funk, that he goes, no, validity, and multiple others says no, validity goes to the form of the argument, not to the veracity, not to the truth. So just because you have a valid argument doesn't make the argument sound. It doesn't make it true. It doesn't necessarily demonstrate any veracity. And that's when I was just like, God damn it, how did I miss it? Because I didn't know. I always thought of validity as being, in this sense, valid, being true. But the thing is that when you start getting into these kind of conversations, you understand validity goes to the structure of the argument, but veracity goes to the truth of the premises and the conclusions that go within that argument.
Yeah, and I mean that's to say the least about questions that are what I would consider to be more meta, in the sense of like we talk about this notion of truth like it's the most obvious thing in the world, but you can ask very seriously, well, what do you mean by truth? I mean, are you saying like establishing some kind of correspondence relation, or what exactly are we doing here when we say or make the claim like X is true? Like what?
Yeah, I always basically sum it down
Don't say that to a Christian.
Yeah, I sum it down to propositions are true in the sense that they basically comport to something that is actual.
See, but I'm gonna get in trouble here. So for me, like I don't know, I don't think people break their indoctrinations based on philosophical arguments or even consider
don't.
in everyday
No.
fucking life. Like for
No.
me, it was like
I agree.
fucking, it was like experience. Like you know, what I don't understand is how any Christian or theist just visit a prison and listen to the rapist or the murderer tell you about how God has forgiven them, and how do you not pause after that and say, what? Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I guess it is the philosophical problem of evil for me, but it was like it was like living it in life experiences, seeing it in life experience. Like, holy shit, this shit is fucked up if you really think about it.
And that's a great point, because then you have to ask yourself, what is it about God's creation? If God is that which is everything is ontologically dependent upon, being, how is it that this person is in prison? How did you come in here? How did you end up here? Oh, I raped a woman, or I murdered someone. Okay, is that by design? Is that based on the design of a creator being? Is that
sounds like a problem of evil?
Yeah, it becomes a problem of evil. And then you get into that kind of conversation, and you will find people get very defensive about that in many, many different ways, which I think has something to do with possibly Scary Terry's shit, is that I think he wants to attract people who are like-minded to his theology, but he's not getting the attention that he wants. And so when I see him on this channel, and this is just my speculation, and I see him like basically making a show of himself and basically telling people like, "Oh, Leo, you need to check your medication," and "Oh, I don't need to talk to you because you didn't know." Or, well, like with Leo, you couldn't tell me what a citation is. You were, and it's like, motherfucker, Leo could be wrong about what citations is, and I don't think that Leo was wrong about citations. Just because I've heard Leo talk about citations, so I don't think Leo is wrong about those. But great. So I'm sorry. I'm losing track of my own.
No, I mean that was the point I was trying to establish with him earlier, but somebody kept interrupting with. In terms of
Leo.
like, look, even if Leo was like, even if Leo was wrong and you were completely in the right here, right? Like I can be agnostic towards that possibility.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's like, look,
Leo
even if you were Leo again. Don't make me call you Leo too, Jay.
If Leo was wrong in telling me what a citation is, and then the next day Leo tells me, "Hey man, it's 100 degrees outside. Be careful. It's hot out. You could possibly get dehydration. You could get heat exhaustion and stuff like that." And then I just kind of dismiss it, and I go, "Well, you were wrong about citations, motherfucker. You can't possibly be right about me possibly getting heat exhaustion or heat stroke being out in 100-degree heat. That is completely illogical." And that was literally what his claim was.
Exactly. And that was the point I was trying to establish. It's like, look, even if Leo is wrong, so fucking what? How does that relate to the veracity of your argument in this case, right? It just there is no, like, yes, he could be wrong, but that doesn't mean in any sense you're right.
And by the way, I think, and this is just, and I'm just speculating again.
Are you thinking now, Jay?
I think Scary Terry there was, I think he was misrepresenting quotes to citations. Like, a citation goes to demonstrate, like a citation is like if I quote someone, then the citation demonstrates or just kind of gives a reference point to what it is that I'm quoting from someone else. A citation, and now sometimes we use it colloquially. We'll say, okay, well, that's an interesting citation, but it will use that colloquially to mean the same thing as quoting. But honestly, it is specifically a citation goes to demonstrating where, okay, when you said X, someone said X, what's your citation? That's the citation. The citation goes to demonstrate.
Fact or set of facts that vindicate some claim.
Correct. And I don't know if I wanted to ask that, but I don't think it was pertinent to the conversation at the time, so there was no point in actually bringing it up.
Well, I mean, it can be useful, but sometimes like that just obfuscates away from like the general point like that he's trying to get at, and it's like okay, we could do that, but it's like this if he's not understanding the difference between an imperative and a norm, and like that which is entailed by proposition. I mean, this is just going to be a hot fucking mess.
But when he changed it to required, I was like, again, an imperative. It's required for him to do so.
I mean,
it's still an imperative.
Can I comment?
It's a distinction without a difference.
Yeah.
But yeah, one thing that I think is important, I think you were kind of alluding to this, even if you didn't say it directly. is that a lot of what he was saying was just pure projection.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But there was another thing that I wanted to get to that sort of plays to what Immutable was getting, which was part of the reason why I was interrupting him. It wasn't to be rude to Immutable. It was to stop. Because the thing with these kinds of discussions, and when we have, I wish Jason was still here because he's on Clubhouse often enough to see it. Because it happens a lot there, but especially with people like Terry, like he's kind of like almost a dime a dozen, depending on what kind of communities you can run around in. And the thing with people like him and people like Matt Adams and people like John Lee on Discord, and there's others that do this. Jill is one for doing this. Witsit Gets It likes to do this a lot in debates too, and that's that what they'll do is you'll ask them a question or you'll make some point or objection, and rather than responding to it, they might start off by insulting you to get you, away from the point, and then they'll bring up something else that's really controversial and get you talking about that. Or there's a lot of tactics they can do that sort of get them away from having to answer these very direct questions and these objections, these counter arguments that are being made. And the thing is that, and I know it happens a lot in these rooms and these panels and these stages all over the internet where there's a lot of people on the stage, but the thing is that when somebody asks somebody like him who's on the hot seat a question, and then he goes off insulting, and the other person stops them and reiterates the question, and then somebody else comes in with something that's a little bit different, asking their own question. You've now just opened the door for them to waltz right away from the first question that they were asked, which is exactly what they want you to do. That is why Terry wanted to engage with Immutable, and why he did not want me to keep asking him to make the statement that he initially wanted to, because he wanted to run away from that. And that's why I emphasize not doing that. Don't interject with questions off topic. Ask the same question the other person did. Do not give them an avenue to run. It's what they want you to do.
Exactly. But that was the thing. I think Immutable, like I was gonna give, like the whole point is that I got what you were saying, Leo, but I wanted to see if Immutable would bring it back to him, because I think Immutable was being more charitable, where you were being basically right in his fucking face. Just my observation.
You have to with people like Terry.
Yeah, you were being more in his face about it, whereas
notice how he overtalked. Notice how he overtalked with everybody who tried to be more charitable to him, but it wasn't really easy for him to overtalk me. That's why you have to deal with people like that. If you're not kind of what it appears as rudeness, but it's really not. If you're not that way, you won't ever get a word in. You just won't.
Yeah. And a lot of it, though, Leo, is your microphone is closer to your face than a lot of people's. It's really easy for you to pretty much overtalk anybody just because of how loud your microphone is compared to everybody else's.
Terry's mic is pretty loud.
Yeah, Terry's is pretty loud as well.
Terry's was pretty loud. I'm here on my phone and I'm just sitting here like trying to say, like, dude, really? And I realize,
I think that's his voice. I think he gets so excited he's basically screaming the whole time.
Oh, I love it. I love it when he gets excited. He turns into like a hyperactive child, and when he gets hyperactive like that, it's just like now the game is on.
I'm not saying I'm not talking shit in any way.
Chance.
Real quick, I'm not talking shit in any way. I'm just saying, like, you have one of those headsets, Leo.
Oh, I agree.
That it kind of puts it. It's a different, like, what I got. Like, fuck, if it's too low, you don't hear me. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and the thing is, it's not just about like how loud one's mic is. It's also about it's how it suppresses, because there's people like Jay's mic is quieter than mine, but his mic will like suppress other people's, and then so there will be people that have quiet mics, but their mics can still suppress other people's mics more, and so they still can sort of when they start speaking, you don't hear the other person.
What I thought was interesting about Discord is there's actually a hotkey function to where you can actually set that up. There's actually a way of setting that up in Discord to where if you can have it set up that if you're a moderator and when you start talking, it drowns out everybody else's mic so other people can talk, or you can set it up as a hotkey. So if people hold two keys down when they're talking, they will drown out. Their mic will almost in a way drown out the other person. Yeah. I always thought that was but no, I mean, I didn't have any problem with Leo interjecting, but I did want to see I did want to see more of that interaction between him and Immutable, at least one-on-one for a limited amount of time without interruption, to see where that could possibly open up. But I do also appreciate, because this is one of the things I do respect about Leo is very to the point about his questions, and sometimes very to the point, not even about a question, but just basically stating something like, no, it's this. And
yeah, I mean, my method for dealing with people like that is, look, like, in my opinion, it's better to do it that way with them, because look, if you can piss them off and you're being calm with them, and they're not able to like actually deal or contest with the points you're making, that's a win in my book. I mean, that's
with somebody like Terry, you're not going to be able to make your points. But you also have to remember, when you're charitable with somebody else, and it's kind of like what you did with the point that you just made Immutable, not that it's like a bad point or anything, but you are assuming that the other person is going to be charitable as well. Now, notice when Terry
I'll interrupt him if I know he's not charitable.
He talked about, scoring points and how he's never lost a debate, and well, you guys aren't looking good and this, that, and the other. This tells you exactly what he's here for. He's not here to have a meaningful discussion about these things, share his ideas, help people to understand them, listen and try to understand their objections, and try to move the discussion forward. He's here to score points on the internet and to stroke his own ego. He's not here to be charitable. So if you try to engage charitably, he will just shout you down the whole discussion.
Yeah, it's pure. It becomes.
You cannot deal with people that way. If they're not charitable, you can't be either.
Yeah, and the thing is that to basically reinforce that, you notice how, like, when Immutable is like, God damn it, Leo, let me just fucking say something, or let me just go with it or anything. What did he latch onto? He didn't stay silent for that. He immediately went, see, these guys are friends, and he's telling him to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
He latched onto that Discord, which he assumed to be Discord, which it probably wasn't even Discord. It was just Immutable being like, God damn it, dude, just give me a chance to go with this, and then you'll get a chance, right? He didn't take it as that. He latched onto this idea that there was now this established discord between Immutable and Leo, which he just started laughing at. Like, see what I mean? These atheists can't even do anything. They start yelling at each other and they start telling each other to shut the fuck up. And then everybody else is, while he's sitting there talking, everybody else is thinking in the chat, shut the fuck up, Terry.
Yeah, pretty much.
Like, fuck being charitable at this point. Shut the fuck up.
I have to say, like, I thought it was beautiful. Like, because like at the end of Math Pick Stream, like I said, he was getting crazy with this shit, and I even told Math Pick, I'm like, dude, you need to shut this guy up because you're gonna get your fucking channel yeeted with this conspiracy coronavirus vaccine is poison shit. So he came over and it got into the 7-day thing, and I watched this dude once again just die a million fucking deaths. It's like, how many lives do you have, dude? Because sooner or later you just gotta put the bad argument to rest and find a better one. Like at some fucking point it's gotta happen.
He thinks he's Tom Cruise. He thinks he's Tom Cruise and Edge of Tomorrow. He has all the lives that he needs.
Oh, yeah.
But notice how frustrated he obviously got. This is just going to sound really like I'm just like stroking myself off here. The timing doesn't even mean there's a causal connection. But about the time that I came in, it was after that he really started to get quite frustrated. And I think that's because between me and Jason hammering him on the same fucking points, he know how to deal with the both of us, not just one. And yeah, I'm the kind of person like, yeah, you're not going to do this with me. I'm sorry, you're not going to do it. And yeah, I was obviously interrupting him, but I wasn't. I don't think it would be fair to say that, given that we know and that it's obvious that he's engaging discharitably, I don't think it's fair to say that what I
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Engagement with him is really rude or disrespectful. I didn't really insult him or anything. I pointed out his projection and where he was just being insulting and that he doesn't seem interested in a discussion. But those weren't insults. I
totally agree. I don't think you were insulting him.
Yeah, those are criticisms, not insults, which I completely.
He was insulting everybody.
Yeah, but did you guys notice?
I never really got a chance to talk to him myself.
Don't put yourself in that position. It's bad enough he was in here with all of us.
I would want to do it one-on-one.
You guys ever watch him, like his eyes darting back and forth? Like he even made a point when he was having a conversation. Like when I first came in here, I was completely muted, and I wrote a couple things in the live chat, and he immediately keyed on it. And you can watch his eyes when he's on camera darting back and forth. He doesn't care what you guys are saying. He's paying attention to certain things in live chat. So he was probably responding to certain things in live chat and trying to, quote unquote, score points there. But then he was wondering who's saying anything about him in the fucking side chat of the StreamYard, which he actually brought up, because he brought up, he goes, oh yeah, Jay is trying to discipline me, which I thought was an interesting claim. I'm like,
What
discipline
the fuck?
you?
Yeah, discipline you. What is this BDSM?
Discipline you in what, in what way? He's not getting focused on one or on the conversation in any way. He's still trying to own like the entire environment. He's trying to own the environment that he's in. He's trying to own the side chat. He's trying to own the live chat of the stream itself. And he's trying to do all of this at the same time. And it's like, dude, you are going to confuse the fuck out of yourself by doing that.
That's what he does.
Exactly.
Because he was confused. He was all over the place, making one claim and then going back on it a little bit, and then, well, wait, let me modify this one. Dude, he was John Leeing all over the fucking place.
Yeah, exactly. When you change the imperative, when you change your first premise, and then you use the word required instead of has, that's even worse.
Yeah,
It's like,
I definitely agree. Like it started with the whole syllogism thing, getting him to try to make it a coherent argument that anybody could understand. That's where it started. Like he started to squirm, and from there it just got hyper and hyper, and then the ad hocs just really started to pour in.
You know what that does, right? The reason that I might ask people, what do you mean by this? Or, yeah, can you put that in syllogistic form? Isn't because I don't necessarily know or understand what they probably mean by that, but I'm trying to gauge how well they understand their own ideas. And that sounds like it might be kind of a rude thing to do. Like, that's not very charitable. You're kind of assuming everybody's an idiot about their own ideas. But at the same time, I've had so many interactions with people who actually do not understand their own ideas that well.
Yeah.
And it's bad.
Yeah, because
if you the Socratic method.
Yeah, because if you could, well, it's not necessarily the Socratic, because the Socratic method is something entirely different. It's in this particular sense, what Leo's talking about, and I agree with, is that you're basically challenging a person on whether or not how well established are these truth claims that you're making about things. And if you've been doing this for a long time, and we're sitting here and you give a particular premise, and then that one premise, we attack it and we beat it to death like it's a dead horse, and all he can do is change has to required or must or whatever, and then we're still stuck back at square one. We're still stuck at the fucking very beginning. Where is this imperative coming from? And then he wants to equivocate that an imperative is an entailment. And we're like, no, like he did that. How many times did he do that? It's like, it's an entailment.
Probably a dozen. Literally. And all this shows is that he doesn't have a very strong conceptual understanding of his own arguments and his own points. Now, to be fair to just humans, I tend to find most people actually, that I engage with, they can give pretty good explications of their ideas. They're not idiots. But there's a lot out there that it's like, wow, you just have loud opinions about a lot of things you do not understand, don't you?
That's why people like that are called opinionated. At least I think that that's why opinionated usually means that you have a lot of opinions about things you don't understand. I
think it's worse when it's people who mistake their opinions for facts.
And I think it's worse when people are claiming, like, that they have the inspired truth that's infallible and, gifted to them from, God knows which God.
I mean, Terry did say he never lost. He's always right. But
it's the hallmark. Well, but I mean, that's nothing new compared to, like, some of the other, narcissists and creationists, pretty much the same at this point, that we encounter on YouTube. I mean, I'm pretty sure, like, Standing has claimed he's never lost a debate. But then again, I mean, to push the question, different way, how do you know you lost if you don't even know the terms you're going into with the conversation?
No shit.
Exactly. How do you know you won if you don't know to say? Like, it seems like it's the the same thing, right? How do you know you won?
Like
The
you know you won. Like I think a good giveaway usually is when like the room full of Christians that you usually go in and be like celebrating your victory with, they're bitching you out and telling you how you sucked. And that happened with me. Like it took me a year and a half to get Jill to admit that he lost our debate on biblical slavery. And I'm like, dude, like Smokey Saint literally took you into a room publicly, chastised you for getting your ass handed to you by me, and it's taken this long for you to actually admit you lost that fucking debate.
There's another point here that plays to what Immutable said earlier, and that's that to just sort of piggyback off of that, I think that once you reach a point where you are actually kind of just interested in a discussion about this idea, even like, let's be honest, most of us go into the vast majority, not necessarily all, but the vast majority of the discussions we go into, not expecting to really change our minds. Maybe expecting to learn something, but not really expecting to have your mind changed. And I don't think that's like a wrong thing. I think that's just kind of how humans operate. But I think that when you are more interested in just a genuine discussion on the topic, even if it's in a formal debate setting, you really don't care about winning or losing. You stop looking at debates as win or lose and look at them as what can I learn? What have I learned? And things like that. So like me, I don't really care about my debates in terms of like win and loss. I don't look at it that way.
Well, yeah,
it's about what can I learn?
And really like points, like that's for debate. Like these are open conversations. Nobody's scoring points here. It's a conversation. There's no fucking debate here.
Well, I would like to point out, too, that there's an analogy that can be made here that if we're all talking about Scary Terry and Scary Terry is listening to us and he's jerking off, narcissism.
He's listening because he's back in the side chat,
Wait, is he?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
so
yeah, he
let him
is. Are
back
you
in.
still claiming victory?
Let him back in. Let him back in.
I mean, it's an open room. Like, I have a policy. Like, until you get in the room, like, it's only happened to Wesley Curry so far. Like, I started letting Wesley Curry back room. I got an open policy.
Wesley Curry? That psycho? What the fuck?
Yeah,
No, just kidding.
the first time he started singing, and so I had to get rid of him.
Scary Terry makes more sense than Wesley. I said it.
I don't think I don't understand like why everybody. Like to me, Terry, like he doesn't say bigoted shit. Like I don't get it. Like
no, he's just bigoted against. No, he's just bigoted against coronavirus in general.
Yeah.
Or at least
well,
what happened on that.
That's the conversation. Like I literally renamed the stream "Open Room." Can Christians, true Christians, that is, get sick? ? I renamed it like before we even started. We never even got to that. Like that's the more important question. Like, dude, explain that shit because we didn't get a good explanation for it.
Wait. So does he think that every those ministers that were reported as contracting COVID-19 and dying? Well, what does he think of a Christian minister who's been doing Christian ministry for 40 plus years and then contracts pancreatic cancer?
Do they believe in a 7-day cycle?
See, and this is another thing. So, like, you can look up with the story of Moses and Miriam, how I think it was Miriam that was cursed with leprosy because she dared to say, how Moses, why did you marry a woman from Cush? Basically, the implication is that maybe the issue was either that she was a foreigner or that she had maybe black skin. But the point is that because of that, God cursed Miriam with leprosy.
That's just freaking so lame.
So, like, at the end of the day, if Miriam is a faithful servant of God, which she is, she just happened to be a bit jealous, then how come she gets sick?
Wait, is this a form of, like, Christian eugenics? Like this idea that if you're not a pure Christian, then basically God's creation is going to possibly wipe you out, but the true Christians are going to remain? Is that it? It just sounds like eugenics.
We didn't quite get down that far because he started talking about, like, the conspiracy shit. It got cray-cray.
Oh. Yeah.
I mean, let's not introduce Christian nationalism into this conversation.
Well, no, not Christian nationalism. I'm just wondering about like what exactly. Like it seems to kind of draw the Like you can kind of draw the comparisons. Like, do you think that this is a way of like God's way of weeding out the bad Christians? Like God's looking for the purest of Christians, and so if people say they're Christians, and you could possibly even make the argument that they honestly believe in Christianity, but they get sick, then they're not a true Christian. The true Christians are the ones that never get sick or never die from these particular things. It's just weird.
I mean,
to me.
it just goes to question. Like, if I get like a live strain of Ebola from
quick.
fuck all knows where and give it to a person to make them sick,
Real
does
quick.
that mean the person is never Christian?
I want to give Pat a chance because he's back. So, Pat,
I just want to. Yeah, I'm done doing my work. Yeah, just want to jump in and say hi. And I was.
Hey, Pat.
What's up, Jay?
So maybe he can explain it better. I'm going to let you in just a minute, Sir Delicioso. What I did take from the argument, this is one of the things he said, is he's protected, I guess, by Christ from the coronavirus. And so everybody's protected from the coronavirus. I don't, it was weird. Maybe he can explain it better. So here he is. What's up?
Well, did Pat have something to add to this conversation that we were having since you just came in?
Well, I just came back in when I came in, so.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. I didn't know if you wanted something to add. I'm
Knox
sorry.
said that you guys were going to start talking about.
I'm sorry. Channel.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
sorry.
we don't have to talk about that, but I mean that I did like literally. I renamed the stream before we even started that because I was like, we got to have this conversation. At least explain it to us and explain it better than I got.
So are we gonna bring some closure on what we were speaking, or we're moving on to a different topic?
No. We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on to something else. We're moving on to something else.
We'll move on to it when it's not half baked.
I'm sorry.
We'll move on. We'll get to it later.
Yeah, but I'm trying to have a conversation.
I'll end up being dumb, and this will go for hours. So, like, we can get back to all the other shit too. Like, maybe explain that, and then we can get back to whatever you want to.
Yeah, no problem. But I would like to have a conversation, and for that, I have to at least finish a sentence. All right. So don't be too mean, guys. Don't be too mean. So what's the question?
So just what you were saying on MathPic's channel earlier about true Christians can't get sick. You can't get sick.
I didn't say that.
I said that you're protected, and by extension, everybody's protected.
Yeah, definitely. But what I said, I also said, I'm going to use a word I used before. It's not part of the normative experience of Christians to become sick. So there are isolated cases, but the normative experience for every Christian, I'm using again the word normative experience for every Christian, is they're protected from these type of things. So what's the problem? You guys are jealous?
Wait, so they're protected except for when they're not protected. Very consistent.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I already said what the norm is. But thank you.
Did you guys notice what he did there, by the way? Did you notice how he consistently used the phrase normative experience and then in the two latter times emphasized the normative aspect? Because he's not here to have a discussion. He's here to get a row out of people. Now, unless he wants to give a definition for what normative experience is supposed to mean, thus far it doesn't mean anything. A philosopher would look at you and say, "I don't know what that term is supposed to mean."
And I would say the normative experience is Christians get sick like everybody else.
No. You see. I love the way Leo Phillips made it one point, and your point, Rage, has nothing to do with the point Leo Phillips just made.
Well, it's his room, isn't it? It's his room.
No. I'm just showing that you guys can't even track the conversation between each other.
I don't. All right, so I don't work in concert with Leo. Leo made a point, and then I made a separate point that was my own because I don't think like Leo does. Leo's fucking brilliant. I'm just middle of the barrel type apple.
Also, the fact that somebody else makes a point different from what somebody else said doesn't mean they didn't hear that point. It could very well mean that they don't care and they want to talk about something else.
Well, no. The point I was making is that by arguing for the point that you were arguing for, Rage, you basically undermined the claim that Leo Phillips was making, saying that the word normative experience makes no sense.
I can't even remember what I fucking said at this point.
Statement I just used. I'm going to finalize my statement. You undermined his very claim that
followed you with his wiles.
Again, interrupting again. It's so you guys is funny. You can't control yourself, huh? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, you should.
Yeah, so I like red Corvettes, which is completely different than what Delicioso said, so I just completely undermined his point.
Red Corvettes has nothing to do with my statement. You see, you guys can't track.
Yeah, it does.
Undermined your point. I completely undermined it.
You guys can't track because
you guys can't track.
I just said,
and we're just making more sense than you
I can't track, but I can sure as hell train.
no problem.
Right, so just
the fact of the matter is that my point was,
Should I correct myself?
Rage argued a statement, made a statement that undermines the very claim Leo was making.
Okay,
what
whatever.
was the claim? What was the claim Leo was making? That the word normative experience makes no sense in the statement I just made. But you understand my statement because you're arguing for it.
Well, normative experience is a phrase.
Terry, what is normative? What is the term?
It's a statement. It's a statement.
Terry,
normative experience is a
Terry,
statement.
before
You need to define the word.
Why do I do this to myself?
Before you basically whip us with your wiles, with your intellectual wiles, can you tell us what you believe the term normative means, please?
Oh, here we go.
No, I'm not going to respond. I don't speak the tongue.
Give us some Christian wisdom, brother. Come on.
Now, see, the thing is, a real debate bro who wanted to score real points would have totally taken that opportunity to own everybody with how much he knows. But here's Terry whimpering away from scoring points and owning us with his knowledge by not telling us what he thinks normative means.
I don't even know why I would even
the one
engage
you haven't actually responded to. Yeah. I know.
So let's do a reset. All right, so we'll blame it all on me, Terry. I can be quite idiotic. I've smoked a lot of weed. So let's just do a reset.
You're fine.
Let's just do a reset and start from the beginning. Explain how you can't get sick and you're protected and it's normative for Christians not to get sick. Start over and I'll just
So as far as the normative experience, as I was stipulating as I was stating, the norm or the usual I'm not going to use the word usual. It is the consistent experience of a Christian to be healthy because we're blessed. So basically, there are isolated issues. There are isolated issues, but the normative experience.
Do you believe healthy is an objective term or is it a subjective term?
I'm talking about we don't need a medical treatment. Let's put it that way. We don't go to the hospitals.
No, that's not what I asked you.
Okay, hold on. That statement still though is non-informative though, because like the reason we appeal to like diagnoses of like people that are sick is because it's entirely the case that it's not like a normal like state of like function for the body. Right? So like just saying like that this is a normative function, that statement doesn't necessarily entail anything specific about Christianity. It's just saying something like that if you were to go into like a doctor's office and say like, oh, like I'm in normal health. Well, yeah.
No, that's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. I was arguing for that. You're arguing something that has nothing to do with what I presented. I said it's not the normative experience for us to get
Terry. You're interrupting Terry. Let him finish.
I'm just trying to help him.
My point.
He's arguing a point I never made.
My point is when you use the term norm or normative in that way, right? The reason you're trying to use that is to distinguish one set of things from another, right? Why Christians don't get sick and why other people who are non-Christians do get sick.
Okay.
But the way in which you're referring like to norm in that case of like, oh, Christians like usually just don't get sick.
Basically.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's true of like a lot of people, right? Sickness.
Ever get sick? Ever.
Wait, hold on here. So that's an empirical claim, right, Terry?
If you would like.
Well, it's not if I would like. That's an empirical claim, right?
Well, I don't have any.
The claim that there is some specific demographic of human beings that does not get sick is a claim that could be confirmed by examining the world around us to determine whether it's true or false, right?
Who do you know? Which Christian do you know?
No. I'm asking you a question, so I don't know why you're
answering.
Yeah,
but I would like to. What data are you going to be looking to?
Here, can I just?
I'm asking you that.
This directly ties.
There is no data.
So
then you have no support for your empirical claim. That's it.
Well, I never said it was an empirical claim.
Well, but that's fine. But it is an empirical claim, whether you think it is or not.
Oh my goodness!
Hold on,
buddy. All of this is all my.
I'm not your buddy, guy.
Yeah, no problem. All of my beliefs of Christianity is based on experience and my infallible 7-day cycle argument. So if I prove God, I prove everything.
Infallible.
Hold on.
If I prove God, I prove everything.
Don't fall for that. That's infallible.
Hold on, because there's actually a question I've been meaning to ask Terry that he mentioned earlier, but it's completely unrelated to like all the dumb shit we were talking about earlier. Terry, you said that God wants us all to know Him, right?
Exactly.
Wait, before.
All right. So when you say that,
Leo, please, before we get off from this, because I'm going to forget it, this is no different than making claims about medication. Like you can watch an advertisement for a medication on TV. It's like, side effects may include this and this. So it's saying that even though the medication is supposed to do this, there's still people who they're not going to have the desired effects, and it's not going to do what it's supposed to do. So it's no different than this. Basically, what you're saying is that according to this, Jesus is as effective as a medication, that sometimes he's able to save people from disease, sometimes he isn't.
No, that's not my position. My position is the normative experience for every Christian is to be healthy, and he wants us to be healthy. So if anything ever happens and we ask for help,
us to be healthy, it's our health.
Thank you for interrupting. Thank you for interrupting. I'm going to ignore everything. This is what I'm going to do. Every time somebody interrupts, I'm going to ignore what they said, and I'm going to go back to the last person, all right?
I need to step in based on the verbiage that you used. You said he wants us to be healthy. Does God establish health, or do we establish our own health?
So, Ariel, I'm going to go back to what you said because I ignored everything he just said. So, again...
No, that's an important question, though.
No, but I don't care if it was
because wanting people to be healthy is not the same as bestowing upon them some kind of health.
We're moving past the point.
Okay, so
You're letting him move past the point.
Like everything he just said, I ignored. I'm gonna go back to what you said, Ariel. So Ariel,
I don't want you to move past the point. I don't want you to move past that point.
We're moving to a different point now.
Ariel, as far as you misrepresenting my position, I never said that. Some people are sick and they remain sick. All I'm saying is the normative experience is for us to be healthy. If some of us are not healthy for whatever X, Y, Z reasons, if we ask him for help, we will be healed.
So being sick is not a miracle.
So that's not something you can compare to your percentage of people taking medication or facing
determine
side
that being
effects.
sick isn't a normative in states of affairs where it is the possibility that people can be of a considerable amount of healthiness, quote unquote, and the normative of whether or not somebody can be sick to a certain degree. Like somebody can be sick with a cold.
Can we please just stop using the word normative?
Well,
I don't think I've heard you use correctly in the last 25 minutes.
I know. I'm using his loaded term, Leo.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, I'm using his loaded term. So I want to know why it is that it's normative for certain degrees of healthiness, but it's not normative to be of certain degrees of sickness.
Because we're promised not to be sick. That's why. Next question.
Who said we were promised not to be sick?
I'm talking from the Christian paradigm.
I still want to get back to my question at some point.
Trying to track the
Which
conversation.
Christian paradigm? There is no one Christianity.
Okay, but would it not be the case like under the same?
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Would it not be the case like that under the
All of
Christian
this crap
paradigm?
for nothing.
Well, I mean, that's your interpretation, sure.
No.
Would it not be the case?
The last guy was making a point that's totally. It's like he doesn't know he's talking to a Christian. Next question.
I mean, you shouldn't expect everybody to be Christian who you're talking to if you're trying to convert people.
No, I ain't trying to convert you for nothing. I'm not trying to convert you for nothing.
I mean, okay, you're disobeying the Great Commitment. But
no, there's
that's
no commandment of me converting. There's no commandment.
You're ignoring the Great Commission in that case.
Wait, hold on, Terry.
There's no commandment of me converting you. Again, you don't know nothing about Christianity. Stop.
I'll make your point.
Hold on, Terry.
Well, there's no word
You're not
converting.
familiar with the Great Commission?
Wait,
There's
hold
the word convert is nowhere in the Great Commission. So
Wait, hold
stop the madness.
Are you picking?
Yeah, sure,
are
we
you
can stop
picking
that madness.
terms over wherever the term?
The word convert
we
is
talking
not
about
in
right
the Great Commission. Stop the madness.
Like, what's the
Try to make
actual
your point.
subject of what we're talking about right now? Can
Do you
anyone
Try
tell
to
me?
make a point that you know about. Don't talk about things you don't know about. All right.
I still want to know if you think that it's true
He's
that God
asking a question. He
wants us all to
didn't
know
say
him.
that he knew what he was talking about. He was asking you a question about something.
Yeah,
that
thank
doesn't
you.
mean that he knows
Hey,
what it is
hey,
that he's talking
Jay.
about. He's asking you. He's asking
forgot-
you an interrogative.
forgot your
I'm asking
compounds.
I'm asking you to
forgot your
understand the essence
compounds,
of what
Jay.
I'm saying, and
I'm
you're
gonna buy you
just
some
ignoring the
compounds.
question by playing semantics.
Interrogatives,
There you go.
interrogatives aren't
Ask your
necessarily
question.
claims to states of affairs,
the
while they
question.
can imply certain
Ask the
states of affairs.
Immutable. Ask your question because I'm not paying attention to Jay. So ask your
No,
question.
I'm just asking. Like,
That's 'cause he knows I'll kick his
are
ass.
you not concerned with bringing people to the faith?
Bringing people to the faith, yes, but not converting. I don't have the power to convert.
Well, I mean, do you?
He's going to tell you that's the Holy Spirit.
Wait, isn't bringing people to the faith
You notice
a
Leo
conversion?
gave you the answer. That's the Holy Spirit that does that.
Well, sure, but I mean, do you think God
Oh,
calls
okay.
you to
So
share the
you
Holy
have nothing.
Spirit?
Wait. So you have nothing to do with this conversion.
Of course not. I just said it. I don't even know why I'm listening to you. I don't even know why I'm listening to you.
I have a more interesting question, Terry. I still want to know if it's true that God wants us all to know Him.
Yes.
So when you say God wants us to know Him, that's a desire that God has.
If you want to use the word desire, yeah.
Okay.
So
God knows, because He's omniscient, He's all-knowing. God knows that He wants everybody to know Him. Obviously, right? We can agree on that, I would presume.
Essentially, the basic thing of that is God knows His own desires. Right?
Is there a question?
Yeah, is God aware of His own desires? Does God know His own desires?
Yes.
Immutable. Don't interrupt. I know exactly where Leo's going. Let Leo go. This is going to be fun.
I know.
I already said the pom-poms. I'm getting you some pom-poms. Next time I come on the stream, I'm going to try. You're going to give me your address. I'm going to send you some pom-poms.
God is all-powerful, right, Terry?
Of course.
Okay, so it seems that if God is all-powerful, which means that He has the power to ensure that all humans know Him, and God has the desire for all humans to know Him, then it seems that it would just follow that all humans would know Him. So why is that not the case?
Didn't I already address you on this? There's a difference. Well, let me make it clear to you what you forgot from the last time. Maybe you got amnesia after that. Anyways, there's a difference between will and desire. I told you desire is personal, will manifest.
Desires are wills.
No, they're not. No,
yeah,
they're not.
Are.
I might desire some ice cream, but I might.
Yeah, that's a will.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. I'm not going to pay attention to anything you say after this. I'm going to address your last point.
Yeah, that just means that you don't really care about having
no problem. So I
might
desire some ice cream.
To listen to him. Why are you having a conversation with him, Terry?
I might exercise some willpower and not get it. Meaning, I didn't fail as it relates to desire, because desires are personal.
I didn't
but
mention anything about failure.
But if I will for something and I don't accomplish that, then that's a failure. So your conflation of the word will and desire is not going to work.
I didn't conflate them.
Yes, you said will and desires are the same. You just said it like 1 minute ago.
And they are the same.
They're synonymous, but they're not synonymous, and now they're synonymous.
I never said they weren't synonymous. They are synonymous. You're the one saying that they're not synonymous. I said conflating. You say you're not conflating. Yeah, I'm not conflating them. I don't know how you can. How do you conflate synonyms?
What's the definition for you for the word conflate?
Well, it depends on how are you using that term.
The way I just used it a couple of seconds ago that you knew, because you're saying I should not use the word conflate.
This being the guy that actually
I just said it a couple of seconds ago, and you argued against
imperative by using synonyms.
What does it mean? What is the word?
This is the guy that actually defined imperative in the earlier part of this video.
Yep.
Yeah.
Using synonyms, not the actual definition of an imperative. He used the synonyms of imperative.
Thank you.
And now all of a sudden he has a problem with Leo's use of synonyms.
No, I'm arguing against the fact that he said.
What he's trying to do is avoid the objection by claiming that there's a difference between a will and a desire when there isn't.
I was just addressing the fact that he's trying to conflate both words, desire and will. When he said they're the same, and I'm saying they're not, and I gave the distinction.
I have a will to get myself some chocolate ice cream. I have a will to buy a Lamborghini. That is the same. That can be used colloquially in the same way, synonymously, as the desire to have that same thing.
Thank you for not addressing my point. My point was desire as it relates to God, not as it relates to you buying a Corvette. You friggin'
what God.
What's the difference? Hold on. What's the difference between our desires and God's desires?
It's personal, because we're doing this from a Christian paradigm. It's personal. His desires are personal, but his willpower manifests, projects from his essence. So thank you very much for
project his desires. Doesn't his will project his desires?
No.
So God doesn't act in accord with his desires.
It doesn't project.
God doesn't act in accord with his desires. Is that what you're saying?
He doesn't project desires.
Are you saying that God doesn't act in accord with his desires? His will is not a projection of his desires.
I'm saying that his desire does not project from him. That's the point.
So his will doesn't project his desire. That's what you're saying.
Stop for a second.
What I'm saying is,
does God have a whoa, stop. Does God have a salvation plan? Yes or no?
I'm talking to Leo. I'm not addressing you.
No.
I'm going to address your last point.
This is part of the conversation. Does God have a plan?
We are letting
God set up a salvation plan.
This is what I was talking about earlier.
I'm gonna address your last point because even though you don't deserve it, I'm gonna give you your response. As it relates to God, his desires might be consistent with his will, but not every time.
So God's will can be inconsistent?
No, that means he doesn't manifest it. Express
so
it.
God doesn't do what he desires to do?
I might desire some ice cream. I didn't do it. I'm not gonna get it. So what's your point?
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if God's will is a projection of his desires. That's what I
said
wanted
it
to
might
know.
be consistent. Same way I might be consistent in my desire and my will to get some ice cream, but I might contradict it as well. I'm gonna exercise some willpower not to get some ice cream because the ice cream is not good for me.
He listened to me.
So
I guess
Leo,
I don't know what it would mean for an omnipotent being to like desire something and it just not be the case.
okay, so you're going back to your original position where I smacked you around, scoring points. Thank you.
You
Who's next?
You haven't
Who's
done
next?
anything to that position. You
I
don't
told
even
you
know
the
what the
distinction
position
between
is.
will and desire.
There is
Go
no
back
distinction.
5 minutes and go learn your lesson and don't repeat this weak argument again, please.
Can I just say
So
something?
what's the argument?
Your argument is weak. That's all I know.
No, what is the argument?
Let Midnight. Midnight's been quiet this entire time. The person that's had the most wordage whenever Terry's been in here has been Terry. Let Midnight ask. Let Midnight go. He's been quiet.
Do we have to?
Yeah, just to see what he does.
Come on.
You guys just forgot I just gave your friend Theophilus a smackdown. Like people is gonna just
I just want to say.
You guys are just gonna start like it never happened, right?
I just want to say I wish I had your confidence.
Thank you. Is this
I
like
don't. That's not confidence. That's
I
don't
know,
Leo.
This is like an episode of Men in Black. Like people got the flash, like they forgot what I just did to Leo Phillips.
So Terry, you said my argument was weak.
Men in Black was never an argument. Men in Black was never an episode. Men in Black is a movie.
The argument is weak. Can you tell me what the argument
you finally scored a point.
Can you tell me what the argument is, Terry?
You finally scored a point, Jay Basic.
Can you tell me what the argument is, Terry?
Hey, buddy, you conflated desire with will. Your argument.
Well, no, but I didn't conflate
yes,
them.
You did. Yes, you did.
No,
yes,
I didn't,
did.
and
yes,
you didn't
did.
show
yes.
how.
Yeah, you spent 5 minutes trying to show a parallel. Or
no, you said the argument is weak. So what is the argument?
I'm addressing your last point. You spent the last 10 minutes.
Said the argument was weak. So what is the argument?
Trying to show connection between desire and will.
What
Don't tell me
the argument, Terry? What is the argument, Terry? What is the argument?
Buddy.
No, what's the argument? Give me the argument that you're claiming that it's weak.
The argument you were presenting.
You obviously know what the argument is.
Yeah, I know the argument. The argument is
Steel man, the argument.
So I'm gonna give it.
Tell us the argument.
No. I'm gonna do it. You're gonna have to be quiet. Your argument is trying to.
No, I don't have to be quiet because I have free will and I don't have to be quiet. Tell us what. He asked you what the argument is. Tell him what the argument is.
You don't have to be
tell
quiet,
him what the argument is.
You asked me 6 seconds.
Tell him what the argument is.
Seven times, but you won't be quiet.
Tell him what the argument is. He asked you a simple question. Tell him what the fucking argument is. Jesus Christ, dude, that's a simple question. What is the argument? You're saying that he made an argument. Tell him what the argument is.
Hey, I love to make you guys look crazy, man. Hey, show your face, man. Don't hide behind a screen, avatar. Show your face.
What is being behind avatars?
Put some light on. What are you doing? What are you doing in the darkness, man? Put some light on.
I wanted to know what that argument is.
Put some light on, man. As it relates to your argument, Leo, for this,
I'm on camera right now, and I'm now asking
your face is weird. Your face is weird.
What
he was about to do it?
What was the argument?
Leo Phillips just told me I was about to do it.
Do it then.
No,
and stop acting like you're a fucking king of shit. What is the argument that he was giving?
I want to show what atheism does to a person. That's it. If you think I'm gonna try to talk over you, I'm not gonna do that.
You want the definition of what?
See, I don't understand how somebody could claim that an argument is weak and then not even know what the argument is.
Oh, Leo Phillips, I'll give you what you asked for. So you basically were arguing, somehow suggesting if a God is omnipotent and he desires everyone to be saved, and he doesn't do that, then it seems to suggest that he failed in his desire. And I argued with you that the word desire has nothing to do with failure or victory or accomplishing something, Why? Because it's personal. I
Well, it's
spent
not the
15
desire
minutes.
simplicator. You're right. It's the relation of the state of affairs to the desire, and the state of affairs of the world does not match God's desire, despite God
It
having
matches
the
his
power
will.
to make it
It
so.
matches his
So
will.
then it just seems that he failed. He failed
No,
with respect to his desire.
there's no fail. I just told you the very thing I just told you not to do. You just did it at the end of your statement. I said desire does not implicate anything with failing or.
But the funny thing is, I actually agreed with that, and then said, "But that's
you finished
not
with
the
it.
connection,
But you
but
finished
that's
with
not
it
the
in your
connection
conclusion.
that the argument is making." So it's not the desire simplicator that gives rise to the failure. It's
Okay.
the relation of the desire to the state of affairs of the world. When they are out of accord, then you would say there's failure. So you are right. It isn't just the desire. This is the second time I've explained that. That
Yeah,
still
but I
doesn't
also
overcome the
explained-
argument. So in virtue of what is the argument weak?
Okay, I'm gonna respond again. That was the first step. The second step was that he does exercise his willpower, and everything he exercises and anything he tries to actualize always align itself with his will.
Tries? You just used the word try.
I said actualize.
Tries
Try to-
indicates
No, you said tries.
Yeah.
You said tries to actualize.
No,
That's
no,
that
no.
that
If I
implies to
said that, I
attempt.
was wrong. If I said that, I don't believe I said that. I don't believe I said that. But if I said that, thumbs up. So, Leophilus, as I was suggesting, I don't believe I said try, but if I said that, a minor mistake. The fact still remains is that his willpower is exercised, and everything is aligned. Everything in this world aligned itself with his will. So he doesn't.
So then he doesn't have the desire for all to know him.
No.
So does God desire?
You just said all states of affairs are in accord with God's will, except that you said before that God has a will and all people know him, but that's not a state of affairs. So obviously that the state of affairs of people knowing him isn't the case. The state of affairs that is the case doesn't accord with God's will.
No. His desires for everyone to know him.
Yeah, will.
But his willpower is to save those.
Well, I'm not talking about willpower. I didn't say
But
willpower.
I'm talking about willpower because that's all you can.
Then you're just talking about something different than what the argument's talking about, and then you're just not objecting to the argument. And so then if it follows that your claim that the argument's weak isn't going to go through. And so then I'm just going to ask again, in virtue of what is it that the argument is weak?
Yeah,
Wait a minute.
I could talk to somebody who's actually taking in consideration what I said. I'm not talking to you, Jake. I'm not talking to you, Jake.
No, you will.
I could talk to somebody. I could talk to somebody
will,
who's actually accounting for what I responded.
Is God's will absolute?
To his claims.
Is God's will absolute? Yes or no?
So he
is God's will absolute? Yes or no?
But his
is
willpower
God's will
is actualized and
is God's will
exercised and
is
exercised, and he does not fail in regards to that. So your whole
is
argument
God's will
is
absolute?
Weak. That was
because
the point I was making. Every time you say desire is something that's not personal, your argument falls apart. That's the argument I was.
Who said
like 20 minutes ago.
Desires aren't personal? Did anybody here make that claim?
Nope.
No, nobody ever did.
You did try to suggest that
he's not paying attention. He's not keeping track.
I haven't mentioned anything about willpower. I already told you that.
You try to say will is the same thing as desire.
Willpower is not the same as will.
Yeah, will and desire are synonymous.
Conversation. So I refuted like 15 minutes ago. Go back. Rewind.
You're conflating between will and willpower.
I love
I'm sorry.
What
did you say?
Between will and willpower.
This is great, Knock. This is a fantastic stream.
You're
I love
conflating
these old
between
school
will and willpower.
dog piles.
Hey, buddy, the argument is predicated.
Yeah,
the argument is me stipulating will is different than desire. Stick to will and desire, all right? Don't forget about willpower. Will and desire are not synonymous. That's the point.
Explain how they're different.
I did it like 15 minutes ago. Where were you?
No,
well, clearly nobody understood it. Now,
You just said that will is personal.
You just said they are different without explaining how they're different.
I know. I
so you didn't really do anything.
Tell me what I said. Give me one statement I made. Give me one statement.
I don't recite the statements of
okay.
What is the difference?
What you don't need to talk if you have nothing serious to say.
He conflated how with why and why with how.
Yeah, basically.
You don't have to say something if you have nothing of substance.
Oh no,
yeah,
no. A how question, a how actually happening, it goes to the function. A why goes to the intent, and apparently you missed that like a fucking like. like somebody throwing a slow ball past your fucking right shoulder. It was fucking hilarious. You missed it completely.
Yeah, I missed it.
How and why are two different things.
Anything else on the menu? Because I'm the only Christian here. Anything because you guys haven't.
Why would the
points
restaurant feed you anything else when you haven't even finished half of your first course, dude?
Yo, buddy, I destroyed you 15 minutes ago.
Taking like 3 bites.
I destroyed you 15 minutes ago. What are you talking about?
Yo, buddy, I destroyed you 15 minutes. Like, what the
You're dead, motherfucker. Did you fucking realize?
And the funny thing is,
I'm still ticking.
and the funny thing is, I did this to you like a month ago, 2 months ago, and you came back with the same argument. Like you forgot about it. You forgot about our last interaction on this very stream.
Why wouldn't I return with an argument when the person I'm presenting it to can't meaningfully respond to it?
I did. Thanks.
No, you didn't.
You just claimed you did. You
don't ever conflate will with desire. All right.
I'm not. How do you conflate
so.
synonyms? Does anybody know how you conflate synonyms?
I don't know, but he did it a while ago when he
did it with imperative.
As I suggested in the context of the way I was using it, you cannot conflate them.
Like if I said I'm teaching this new hire how to do this job, and then like when I talk to somebody else, I said, I'm training this new hire to do this job. Have I conflated training with teaching?
No, not in that context.
So yeah,
in the context of what I was
understand how I have not conflated will with desire. Okay, I just want to make sure that
you came with an example that has nothing to do with what I was arguing for.
You have to stop. Terry, you have to stop interrupting. You don't like interruption, Terry. You have to let him finish his point, Terry.
I'm trying to come with an example that's not synonymous to what I presented, because I told you what the distinction was as it relates to the context of what I was arguing for. Will and desire are not to be conflated.
What's the distinction? Was an equivocation.
I told you one is personal and the other projects from his being and manifests itself.
What does that mean? Yeah, but something that projects from God's being is going to project from his person, is it not?
I would hope so.
Unless you think God isn't a person.
I would hope so, Leo. What's your argument?
Okay, so it seems that there isn't a conflation there. God's will would be a projection of his desires. It would be a projection of his personal beliefs and desires. He acts in accord with what it is he desires. And Leo, God is an irrational being.
Oh, Leo, you're the best. Repeat your argument. I don't think you even understand what you just said.
I don't think
Repeat your argument. Try to make sense again. Try to make it make sense.
I think scary Terry's having a fucking
I think he's having an issue understanding his argument and why it's not working.
No, Leo, what in the world did you just say right now?
Well, with respect to what? Like what I'm gonna need some specifics.
What did you just say? You went from I said
that an agent's will.
You're interrupting.
I know. Did you want to know what I said with respect to an agent's will being a projection of their desires?
His will projects from his essence. Then you said it projects from his person.
No, I asked you if it projects from his person, and you said, "Well, yeah." Well, I don't know where else it would come from.
What did you try to? Therefore, what did you try to argue for?
Then I said that God's will would be a projection of his desires.
God's will will be a projection of his desires. Talk about
God's will is a projection of the normative virtues that guide God's actions. Yeah.
The normative virtues.
This is how human behavior is understood.
Is that a fact? So make it work.
Yeah, you should probably look at psychology and the neuroscience things like intention, goal directedness, things of that nature.
Ice cream.
Planning,
I got ice cream.
Speculation. Yeah, these all relate to this concept.
May I interject here a little bit?
No, I'm not talking to you, Jake. Leo, explain to me how that relates to the example of being one of the
entire stream, not just necessarily to you.
Yeah, and it is. Everybody gets to talk.
Yeah, so I'm just asking you, what do you think? Do you think that God has desires? Yes or no?
I'm not responding until I respond to what Leo said.
Do you think that God has desires?
This goes to the actual crux
I
of
want
the
to show how stupid the statement Leo made.
No, I think this goes to the crux of the conversation.
No, I scored a point.
Yes.
That was like
Yes,
one of
yes,
the
yes.
dumbest statements I've ever heard a person make.
No, I think that
I've heard
you're
a
trying
lot.
to argue. I think that you're perceiving something and
Oh
you're
my
arguing
goodness.
against something that you don't necessarily understand
Oh
coming from Leo.
Goodness, the man
So I
said.
think you guys are.
Notice how he laughed when I said normative virtue. I don't think he
Wait a
knows
minute.
what.
I'm not even talking about the
normative virtue
normative
is.
Hold on.
part. I'm talking
Wait,
about what
I get that. I
finalized.
think you guys are talking. Wait, dude,
It
just
was
shut
so
up for a second.
funny.
Hey, Terry, shut the fuck up for a second. So I think at this particular point, you guys are talking past each other because you're not really understanding what Leo is asking you and what his particular statements have been in follow-up to your particular claims about states of affairs or about this particular deity. I'm asking you a very simple question that goes to the crux of the conversation that you're having with Leo. Do you believe that God has desires? Yes or no? Just answer yes or no. Does God have desires?
You got to tell me why I should even answer you.
Well, I'm asking you to state. I'm asking you if you believe that God has desires.
No, but are you trying to have a conversation?
I'm
Imagine
asking you a
somebody
simple
asking,
question that
why
goes
but I want
to
to know
the
is
crux
it
of
to
the
have a conversation
fundamental
or for you to
understanding of the
ramble on?
discussion at hand. Why should I answer that? This is
What a
insane.
cunt. What a fucking absolute fucking cunt you are. I'm asking you a very simple fucking question that goes to the conversation that you're having with Leo. Do you believe that the thing that you believe in, this God that exists, do you believe that that thing has desires? Yes or no? It's an easy fucking question.
So, can I speak to somebody who was paying attention for the last 30 minutes?
Do you think God has desires, Terry? No, I don't think anybody in here is going to say anything to you other than
my
ask that
God.
question,
What a
and they
fucking
shouldn't.
shit.
Hey, buddy.
And
Leo.
I'm not joking, guys. Did nobody
Yeah.
say anything to him other than ask this question? And if he wants to leave, then leave.
Yeah,
He'll
no
demonstrate his own dishonesty. I am literally sitting here mentioning God's and his desires, and he won't even tell us if he believes God can have desires. He's not interested in a discussion.
To anybody
Hey,
who's
you know what? What do we ask?
to anyone who was paying attention for the last 30 minutes, I said from the very beginning that God does have desires. So, and Leo asked me that question 30 minutes ago.
Do God's desires guide his
Oh my
actions?
goodness.
Do God's
I
desires
answered this
guide
like-
his actions?
No,
Wow, it's almost like
I'm not
God's
talking to you,
desires
Leo.
guide
No,
his
I
actions.
don't talk. You're not
God's
tracking the
actions-
conversation.
Do God's desires guide
I
his
said
actions?
this. I said this like 30 minutes
Yes, you
ago.
confirmed that God has desires. Okay, so we're past that question.
No,
we don't care
but-
what you have
but
to say.
how did
Now
you
let's
not get
move
that
on
from
to
the
the next
beginning?
question.
Because people
How did you not get that?
not a big deal.
Do God's desires guide
It is
his
a big
actions?
deal. It is a big deal. How is he not tracking the
Terry,
conversation? He
Terry,
started this.
Shut
And now
the
this is
fuck
the new
up and let
question that
Leo
nobody else-
fucking finish. You loudmouth fucking piece of shit. Let him fucking finish a point, you fucking piece of shit. Thank you, guys.
You know the funny part, Jay? You would never talk to me like that in person.
Oh my God.
It's dumb
Just
to fire.
just shut your big fat fucking mouth for a minute.
You would never
and let
talk
him
to me like that in
finish.
face to face. You would never talk to me like that face to face.
Yeah, I
You're
would.
funny.
I just did.
Yeah, I would. Slap your mother too.
Buddy, like face to
Do
face.
God's
You would never do that. You
desires
would never
guide
do
his actions, Terry?
that. Hey, so now
This
that
is the new question. Nobody should let him. Don't say anything to him but that question
So
until he
as
answers
it
it.
relates to your last question, which I answered like 30 minutes ago, yes, God has desires.
Do
Since
God's desires guide his actions?
You initiated the conversation. You asked me the question, but you're asking me 30
Do
minutes
God's
later.
desires guide his actions?
Not necessarily.
Then what guides God's actions?
So God's irrational then. He's not all knowing.
Sorry, I had to get a little firm
Yeah,
there.
you gotta tell me how that follows. You gotta
Well,
tell me how that follows.
You're effectively saying that God isn't a goal-directed agent. He isn't guided by his actions. There is no action guiding norm with respect
He's
to
not
the
guided by his
behaviors
actions.
that
I never
God
said that.
engages in.
I never
Yeah,
said he's
but
not guided
that-
by his actions, you retard.
Yeah, you
When
just
did I
said
say
his
that?
actions. You said his actions are not guided by his desires.
Desires. So how's
Yeah,
that?
that's what I asked.
How does it follow
That's
by
what I
saying that
He
he's not
doesn't
guided
know
by
what
his
a
actions?
desire is, Leo. He
What
doesn't know what a
guided by his
desire
actions?
is.
What? No, his actions are guided by his desires.
And how does it follow that? Because I say no, that means he's not guided by his actions.
Why? I don't. When
That's
did I
what you
say that?
said. Freaking-
I didn't say that. I said his actions aren't guided by his desires, according to you.
No, that's not what you said. But now that you corrected yourself,
I think there's like
asked you a
8 other
question
people in
if
here
whether or
would
not
say
Buddy,
that's what I
you
said.
said that multiple times
Wait,
already. I have
hold on.
multiple.
Stop for a
I have
second.
multiple
Why is he
occasions where I can
taking?
show
Why
you
is
that you
he
said
taking
something and you
questions?
say you didn't say it.
Whoa! Stop!
I'm not
Why
talking to
are
you, Jay.
Wait, why are? No, I don't give a fuck it. I'm in here. Shut the fuck up. You have to deal with everybody in the fucking pool. Shut up.
I'm gonna respond to you, Leo, after.
No, you don't have to. But we're talking about something that is a being, and whether or not its action, whether or not its desires inform its decisions upon states of affairs. And you seem to be having a hard time with this in and of itself, which is fucking hilarious to me. In and of itself, because you're getting so ramped up about this and you're trying to like score a point in some particular way, and I don't even know how you're doing it, because this is just a simple fucking conversation. Leo is asking you something about something being what it is, and whether it's not it has desires, and whether or not those desires inform its actions upon things. Because you need to be very careful, because if you answer this question in a particular way, you can literally disregard God having a salvific plan, a plan of salvation, which would literally be God's desire for salvation amongst humanity.
It would almost be heretical, I would think.
Everything he just said is a bunch of garbage, and a whole bunch of things I already
You don't
responded
believe
to.
God has a salvific plan? You didn't believe
wait,
that
that's something else.
I want to continue the question because I did get answers to the first one. So he does believe that God has desires, okay, but he does not believe that all of God's actions are guided by God's desires. So my next question for you, Terry, is do you think that God is all good?
No, you're not gonna just sidestep the fact that you made a stupid comment.
No, you already
5
made
minutes
that
ago.
statement, Leo.
I'm gonna respond. I'm gonna
respond.
respond to your last dumb comment, and then we can move on. And every time I show you how many
Is
dumb
God
comments you
morally
made,
perfect, Terry?
No. This is what you said.
Terry, is
before.
God
You
morally
said
perfect?
God is irrational because he doesn't act upon
God
his
morally
desires.
perfect?
Show me
The
how
funny
that
thing is
follows.
that Terry doesn't realize what I'm trying to do is walk him through the logic so he can
No,
understand why I
you
made
made
that
a
claim.
statement,
And
and
he's
I need
refusing
you
every
to
step of the way,
validate
and it's
that.
hilarious.
You said
I
God
think
is
he knows where
irrational.
you're going, and he doesn't want to get stuck.
You said
Is
God
God
is
morally
irrational
perfect, Terry?
because he does not
Is God
act
morally
upon his
perfect, Terry?
desires. How
Is
does
God
that follow?
morally perfect, Terry?
No, I'm gonna ask you again.
Is God
You made
perfect,
a comment 5 minutes ago where
Terry, is
everybody
God
tried to
morally
bring
perfect, Terry?
confusion to the issue.
Is God
Explain
morally
how
God morally perfect,
he is
Terry?
irrational
morally
because he
perfect?
does not
Is
act
God morally
upon his
perfect, Terry?
desires. I'm
Is
not gonna
God
respond
Everybody
to you
repeat
for
after
such
me.
things.
Is God morally perfect, Terry?
Yeah,
Is
I'm not
God
talking to you.
morally perfect, Terry? Is God morally perfect, Terry? It's a simple fucking question. And you have a hard time answering these very simple fucking questions. And then you wonder why non-believers don't want to have conversations with you because you're a fucking ignorant cunt.
Okay, so
Have
are
a
you gonna
nice
respond
day.
why God is irrational because he doesn't act upon his desires?
I'm doing that, but you got to understand. You're going to have to understand the basis from which I'm working when I make that
Okay, so
claim.
let's go through it. Let's go through it.
So yeah, that's what we've been doing. So my next question:
No,
is
but you
God
don't
morally
respond.
perfect, Terry?
Of course.
Okay, so do you take goodness to be an action guiding norm?
You got to tell me what goodness is.
So effectively, does God desire to always do the best decision?
The best decision. I don't know what that means. What does the best mean?
Like the most good decision. I mean, God is morally
good?
perfect.
What does good mean to you?
For me, good is just that which all things considered ought to be done or ought to be permitted.
Ought to be done.
Mm-hmm.
That's a subjective according to your whims and feelings.
No, it's not.
It's not objective.
No, it's not.
It's definitely not objective.
Well, it can be actually. Yes, it can.
No,
it's
it's
called.
not. No, it's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Do you know?
No,
do you
it's
know? It's yes, it is. Do you know what normative realism is? Can you tell me
No,
what the position?
I don't care about that.
Normative realism.
I don't care what.
Yeah, the reason that you don't know that ought can be
not going to
objective
change it to
is because you
something
don't
objective.
understand what normative realism is because
No.
you've never read a single fucking book on ethical philosophy or moral philosophy in your life.
Tell me. I'm going to give you an example and tell me which one is good.
But that's irrelevant to where we're trying to go.
No,
so
no,
I'm
but
still
you
trying to
said good.
get.
You
I'm
said
still
good.
trying to
You
get.
can't use the word good.
Do you think goodness is an action guiding norm?
I'm sorry?
Do you think goodness is an action guiding norm? Do you think that
means.
people desiring to do what's good
Now
guide
we're going to find
their
out if Terry knows what a
You
normative
didn't
is.
define the word good.
I just did. Good
No,
is
you
that
did
which
earlier.
all
It's
things
not objective.
considered
It's not
ought to be
objective.
permitted.
It's
That's
not
not
objective.
subjective.
It's not
So
objective.
again, do you know what the difference between normative realism and normative anti-realism is?
I don't care.
Do you even know what a norm is?
Thank you very much. Coming from a guy who doesn't know what a citation is.
You don't know what a norm
You
is.
don't know what a citation is.
I honestly, I don't even think it's worth it to consider the discussion. He just doesn't know anything about anything.
Basically, what happened is he got.
I would have to first give him a lecture on the basics of moral philosophy before we could continue this discussion.
He got stumped.
The concept of norms
good.
Can't be objective,
and
which just betrays his ignorance of
cannot define what is good in
ethics and virtues.
All right, so
Leo, I've had deeper.
Everybody,
Nice
take a
try.
break. Everybody, take a break. Just real second. I just got to say, so I've literally been muted, and I've had my headphones off. I haven't been able to get a hold of my daughter in an hour. She's at a friend's house. Her phone died, and that means her monitor. I wasn't connected to her monitor anymore, so I couldn't read her, get her numbers. So I was freaking out. So I have no idea. Like I pretty much stopped paying attention and just let you guys go. Ever since I brought, like, Terry first came back in and I brought up the whole, like, Christians can't get sick thing. I have no idea.
We're not even in now.
The dumpster fire I'm coming back into. So
we're not even.
Yeah. So
we haven't even gotten there, Knock.
So
we haven't even gotten there.
Just take a breath and, like, you guys continue. But I just wanted to make that like, I am back. I can try to somewhat moderate again if you call it moderating. So all right. Continue.
Well, I did my best at moderating by yelling at Terry like he was a redheaded stepchild, because this is getting dumb on his point, because he literally just went back to basically he just basically dismissed Leo, saying, I don't want to have a conversation with somebody who doesn't know what a citation is, which means at that particular point, if I were Leo, I would, if this was Leo's channel, I would have just kicked his fucking ass a long time ago. This is really bad, because these are very simple concepts that we're talking about philosophically. Leo's not getting into anything that's controversial here in any way, shape, or form, and this guy is rambling on and about like every time he tries to make a point, the point goes nowhere. It normally literally leads to an equivocation.
It's like a rabbit.
Yeah, it's just
Skipping
another
back
rabbit
and forth
trail.
on headlights of a car that's about to hit it.
Don't forget your pom-poms next time, man.
But just for the sake of the people in the audience,
Christ, Barry,
just for their sake,
I would punch you to the moon.
Norms are going to be the sort of these, like, evaluative things, these sort of evaluative statements, what one ought and ought not do.
According to who?
And so there's
According to who?
There's two frameworks to look at this notion of oughtness with respect to our actions and our behaviors, and even certain epistemic oughts, like with respect to, people would say something along the lines of that, we ought to accept a both sound or a both valid and sound argument if it is successfully demonstrated to be both valid and sound, things like that. And there's going to be evaluative standards that determine what those oughts are, what it is that one ought not do with respect to their actions and behaviors. So there's normative realism, which would say that some of these standards, some of these norms can be independent of a person's stances, their thoughts, their beliefs, things of that nature. And this is going to be effectively arguing that normative virtues, the sorts that you might find, like with respect to epistemic norms or moral norms, are going to be objective, since their truth is going to hold independently of the stances of any agent, which is exactly what an objective morality is. Now, normative anti-realism is the view that there are no stance-independent normative virtues. All norms are in some sense rooted in a stance. This would be something that would be adopted by, say, like a moral anti-realist, which would be more of a subjectivist or relativist moral position. So when Terry says that the concept of oughtness somehow precludes the notion from being objective, he's betraying his utter ignorance of what is, as Jay pointed out, quite frankly, rather basic stuff that can be learned from a 15-minute skim of a Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy article.
Notice how I didn't interrupt. I'm going to 10 seconds. He didn't.
That's very good. That's very good.
Just to show what atheism does to a person. He didn't establish who comes with the standards for these norms. He didn't establish that, and he didn't establish what a truth is. And how
he's going to relegate back to the mind of God as being the thing that you can't fucking actually.
It doesn't matter. I'm not even talking about God right now. I'm talking about your
but
stance.
He's been talking about God and God.
I'm not talking about God right now. I'm just talking about your stance. Your whole 5-minute,
Bible says not to lie, Terry.
5-minute monologue on nothingness leads to
So that
nothing
wasn't 5
because
minutes,
you
dude.
cannot.
You need to pay attention. That was a minute and a half.
You cannot establish the
Would you be able
standards
to give a
by
brief
which you come to the
30-second
assessment
summary of what it
and
was that I
number.
had just said,
No,
Terry?
no.
Is that a
I'm
thing
not.
that you could
No,
probably do?
Notice
Yeah, give
again.
it.
He's gonna
Go
avoid.
back. No, Terry,
He's gonna
Terry,
avoid my pushback.
Terry, that's fair.
He did
That's
not
fair. I'm gonna
establish
throw
the
out some
standards.
moderation.
Provided any pushback. That's
did-
why I'm
he
wanting
did
you
not
to give a
establish the
brief summary
standards.
of what I said, so that I can
And he did not
ensure
establish
that you
by
understood it.
Yeah.
what means can he qualify something to be true? He didn't do those two things. The standards by which he could come to an assessment to determine something is
The
normal.
assessment that he was doing. Wait.
um,
The assessment that he was doing was
number
a
one.
fucking
And number
was
two,
an interrogative.
can
It was
establish
a
what
thought
truth is.
experiment. Wait, no, you don't understand. That was a question to your own position that he was giving while he was making claims in that. Ultimately, it gives credence to whether or not this actually holds to your position or not. So repeat
I'm not talking about my
back.
position. What is he talking about?
No, because he's
What are you
actually
talking about my position? I'm talking about his position.
Yeah,
because
but
his
so repeat
position-
back what my position is.
His
But I'm telling you,
position is
your
coming from
position
yours.
is not based on anything that is rigid.
Well,
Nothing.
okay, that's fine. But what I want
God
you to
is not
do is give me a
rigid?
30-second summary of what I explained with
No,
respect to normative realism versus anti-realism.
No, because this is not a pop quiz.
So then, what specifically about what I said is not rigid?
Basically, I'm sticking to what you were suggesting, questioning me.
What
or what's
specific
good.
thing about what I
giving it to
said
you.
is not
I'm going to
rigid?
give it to you. Try to be quiet. Try to show you have some self-control.
What he said is not rigid.
My argument is based on the fact
We're
that you're
talking about
using
what
terms.
I said. You said that what I said wasn't based on something rigid.
Your
What
claim.
specifically in what I said is not based on something
I just want to show
rigid.
people Leo got some serious problems, and Jay Pasek as well. You guys got some. You need Jesus in your life.
That's an ad
Okay,
hom.
number
You
one,
definitely got all the screws
you,
right.
you use the word good.
I could have
And
all
you
the problems in
use
the
the
world,
word
Terry. That
truth,
doesn't make it. That
and
we
I'm
could have all the
asking you
problems.
to give me the
Leo and I
standard
could.
by which you
Leo
can
and I could
qualify
hold in the palm of
anything
our hands
as good
all the problems that a
or
person can have.
as
That
truth
doesn't necessarily make us right or
objectively.
wrong.
And you did not
You do understand that, right?
You did not do that because you're telling me it's independent. You can have this the qualification of something being objective, independent of anybody's mind. I disagree with that. That is the whole point.
You don't believe in
What is
ontological
the standard
independence?
you're using?
That doesn't mean it's invalid, though. Just because you disagree with it doesn't
I'm saying
mean
you
it's
can't
invalid.
demonstrate that.
Yeah.
That's the point. If you can't demonstrate it, then
But what
that's your theory.
specifically about what I presented is not based on a rigid foundation?
I just told you. I just gave
No,
you
you
an
didn't.
example.
No, you didn't.
No, you
Your
didn't.
man was
I don't
responding
agree with it.
to
No.
the example.
You keep what
Immutable just
specifically?
responded to you.
What specifically about what I said?
No, I'm not talking to you. Immutable.
not
I just
based on a
responded,
rigid
and you
foundation.
responded, and you were protecting him.
Immutable was tacking on to
What
what Leo was saying. So it
specifically?
goes back to
Immutable
You
Leo.
can
was
try to talk to
responding,
other people,
trying to
but I'm
defend
not going to
Leo's.
let you run away from this question.
No,
I'm not going to let you
you
get
you got mental
running
problems.
away from the
Get some
question.
help. Get some help.
So what specifically about what I said is not based on a rigid foundation?
I just said it like 45 seconds
I'll
ago.
repeat it again.
You
I
weren't
guess
paying
I
attention?
wasn't listening. Yeah, I guess I wasn't
No,
paying
get
attention.
some help.
Well,
No,
whatever.
I'm not
If you
going to
did-
respond to
Yeah,
that. I'm
see,
not
you
gonna
hold on,
respond to
Leo.
didn't
Well,
give
hold
it
on.
the first time.
If you were giving us something, it didn't seem to be any kind of way in refuting what Leo was asking
respond.
and stating.
Repeat what I said.
I don't know
I
what
don't
you
even know.
said. That's why I'm
Exactly,
asking.
No,
because you're
nothing
too
that you
excited.
said
Tell
was
me
informative.
what it is
I'm
specifically
so
about what I
excited.
said.
Oh wait, I'm
What it is
in here
specifically
now.
about what I said that is
You're
not
too
based on
excited.
a
You're
rigid
too
foundation.
excited. You're too excited.
Welcome
babysit.
to the dumpster fire.
Leo, I don't babysit.
What is it
You're not
about
my
what I
child.
said?
Thank
No,
you,
no.
What
guys.
specifically about what I said is not based on a rigid foundation?
I already said it. Immutable was trying
No,
to
you
protect
didn't.
you. You should have paid attention.
No, you didn't. You
um,
didn't
Yes,
say
I
it.
did. Yes, I did.
No, you
Yes,
didn't.
I did.
We're gonna have to
Holy
rewind.
Spirit, hand.
Hey, real quick, can we rewind just real quick to satisfy Meathead here? Just asking this. Can you rewind the video a little bit? Can you
ask
display the
Immutable.
video, knock, and
ask
then go
Immutable.
back over what he was saying?
You could ask Immutable. He's right there.
No,
You don't
it
have
had
to
nothing to do
rewind.
with
Ask
no.
Immutable.
No, it had nothing to do with Immutable because Immutable was tacking on to what Leo was saying. You
That's
made the
exactly
mistake
my
of
point.
thinking,
You freaking
yeah, but
freaking
then we're not
retard.
addressing. Then we're
Can I
not
please
addressing
just
Leo.
interrupt for
We're
one
not
second and
addressing.
say something?
We're not addressing
I'm
Immutable.
addressing Leo. Immutable responds to what Leo was saying.
Yeah,
defending his position.
I
Leo was asking me
I
what
have
was
no
my
idea
response.
what's going on right now.
Can I
Well, I can
say
explain
one
what's
thing
going
and then
on.
I'll shut up?
What's going on?
Please?
You guys
Yeah,
are crazy.
okay, let me just step in real quick. So
gonna
there
be
was this.
hard. It's a
So
dumpster
hold
fire.
on, hold on. So there was this back and forth between Leo and Terry, and at one point, Immutable kicks in, and Immutable was adding on to something that Leo was already talking about. So it had nothing to do necessarily with Immutable. Immutable wasn't bringing up anything new.
Hold on, I'm just gonna.
He was responding to my point. I was retorting against what Leo said, and Immutable tried
I
to
thought it was
defend
Mel's
him.
turn. Wasn't it Mel's turn, guys?
Yeah, let's let Mel talk.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
But I
responded to
No,
Leo.
no,
and Immutable
Mel.
tried to
Why does
argue
Mel
against my
sound
point.
like Terry? It's strange. Mel, what happened to your voice? You sound just like Terry.
I'm sorry, what?
No, it's a joke.
It's a joke because Terry's interrupting you.
Oh, I didn't know.
I just really needed to get a message to Knock because it was very important. So I just wanted to say it and then allow you guys to continue your conversation.
No, by all means.
I put it in private chat, but I will now say it. Knock, I am so sorry. Like, I wrote you an email, but it got kicked back. I don't know why. And I actually spent the entire day at the vet with my dog. So that's what happened. I didn't even broadcast today. Today was a shit show.
Oh yeah, no problem. It happens. So, and it's also like I might have written it wrong, but it's like "duh" Raging Atheist. It's not "the," it's "da."
I'm so sorry.
I put it there in the side chat for you. So yeah, it happens.
Okay.
Like whenever you want to do it, just shoot me an email. I'll be down.
No, tomorrow is when I want to do it.
Cool. Yeah, no problem.
And I don't want to shoot you an email. I just want to tell you right now, like tomorrow. When is the best time for you tomorrow?
Anytime after 5 p.m. I'm available.
That's perfect.
So yeah.
We want to do.
If you want to do like 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock, it doesn't matter to me.
Is 6 o'clock good for you?
Yeah. It's 6 Eastern.
No,
works.
I'm asking someone else who would be.
Probably so.
Okay. So I have someone who's like very like not atheist, not agnostic, but very metaphysical, I guess, kind of. Who would like to join the conversation with us? Are you okay with that?
Oh yeah, no problem.
Okay. So we'll do 6 o'clock then tomorrow.
Yeah, that works.
And I will send you the link, and your email is the only way, right?
Yeah, email. I mean, I'm never on Twitter, so yeah, email is the best way.
Okay, so I am now copying your new email that you're giving me.
What's the email? It's dark aging atheist.
The raging, yeah, DA.
The Raging Atheist.
That's right. Yeah, I think I had the.
You could take the
on
boy
other
out the
one.
ghetto, but you can't take the ghetto out the boy.
Hey, you can take the girl out the ghetto, but you can't get the ghetto out the girl. I don't know what
So
to
yeah,
say about
all right.
that.
So yeah, if you've had a day of dysfunction, welcome to real dysfunction. So
Yeah, basically.
I'm all for it, man. Like, let's go.
All right, so
Well,
yeah.
Pat left. He's like, "Fuck this, I'm
know.
leaving."
I'm gonna get going too.
I don't blame
I'm a
him.
little late where I am.
Fuck this, I'm leaving.
I don't blame you either, Immutable.
All right, see ya.
So Terry,
Fucking immutable.
does God create evil?
Oh my God! Like,
What did you say?
Is God responsible for evil?
Of course not.
There's room.
So
Go ahead.
here, I think you should open up the Bible because it literally talks about this. Here, let me pull it up.
You'll meet him
No,
tomorrow.
it doesn't say that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I think you
6 o'clock
tried.
then,
I think you
yeah.
tried before, and you tried to bring some
Yeah,
verses, and you
that's
still
cool.
didn't provide those verses. But now you're trying to provide some other verses.
I picked the
It's-
time because you
I don't
said
think.
it was
I don't
okay.
think you should try to test me with scripture. I think that's my expertise. I don't think you should try that.
Okay, here, Isaiah 45:7. Why don't you read that for us?
No, you can read it for me.
Okay. So Yotzer or Uberei Choshech. So this is God speaking. For the former of light and the creator of darkness, Oseh Shalom, the maker of peace, Uberei Ra, and the creator of like trouble or evil. Ani Adonai, I am the Lord, Oseh Kol Ele, I do all these things.
The word in Hebrew for evil is ra, right? You said ra in your ra could also mean calamities.
Yeah. So
okay, so it does not mean evil. I believe he does calamities. Yeah.
Well, but keep in mind, it's talking about in contrast to shalom. Shalom is peace. So this is talking about war.
No, shalom. Shalom means peace, and it means composure, as opposed to disaster. Promote. So
Okay.
I agree with that.
So
that.
I mean, my point is,
Man, you gotta
consider
join this
natural
with me.
disasters. You
It's
consider
so
them
much
good.
fun.
I don't think disasters are evil.
But I mean, literally, the word, like, without interpreting it, the word is just clearly evil.
No, it's not.
Then this is the perfect place to be.
And you said you're a Jew, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you should be making.
No, they won't. That guy was being
shouldn't
very
be
disruptive and
making
very
these mistakes, huh?
disrespectful. That's why they did that.
To be honest with you, you should not be making these mistakes.
I'm not making the mistakes you are. Here, listen. This is Ibn Ezra.
Wow.
Who's Ibn Ezra?
He was a commentator on the Torah.
I don't believe in our authority.
So you believe in your own authority. You trust whatever you think is true, and you don't even.
No, I trust the Bible. I don't trust in me. I trust the Bible, the Word of God.
It literally says, "I form light and create darkness.
Yeah.
I make weal and create woe." Like the thing is, there's so many ways to interpret that, but most like create peace and make peace and create evil or create bad. Create like the point is, it's not like this isn't coming from Satan. Satan isn't responsible for tragedy. This is God.
I know. Not evil. He's responsible for disasters.
The word is literally evil.
Like the word, like what happened during Noah's flood. That was not evil. That was God's just decree. So again, you're misrepresenting the word. The Hebrew word is ra, and it does not mean necessarily evil.
Here, I'll give you the definitions. Bad, evil, bad, disagreeable, malignant, bad, unpleasant, evil, evil, displeasing, bad.
No, I don't know what you're reading. I don't know what you're reading. I have an Interlinear. It's going to show you the different application of the word. That's what you got to do. The word is applied, is used multiple times and applied differently. Contextually, I'm saying it has nothing to do with evil.
See,
and are you saying as a Jew that God commits evil?
No, the thing is, so the understanding is,
Sorry,
and you even see this reflected within Christian understanding that God, so I'm just going to quote, I think it's Corinthians, but he who was without sin created sin so that we could be righteous
Should I
in him.
leave this group and we do the playlist, or you want me to just?
I didn't quite hear you. Can you repeat?
Yeah, we hear you, Mel.
Okay.
So, wait, what was I saying? Shoot,
Yeah.
I just lost my train of thought.
You said something about let the first who is without evil cast the first.
So it's basically this idea that without this polarity of evil,
I'm gonna let you guys go. I'm probably gonna end up going to bed here soon anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that soon too.
Right.
Yeah, I'm gonna get something to see.
Mel, I'm gonna mute you, and then whenever you want to talk, just unmute yourself.
Yeah. Go ahead and mute me, and I'm gonna mute myself. How's that?
Well, yeah, that works. All right.
So basically, so there's this idea without that polarity. Basically, what separates us from the angels is that the angels don't have the ability to choose. They're basically doing the will of God. We have the ability to choose, which means
no. That's nowhere in scripture.
Seriously?
I know. I'm telling you, you should stop following your rabbis and stick to scripture. That's nowhere in scripture.
Literally read it here. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, give me that. You're supposed to pull up a lot of things. It's not working out.
Yeah, I don't think that's the thing that's not working out.
No, I'm telling you, it's not working out. Look, I'm not gonna clip this video because it was really a dumpster fire. But I'm telling you,
because of you.
Yeah, I know. Watch the video again, and don't be drunk and don't be high, and you're gonna see a proper. You're gonna get a proper assessment. You're gonna survey yourself, and you're gonna see not just yourself, but everybody on the panel, it's not beautiful. I'm telling you, it's not beautiful.
Wow, nothing but pride coming from you.
No, I'm just telling you what the reality is. It's not prideful for me to tell you the reality. So
no, it's prideful to think that you know reality when you're being proven wrong in every point, not only from an internal critique, but from an external critique as well.
Ariel, I can tell you the 5 points where I scored on you. You can't tell me one thing you scored on me. Stop the madness.
Yeah,
I can give you 5 times where you disappeared in the mist. Like you were supposed to do certain things, but you disappeared. Like nobody here. Like if I was to do a video on you and clip it, they're gonna. I gave you a challenge, and when it was time to show up with the evidence, you would never. It's like there's no feedback. So don't tell me like. Don't try to make me look crazy.
Projection. You're projecting.
My friend, watch the video again. Maybe I give you some amnesia. Don't worry about it. Watch it again. Oh my goodness.
I'm going to pray for you.
No, don't do that.
Why don't you want me to pray for you?
Because your God is not God. Listen.
Oh, okay. Here, we're admitting it. So you don't think that Jews believe in God?
No, there's Messianic Jews. You're not a Messianic Jew. So if you don't have Jesus, you don't know God, because Jesus is the means by which you get to him. You can't get to the Father without the light. He is the light. Yes. He is the connection between earth and the eternal reality.
That says he cannot be a man. I am not a man to be mocked.
I know. No, he doesn't say he cannot be a man. He said he is not a man, and I agree with that.
I am not a man is the same. Like, okay, so he's saying I cannot. Okay, he's not saying I cannot be a man, but he's saying I am not a man, which implies it also says I am not a man that I changed my mind. He doesn't change his mind, so he's not going to change his mind, and all of a sudden he's not a man.
No. I never said he changed his mind. Oh, I don't see how it follows. I don't know how it follows that because he added to human nature that he somehow changed his mind. I don't believe he changed his mind. That's a straw man.
Okay, literally, you're not reading the Bible then.
My friend, all your best rabbis, go on my channel and watch what happens with them.
You're assuming I'm listening to rabbis when in reality I'm reading it for myself.
Yeah, but stop reading those human traditions. Stick to the Bible. Because nothing you said is in the Bible. Everything you're saying is from your.
Listen to this. God, here, Numbers 23:19.
Yeah.
Here, Numbers 23:19. One second. Here. So, God is not human to be capricious or mortal to have a change of heart. With God, he cannot act, promise, and not fulfill.
I agree. Everything you said that I agree.
So here's Lo ish, not a man, el yechazev.
Yeah, I know. In the Hebrew, it doesn't change anything.
No,
it's the
listen,
same
here's
thing.
the word. No, the word is both lo ish, not a man, velo ben adam, not a human. And the ben adam is the word that's interpreted to be son of man. So even if you want to say Jesus is the son of man, he is not God because God is not the son of man.
Listen. Let me tell you something. Number one, I agree with that, so I don't get the point. Because again, I said he added the human nature. I don't believe God is a man, so I don't know why you're saying that. And number two, if you're going to go there, it says in Deuteronomy 32 and Isaiah 45 that he is a man of war. Isaiah 42. He is a man of war.
Exactly. That's what I was saying before. He both creates light and dark. He makes good and creates evil.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
You literally just said he's a man of war. Are you deaf?
Man of war doesn't mean that's evil.
So you think that waging war is good?
He is right about that.
No, if you're waging war for something good, if you're going against the darkness and the agents of darkness, I don't see that as evil. I told you Noah's flood was not evil.
Really? So what about all the innocents that were killed?
There was nobody innocent. Genesis 6. What does it say in Genesis 6 on the state of mankind? What does it say?
It's always slightly chilling when people justify genocide.
No, I understand.
Here, literally, look.
No. I asked you a question.
Wait, hold on. Look at the story of Sodom and Gomorrah. Abraham, the most righteous
man. Before that.
Hold on. Let me say this. So Abraham, one of the most righteous men of his time, or the most righteous man of his time according to the Bible, literally intercedes on behalf of God and says, if I can even find 5 righteous people, will you spare this city? So I'm sorry. You're going to tell me every person on earth during the time of Noah was corrupt. I'm sorry, that's BS.
No. I'm just telling you what the scripture says. You don't agree with scripture. I do.
Is
So
that-
that's the
No,
difference.
you literally don't.
Is it possible
What
for
does it
babies
say?
to be corrupt?
Wait. Before we go to the babies, let's address
Well, I mean,
his
there were clearly babies on the earth.
No. I will address the babies, but before I go to the babies, I want to address his misrepresentation of scripture. Because Genesis 6 makes it clear the state of mankind during that time. So what does it say?
So I have a question. How come God didn't
No,
choose?
I asked you a
No.
question.
I'm
not
answering
answering.
this.
I'm not
No,
answering.
Let
I'm
me
not
speak.
answering.
So how come God didn't choose to put to change the heart of man, or to send a prophet to change the heart of man? He decided to wipe it all out. So I'm sorry.
No. Actually, Genesis 6 actually addresses that as well. But you did not address my last question. What was the state of mankind during that time?
Yeah. I know that it was viewed as corrupt, but how is that any different than
No,
now?
that's not what it said. It says that mankind, everything they did and everything they thought in their hearts was evil all day long. And why? Because they were genetically modified.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. So you're wow.
But that's what is written. I know you don't accept.
Here's the problem. So this whole the whole tradition of the Nephilim, it's not even certain that they're like angels or anything. There is
No. That's your weird interpretation. I'm saying what it says.
You're literally bringing up mixed race. What the hell are you talking about?
The Goliath was a mixed race.
So
I guess you don't believe
wait
David.
a minute. So you say like your weird interpretation, like Ariel, you're Jewish, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
he's definitely Jewish.
So I don't know. I just don't. Why is Ariel's interpretation automatically the wrong interpretation?
Because mine is word for word and his isn't.
It's because I don't believe in Jesus, apparently.
No. I'm not even talking about. I'm not talking about Jesus. Right? Yes, that's the reason why. That's
I mean,
I want to know about these genetic mutations that you're
wait,
talking
but
about.
before I go there, Jesus is the reason why you're so blind. Yes, but the fact of the matter is,
I see Jesus.
I accept.
He was not God.
I know, like me personally, like when it comes to the Old Testament, I'm not going to try to not like when it comes to the New Testament, I'll trust a Christian. When it comes to the Old Testament, and I got a choice to like trust a Jewish person or a Christian, I think I'm going to trust the Jewish person's interpretation.
Yeah, I know the difference between you and I is I educate myself. I know what I'm talking about.
It's just that material is derived from their Torah, right? Like that's their religion.
Irrelevant. No, it's not their religion. Nowhere in scripture it says it's their religion. I don't know what you're talking about.
Y'all continue, whatever.
Yeah, Ariel. The difference between you and I is I accept word for word what it says, and you don't. It says the word Nephilim.
You're not saying it word for word. That's why.
No. I am
you keep
saying
you accept it word for word, yet
Yes.
you're not quoting it word for word.
I did it.
It's
I
really
did it.
crazy.
I would refer you back to my last comment. That's what I did. So again, it
So
says
what about
that.
babies? Are babies evil?
Hey, listen. I already told you.
No, you refuse to address Knox's question. Are babies evil? Why did God kill the babies?
They were not normal babies. They were genetically.
Okay, yeah. What do you
modified
mean by
babies.
that? What do you mean not normal babies?
I just told you genetically modified.
So your answer is yes. The babies were evil.
Then they're not babies because a baby.
They're gonna bite you.
A baby,
your
according
ankles
to me,
death?
a baby, according to me, is a human being. If you're not human, you're not a baby.
How were there's nothing in the Bible that
That's
says
so
that
evil.
the babies were genetically modified. That's
It-
what
it
I'm
does
saying.
say- it does
Where
say.
Are you getting that
You're
from?
getting
It does
like
say-
Misha
it does
Popoff
say.
levels of bullshit now. It's kind of crazy.
I know. All you got to do, I'm gonna help you out, Drage. Take the Bible, read Genesis 6, and get back to me tomorrow. All right? So it's
I've read
not that hard.
Genesis 6,
You
so
said
let's-
address what
If you
I
read
have read
Genesis
that
6, then
Bible
you
front and back
I don't know
so
what
many
you're arguing
times.
for, because it makes it clear there.
Now I need to turn. I think I turned you down a little bit, Mel, because you was
I'm
kind of low.
sorry.
But I turned you back up because I must have turned you down too much. So, we should be able to
Genesis
hear you now.
addresses that.
This whole I don't nowhere in the Bible does it say anything about genetically mutated babies
Yeah, I know.
or anything like that. And you're saying that you're quoting the Bible verse
Yeah.
for verse, yet you're not. Like there's nothing in there that says anything about that.
No, you obviously never read the Bible.
Dude, you're
Are you-
delusional. Like,
Excuse
seriously,
me,
you're
I'll be right
delusional.
Yeah, no, you can get a Bible. You didn't read it.
I can get a Bible
You're
that
literally
I've
quoting
read
the
so
Bible to
many
you, and you
times
refuse to do the same.
that I mean
For you to
that's
say it's
insulting.
nowhere in the Bible when it's all throughout the Bible, I can give you every.
Okay,
book.
so here's the thing. You want to imply that there were like what was it like different like there was some genetic altering or whatever. That idea ancient aliens people have taken that from the story of the Nephilim, which is but see, here's the thing: the Nephilim, it's there's two interpretations. One is that they were like fallen angels, but the other one is that they were literally just powerful people who had the ability to take whichever women they wanted for their own and to mate with them. And so the thing is, the understanding is that they were evil because they were basically just taking whoever they wanted. There was this there was no like.
Are you saying they're not genetically modified? That's the whole point.
So okay, wait. So I brought up Nephilim, and you said, "Oh no, that's crazy. That's your stuff." But now you're bringing up genetically modified, and that's something that's being pulled out completely out of context from this.
Okay, giants are not genetically modified. Giants of 11 feet, 15 feet are not genetically modified.
Okay, this might surprise you, but Nephil means giant in Hebrew.
That's not the point. The point I'm asking you, were they
you literally don't have any ground to stand on. You're completely full of shit.
Thank you. Are you suggesting they weren't genetically modified with 6 fingers?
Okay, where's the evidence for that?
Oh, you never read the book of Deuteronomy? Shows me, as a Jew who's supposed to be educating me on.
I'm not saying I don't know about it. I'm saying I'm.
So you're trying to test me as a
No, hang on, dude. Answer the question. I've read the Bible.
No, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Ariel. I'm talking to Ariel.
See, you're full of shit, but dude,
I know
you're full of shit.
Can you tell me where is it written in Deuteronomy?
Modified to have 6 fingers.
Can you tell me in Deuteronomy which chapter it talks about the genetically modified?
So you want me to answer, but you don't need to.
No, I'm talking to Ariel. I'm not talking to you. Ariel, can you tell me where it speaks about the genetically modified people in Deuteronomy?
Chill out. All right, so Sammy's here. He's been very, very quiet. For one, I'd like to be able to hear what Sammy's asking, and then respond. Like, don't pull a Darth Dawkins, right? Like, don't come in here and be like, I'm going to talk to this person, but I'm not talking.
No. That's not what I was doing.
Well, that's exactly what you've done a couple times.
No, I was addressing a last point, and every single time when you're supposed to be moderating, somebody will come in with some different point.
Well, I don't.
A different point. Suppressing what happened before. That's the point.
I don't moderate. I don't moderate. Sometimes
you just moderated right now. What are you talking about?
I'm part of the conversation.
No, you just moderated because you're saying I should respond to him, but I'm saying okay.
Anyway,
I could respond to him.
Well,
I could respond to him.
I
could, but why did not Ariel respond to my question?
Sammy talk.
Yeah, I know. You guys got
the reason I jumped in, you dishonest piece of shit, is because the person you are talking to asked you a question, and you disrespectfully and dishonestly said, "No, I'm not going to answer that. I'm just going to make the claim and move on." How about you back your words up and show us where it says in the Bible that they were genetically modified to have 6 fingers before you just laugh at people and assume you're the only human on the planet who comprehends the Bible, you arrogant prick. Please show us where it says in your Bible about the genetic modification and 6 fingers.
I've actually got my video up. Genesis chapter 5 and 6 are really stupid. We could watch that just because I did a whole series on the
I'll let you guys
Genesis.
I'll let you guys entertain yourself with that. As far as you 420 atheists,
as far as I could, I went pretty hardcore on it, and I don't remember noticing anything about genetically mutated 6-fingered people.
Go reread it again. I never said the Genesis 6 talks about 6 fingers, so you weren't paying attention.
Deuteronomy.
I said Deuteronomy, so you weren't paying attention.
Whatever.
So, I'm saying tracking conversations is great. So atheists, I already the reason why I'm not going to respond to you is because you suggested that you know about scripture, so you should know about the 6 fingers and about genetically modified people.
So you're dishonest. You have no answer.
You can't even
you
cite
can't
the source.
show it. I
Buddy,
love it.
It would take a couple of seconds.
I know it's there, but just to
give
prove
us
it,
the
because
verse.
it's not even where you said it was. Show us where it is.
It's not where it said it was.
It's not where you said it was.
Oh, it's not in Deuteronomy.
Right.
No, it's not in Deuteronomy. So would you like to show us how we're wrong?
So go Google search 6 fingers and
why don't
genetically.
you tell us? You're so smart. Why don't you tell us?
Can you?
But I thought you know about the Hebrew scriptures.
No.
I do. The whole point is to show that you don't.
Where is it?
Also, so you want to challenge me, and if I get it right, what you gonna do? What you gonna do if I get it right?
You're going to get it wrong because you already got it wrong. It's not in Deuteronomy.
Oh,
you want us to prove something that doesn't exist. You want us to prove the reverse. How about you just back up your claim
I'm talking
and
to
show
Ariel.
us where it is?
420. I'm not even paying attention to you.
I
Ariel,
don't give a fuck.
Genesis 2, Deuteronomy 2.
How about you answer my question I asked 10 minutes ago?
I'm not paying
Where is
attention
it in your Bible?
2. What does it
Where
talk
is
about
it in your Bible, bro? Where
Ariel.
is it in your Bible?
Ariel, what happens in Deuteronomy 2?
Hey, Terry.
You made a claim. You made a claim. I was wrong. Ariel, what happens in Deuteronomy 2? Who is Og? Who's King Og? Who's King Og?
Where is it in Deuteronomy, Terry? Answer the question, Terry.
Okay.
Where is it, Terry?
So that's not a genetically modified person?
Terry. I'm talking,
Buddy,
Terry.
I'm asking
What's
you a
your
question,
verse,
Ariel.
Terry?
Ariel,
What's the verse, Terry?
What happens
What's
in
your
Deuteronomy
verse,
3?
Terry? Where does it say, Terry?
So what happened? Ariel,
Where
you're
does
quiet.
it say? You can't answer, or you just want to keep asking more questions and dodging?
You seem
Where
quiet,
is
Ariel.
it, Terry?
What happened?
Where is it, Terry? Where is it, Terry?
Seriously, why don't you tell us? Because the whole point is,
I
just
do what you do because you're dishonest.
I literally found the reference to sin.
And you're weak. It's weak, dude. So weak.
I give you 2 references, Ariel. What happened?
What references did he give
there's
you?
one that references Anakim, but again, you're implying that they're genetically modified. Where does it say that?
By their height.
Okay, wait. So you're telling me if I have a friend that's 6 feet tall, that he's
not 6
genetically
feet.
modified?
He's not even 6 feet. He's like almost 3 times that size.
Okay. Well, what about people with gigantism, or they have a pituitary?
No, that's a malformation that doesn't come with strength. This guy was a great warrior. It's not a malformation.
So there's actually discussion about this with Goliath, because it talks about how he asks for David to come near, because
yeah. I don't even want to hear about it. You're gonna put me to sleep with your weird interpretations. David went against somebody who had malformations, right? That's why he was he was coronated almost as king for destroying them. You guys are so weird. Like David will be
already anointed before that, right?
David, if he was here, he would be ashamed.
He was already anointed by Samuel way before he fought Goliath.
Irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
No, it isn't. You're literally so full of shit. You just keep moving.
You're dishonest.
It's irrelevant to the point I was making. I'm saying that you're suggesting that these tall people were somehow had malformations. I'm saying that's not possible.
Dishonest.
They were great warriors. They were great, healthy warriors.
So, like,
the
entire human race were like these giant people.
The gene does not have to express itself or manifest itself in every case. It could. It's like
I'm still
cancer.
waiting to say this in the
Bible. Wait. So you're basically implying that people who are tall now, like overtly tall nowadays, it's because of some sort of like latent giant gene?
No, I didn't say that. I never said that. Where do you get that from?
You just said that it's dormant, but that it can come back.
The gene is dormant, yeah, but what does it have to do with people that are tall now? What are you saying? What's the correlation you're trying to make?
Seriously, are you dumb?
I don't get.
Well, I think we all
I don't know what you're talking about.
That question.
You try to correlate 2 things that I didn't ever bridge the gap. You're trying to bridge the gap in your mind.
With genes. Oh, I wonder what the connection is.
Yeah, for God's sake, like.
Oh, because you're tall, that means you must have that genetic problem. You must be you must have been genetically modified because you're tall. I'm talking about.
I don't know. I was born without wisdom teeth. Am I genetically changed?
No, I'm not talking about that. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about.
I'm 6'5". I'm like top 3% of humans.
6'5". It has nothing to do with what I was talking about. I'm talking about 6 fingers and being tall, like 15 feet tall. That's what I'm talking about.
But you can't talk about that if you can't show us where your Bible says that.
Just to clarify, I did Google what you told me to Google, Deuteronomy and 6 fingers. It came up with the passage I put on the screen. I didn't read it at the time, but it was like literally.
Nothing. I read it.
It was like literally didn't say anything about 6 fingers.
Oh, my friend, Google search. I don't remember saying the 6
Why don't
fingers
you do
is
it
in
for us?
Deuteronomy.
Because you seem to know what it is. Why don't you?
I never said 6 fingers was in Deuteronomy. I said
Yes,
You said Google 6 fingers in Deuteronomy. So I did it. I fucking did it.
That was your exact words. You
my
dishonest.
goodness, you guys are the best, man. I feel really bad for you guys. Oh my goodness.
I'm just
I did what you said.
I said check Deuteronomy 2 and 3 for giants, Nephilims. The fingers, the 6 fingers
Try
is somewhere
again.
else.
Would you like a timestamp, dishonest?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dishonest,
Show it.
Terry? Or would you not even believe your own words from your
No, go ahead.
own
Put
mouth?
Put it so it
No
shows
worries. I'll go back and get you a timestamp.
Samuel 21 verse 20 to 21 is for the 6 fingers and 6
Terry,
toes.
that's your new name. Dishonest
This is
Terry.
like-
Samuel 21 verse 20 to 21 is for the 6 fingers.
This is the third book you've
Yeah,
now said.
he'll
is
get
about
it eventually.
Yeah,
And it will
third book, and every book I quoted has a mention of
Samuel what?
genetically modified people.
Samuel what?
21 verse 20 to 21. Every verse, every chapter, every passage I refer
you
to
failed miserably on Deuteronomy, bro.
has a mention of genetically modified people. That was the point I was making.
Miserably. You
Deuteronomy
failed
2,
miserably
Deuteronomy
on
3,
Deuteronomy.
King of Og. I gave the examples. I didn't say the 6 fingers is in Deuteronomy.
So I have a question. How come God allowed King Og to escape the flood?
That's buddy. I would refer you to Genesis 11.
Samuel,
Answer the fucking question.
Samuel 21, book 1.
You should read your
Samuel?
Bible.
Like, I'm not really getting anything.
No, I'm asking you. You expect
Samuel
me to say everything.
21
You're
verse
proving that
20
you don't know
and 21.
shit.
Yeah.
What did you say, Mr. Ariel?
I'm not getting
Stop being agitated.
Why did God allow King Og of Bashan to survive the flood?
He doesn't
by
have
hanging
an
on a
answer
star?
for that.
King Og did not exist during that
Is
time.
it 1
Oh my
Samuel or
goodness.
2
Yes,
Samuel?
it is.
Seconds. Let me see. I think it's 2 Samuel. Let me see.
Second. All right. Thank you. We can
Yeah,
do this.
2 Samuel 21.
We will
20,
do this, yo. We will do this.
Wait, here, listen to this. So this is Genesis 14:13. A fugitive brought the news to Abram the Hebrew, who was dwelling at the Terebinth. Wait, where is
I don't know why we're going to Genesis 14. It's relevant to the point I'm making.
Okay. So, and the survivor came, Og, who had escaped from the battle, and he told Avram the Hebrew from the Ever River, and he lived in the plains of Mamre to the Emery, the brother of Eshcol, and the brother. Let's see, where else is there?
I don't get the point, but just try to make your point quick because I have to leave soon.
How convenient.
No, I already corrected you at least
So,
6 or 7 times.
This doesn't say everybody had like 6 fingers.
No, that's the. I
here.
quoted multiple verses, man.
I found it. So here.
For everybody having that's Genesis 6.
This says a giant has 6 fingers.
Yes. What's your point? I'm just saying there was the whole purpose of that is to show this
No, you
genetically
said
modified.
the babies were
Can we say
genetically
it? No.
altered.
I said a lot of things. I said a lot of things.
No,
You're
shit.
picking
shit,
a couple
Sherlock.
of things and you're trying to mix it with a whole bunch of other things I said and trying to correlate.
No.
You guys are very
You said
very
the
sad.
babies were genetically altered. That's what you said.
I was referring to Genesis 6. That's a whole different issue.
Genesis 6. Well, like I started there, and that was just like the Nephilim are like these giant heroes of old, right?
I brought you to 2 Samuel for a whole different issue. Where Genesis 6
Genesis 6
talks
doesn't
about
say anything about everybody having fucking 6 fingers. Nothing.
buddy, you
You're
correlate
cherry-picking bits that
Genesis
suit your
6
crazy
with
ass
2 Samuel
narrative.
21 20 to 21. Correlate, same thing.
You're just making shit up.
Buddy, it's called parallel verses. Maybe something that you're not familiar with.
You're making a dumber fairy tale out of the fairy tale, right? Like it's
yeah. I don't know what that means. Rage, you're supposed to be using reason, right? Rage, you're supposed to be using
Okay, here
reason.
I found it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, listen to this. So this is Deuteronomy 3. Only King Og of Bashan was left of the remaining Rephaim. His bedstead, an iron bedstead, is now in Rabbah of the Ammonites. It is 9 cubits long and 4 cubits wide by the standard cubit. So here it's saying King Og of Bashan, he was the last of the remaining Rephaim. And the Rephaim, it's one of the words that's understood as giants. So how come? So now answer me. How come God allowed him to survive the flood?
He didn't survive the flood because he didn't exist yet.
Yes, he did. Are you dumb? How would you have giants around in the time after Noah if there wasn't a giant that lived? Literally.
Interesting that you don't know that. So you never read your Bible.
But hang on, instead of every single
single
answer you've given is
No, he
read
didn't
the
read
Bible.
your Bible.
How about
He
you
said he didn't
answer the
read.
question just once?
Noah
Yeah, I
brought,
will answer. I will answer the question.
Noah brought
'cause I have
two
to-
giants onto the ark. That he put them next to the
no problem.
dinosaurs.
No, buddy, Ariel, you never read Genesis 11?
Oh God!
Why don't you tell me what's there?
Answer the question.
It talks to you. It talks to you about the descendants of Canaan, and talks about the Nephilim came down from his genealogy. Because one of the females, one of the children of Noah's women or wives had the gene. That's how they came through.
So basically, you're advocating the genocide of the Canaanites because they happen to have this gene.
Not all of them have the gene, but yeah, most of them do. Yeah. So what's your point?
So you think it was
just
okay to
kill
kill
the
them
law?
all?
Yeah. If I was there during that time, I would have done the same thing. What's the issue?
Oh wow,
I know because you're not a Hebrew. I'm a Hebrew. That's the difference.
Oh, okay. So you're saying I'm not Hebrew?
No, you're Hebrew by title, not by spiritual, not spiritually.
The gods are Hebrew.
You would not have been,
that decided
you
to
would not,
kill
you would
everyone.
not have
Even
been
though
on the
you
ranks.
say they didn't all have the gene, your
You would
God
not
said,
been
"Fuck it,
on-
we'll just kill everyone. Just kill
You would
everyone."
not have been part of the army, the Israel as
Can
an
you
army.
answer that? Do you
would
agree
not
that
have been
that's
part
the
of
case?
the congregation of Israel, Ariel.
We don't care. We don't care. Can you,
You
answer
are
that
so
question?
disrespectful.
Thank
I
you.
just want to say
he's
that
disgusting.
I appreciate.
to Ariel and what his belief system is, and
I appreciate.
that's just
It's disgusting, but it's come to be
unbelievable. It
expected
really
from
is
you, Jew
unbelievable how
Christians.
disrespectful.
No, I'm just saying, if he doesn't accept scripture, then it doesn't belong to him.
It's because you got mad earlier when they just like cracked your nuts with the philosophy shit. So you've been in that
You
like
can't even repeat what they said.
You've been in that ad hoc mode ever since, and that, I mean, you're coming back now. No, and I literally can't because I walked into a dumpster fire that made no sense to me. But like I don't know, it just seems like why are, at this point do you just like dismiss everything when it comes
Dismiss
to
what?
when it
Dismiss
comes to
what?
other people's belief systems?
No, I'm saying you don't even know what you I bet you can't tell me one thing that was said throughout this whole conversation.
See, that's called being dismissive.
I'm just
What
saying.
you just said right
You
there.
said I
No,
got
you're
beat
not
on the nuts.
saying.
I got
he
disciplined
just
on
said-
philosophy.
he
Give me
just
one
said
argument
then,
that was
why
presented.
are you being dismissive? And your
Give me
answer
one
is,
argument.
I'm not being dismissive. I'm just being dismissive.
Rage, give me one
Do you
argument.
have like brain injuries or something?
Rage, give me one argument. You said
You
I
have
got
sleep
beat.
apnea. Maybe you're not getting enough
You
oxygen
said I got
of a
beat up. Give
nighttime,
me
my
one
friend.
argument, Rage. No arguments?
Say
No
what?
arguments that was presented? You said I got beat up by in the philosophy. Can you give me one argument where I got beat up at?
You've died
You've been
you've died
beat
a
up
million
since you
deaths tonight,
called.
my friend.
I know that's what you said, but it shouldn't be a problem for you to give one example.
Well, you know
If
what
it's
they
a
say,
million,
that which is dead may never die.
Everything you've said has been
I love
refuted.
it. I love it. I love it.
I love
This
it,
is what I
Jay.
mean.
This has been
ridiculous.
awesome.
This is what I mean by being convicted. Conviction of my position is when you guys can't even track a conversation.
You know
This is
what
what
it
I mean.
means when a person
you're
thinks
just
that they're the
constant.
only person who has the real interpretation of the Almighty Lord's word?
No, definitely,
How come
definitely.
you're
I'm the only
so
one on the
special?
panel.
You understand the 7-day
Yes.
thing, and you got all
It's
these
only
extras.
me.
Are you Jesus? Like,
I'm
who
the
are
only
you?
one. I'm
You're
the only
so
one on the
special.
panel on this panel that knows
No,
about God.
no. Tell me, who have you met in real life that thinks the same crazy ass shit you do?
A lot of people saw miracles from in this.
Name
city.
one.
A lot of people.
We do have we do have
Believe in
P-Town's
your
been
weird
coming in lately, and he's a
7-day
Christian.
fucking
Who?
Yeah,
P-Town's
let's
been
get a
coming in
real
lately.
Christian in here. A real
Who?
Christian.
P-Town? I don't know P-Town, but all I know is Ariel.
He's in the room
The
now.
Hebrew scripture doesn't belong to him. He doesn't accept them. He doesn't accept it. I
You
do.
don't even read the freaking Hebrew scripture.
And that's what you're gonna be judged by if you don't repent. Because I don't speak the Hebrew, but I know more about the Hebrew scriptures than you.
You don't.
That's sad.
That's called the Dunning-Kruger
That's sad.
effect, my friend.
Yeah.
That's sad. You didn't even know about Genesis 11?
Oh gosh.
How did King Og survive the flood? Like, are you serious?
You don't think that Og was around before the flood, so
I don't know. I don't believe he was there before the flood. I believe he came after, from the descendants of
I love the
Canaan.
new
I just told you
Avatar.
Genesis 11. That's what it says. How do you not know that?
Do you know what I wish, Knock?
How is it a person that's
hang on, bro? Just take a breath for 10 seconds.
Yeah,
eh?
goddamn.
I sometimes wish that their God is real, because if he is, none of them are gonna get into fucking heaven.
Yeah, good luck with that.
You, my friend, would get up there and God would spit on you and say, "You are arrogant.
Yeah,
you
I
are
can just
arrogant."
imagine-
Soon enough, you'll find out.
The only
Well, no,
one
wait,
on
wait,
the
wait.
planet that had all these special secrets.
gotta
Everyone
see this.
else was dumb. You, my friend, are not coming in.
Hey,
So,
yeah, it's
we're gonna
like
find
God
out soon
shows up
enough.
and be like,
We're gonna
I don't
find
know
out
you.
soon
Who
enough.
are you? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't
We're gonna find out
appreciate
soon enough.
Terry, Midnight's trying to talk.
Well, no, I was trying to add that if there is a God, right? And he comes back, he comes to Earth, and everybody is like, God, we love you. Like, we've tried to spread your word, and God's like, who the hell are you? I don't know you.
I agree.
don't know
I
you.
agree.
Away from me.
I agree.
Away
I
from
agree.
me.
But you
Stop
should.
talking ab-
But you should worry about
you
yourself. You should
So-
worry about yourself.
So this
Hey,
is
you worry about myself. No,
Yeah.
you should worry. You should worry.
No, I'm
not
just
me.
saying. You shouldn't worry about the next man because you're gonna be running.
All right.
If you're not, you know.
Terry,
So guys,
all right, Terry. So I kind of sometimes really hope their God exists too, because like I'm only gonna show like the first like minute of this, but I think that this is kind of accurate. So we'll do this. This is when your religious friend ends up in hell with you.
Yes. Woo! There is a God who I met the other day, but didn't truly believe in until right now. Oh, this feels so good. Yes.
Wow,
yes.
that's slow as fuck. What the fuck? Is it the video itself, or what's?
Because for like 30 years, this face would just not shut up about church this and Holy Grail that. It was the Holy Spirit. But this right here.
What is this madness?
Oh, I just had to, man, because I just really hope
What
that
is this madness?
sometimes your God exists, because like when I see you in hell, we're having that moment.
Yeah.
My
good luck with
issue
that,
with you
Jesus.
is that you're just so dismissive. You sat
know,
here
I
a
know, I
minute
know, I know.
ago.
Hey,
Please let me speak. You sat here a minute ago and you said that everybody else on this panel just knows nothing about God or the Bible or
The Bible.
nothing about anything.
I
You're
agree.
the only person. Stop.
Yes.
You're the only person who knows anything about everything. And the thing is, you don't even know half of us because
on
you
this
haven't
panel,
allowed
on this
any
panel.
of us to talk.
Just bro.
On this panel, I'm the only one who knows. Yeah.
But you haven't allowed any of us to talk. You don't even know us. You don't know our
No,
beliefs.
I've heard you.
don't know
I've heard you
anything
make a
about
lot of
any us.
statements.
No, you admit you don't listen to people who you think are atheists.
No, I've heard you. I've heard a lot of people, and none of you made
I'm not
any
an
sense.
atheist.
No, you're supposed to be a Jew, but you don't know nothing about
See,
scripture.
there's more of this stuff. I really think that you're pushing this. You're trying to push something here.
Like what? Like I'm not Kanye West. I'm not a Hebrew Israelite.
You're trying to make up your own religion, bro.
You're
good luck
like
with that.
talking in circles, and you
I'm
keep
not
naming
a
different
Hebrew
books
Israelite.
and
Don't worry about
verses
it.
for different
You
things
got
that
educated
no
by a
sense.
Gentile. That's all you need to know.
No, you yourself said you're Hebrew.
Yes, a Hebrew. Hebrew is not a race. I already educated you on that.
Literally, Hebrew is referred to as a race by.
Hey,
can
you just stop your attitude, dude?
No, it's not.
But so here,
Like,
I'm going to
Rage is
present
being real fucking patient with you. I would have kicked you long ago. Drop your fucking attitude. Don't add your little "I educated you. I know better."
You know what I love?
You piece
You know what I
of
love?
shit. You
I
have
love-
spouted the dumbest shit any of us have ever
Thank you.
heard, and you are so fucking up yourself. You look like a fucking idiot.
You know the funny thing is, none of these people would talk like
And
that
you
if they were
won't
face
even
to
let
face.
people talk. You're not even a nice human, let alone a deep
None of you would
fucking
be
Christian.
talking like that if we were face to face. That's the
Go
Yes,
and
you
get professional help.
No, you wouldn't. No, you
Oh
wouldn't.
yes, I would.
No, you would. Oh, the females, I'm not even talking to you. If you don't have balls, I'm not talking to
sorry,
you.
Jill, what is this?
Whoa,
what the fuck is this?
We got new school Jill up in there. Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
right.
What are you on?
Misogynist.
I'm not talking about you females. None of you guys acting tough would talk like that. I don't know why you guys talk like
Okay,
that.
so
I'm from New Jersey,
Terry, answer me
motherfucker.
this.
I don't give a fuck about telling nobody anything, first of all. Second
I
of
didn't
all,
hear what you said.
I said, I'm from New Jersey, so I don't care about telling anybody anything. So I don't give a fuck about you. If you think you scare me, you got another thing coming.
Oh, you're
Second
from
of all,
New Jersey. Interesting.
what, Midnight?
You're from New Jersey. That's interesting.
I honestly wish that like more like normie Christians would just like watch Christian YouTube because I think it'd be a great deterrent for the fucking religion to progress.
Yeah,
The door is shutting. The door is shutting down.
Any of us would ever.
There's not going to be a revival. The door is shutting. There's no revival. If you're already,
you're going to be on the opposite side of not going in, dude.
Are you gonna like interact with the women on the panel, or do I gotta? I don't have to boot you like I'd boot Joe for the shit, right?
It's all right. It's all right, man. I appreciate the hospitality like usual. You guys got served. Watch it again and watch it again.
Let him have his
and try to pay attention because you guys make me look better than I'm really am.
Is that like a no? You're not going to interact with the women on the panel?
So
what are you talking about?
So
Yeah,
hold on. Terry, answer me this. What are your opinions on King Solomon? Was he wise?
Definite.
Okay, now do you think you're going to heaven?
I'm working on it.
Okay, do you even think there is such a thing as heaven?
Not a place that's not on this earth.
Okay, listen to this. This is Ecclesiastes 9. For all this I lay to my heart, even make clear all this, that the righteous and the wise and their works are in the hand of God, whether it be love or hatred, man knoweth it not, all is before them. All things come alike to all. There is one event to the righteous, and the same to the wicked, to the good and to the clean, and to the unclean, to him that sacrificeth, and to him that sacrificeth not. As is the good, so is the sinner, and he that sweareth, as he that feareth an oath. This is an evil in all that is done under the sun, that there is one event unto all. Yea, also, the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live, and after that they go to the dead. For to him that is joined to all the living there is hope. For a living dog is better than a dead lion. For the living know that they shall die, but the dead know not anything. Neither have they any more reward, for the memory of them is forgotten. As well their love, as well their hatred, and their envy is long ago perished. Neither have they any more a portion forever in anything that is done under the sun. Go thy way, eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with a merry heart, for God hath already accepted thy works. Let thy garments be always white, and let thy head lack no oil. Enjoy life with a wife whom thou lovest all the days of the life of thy vanity. And so vanity literally means like breath. It's something that's here today and gone tomorrow. It's the same word as able. He hath given thee under the sun all the days of thy vanity, for that is the portion in thy life, and in thy labor wherein thou laborest under the sun. Whatsoever thy hand attaineth to do by thy strength, that do. For there is no work, nor device, nor knowledge, nor wisdom in the grave, whither thou goest.
What's your point?
Okay, do you really not understand what I just read to you?
I did. I know it very well. I don't get the point. I don't get the point you're trying to establish.
Brilliant.
He who has eyes but cannot see, ears but cannot hear.
We don't care anymore. We know you're not going to understand
coming from you,
anything.
it's quite.
We're just like making fun of you now, and you don't even know how we're making fun of you.
What was your point, Ariel?
Can I take a stab at that?
Well, yeah, and I all right. So I because for one, I got to shut this thing down soon, but like I want to give you one more chance. Like, will you like at least pretend not to be a total misogynist, bigoted fuck, and like say you'll
what are you talking about?
Interact with the women on the panel?
Is that what I said? You see, you can't track anything. Wait, you have some problem with your ears.
Well, then clarify what you mean.
You have problems with your ears.
Has serious problems with his question.
We was talking about fighting, and I said I'm willing to engage face to face with these people, and she was talking about something like, oh, she would do something. She would not be afraid to see me face to face. I said, I don't deal like that with females. That's what I said. What are you talking about?
Well, I mean, I've asked you several times, and I don't know. All right,
Rage.
Whatever.
Try to pay attention.
So
I don't know where your mind is at.
How about
you're going to
because
interact?
your words were, I'm not talking to these women.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not talking to these
That's
women.
not what I said. But Rage, get some help.
Whatever. So you're saying that you will interact, and Marty has a question. Marty wants to get in.
Why would not interact with females?
Okay.
I have to go soon.
No. Well, I got to shut this thing. I've got to go to sleep soon. So I'm going to stop this at 2:00. But Marty has a question. So Marty Marty has something she wants to say. So Marty, say it.
I just want to ask Ariel real quick. I'm not a Christian or I'm not Jewish, but can I take a stab at what that passage meant?
Oh, sure. I'd love you to.
Huh?
I'd love you to.
Would that kind of mean like maybe get the fuck over yourself a little bit?
I mean, I guess that's part of it, but it's also like, don't worry about where you're going to go after you die, because everyone goes to the same place.
Yeah.
A living dog, and dogs are understood in this context as being, you know, kind of like not the best. A living dog is better than a dead lion, and a lion is a majestic symbol of power. So it's saying better a living dog than a dead lion, because a living dog is still alive, and a dead lion does not even know they're dead.
That's fantastic. Yeah, I dig that actually.
So yeah, the idea of heaven and hell are not existent in the Hebrew Bible. They're introduced from the Hellenic world with the New Testament.
Yep.
Most people accept that. Most people
This guy
except
is
our friend
out of his
here
mind.
accept that.
How's
This
that?
guy's-
He said it out of the Bible,
dude.
Terry. He didn't just pull that out of his ass.
You're
He
insane.
went to Ecclesiastes to talk
You
about.
just- Wait, you just
I'm
said
gonna
that
address.
Solomon
I'm gonna
was
address your
wise. So
point.
you just-
I'm gonna address your point, and I'll
No,
leave.
you're not. You're gonna make fun. You're gonna make ad
He went
hoc
to Ecclesiastes
dress.
to address a point that Solomon was not making, as opposed to everywhere in Scripture
Sorry,
that says
my friend.
there's a
We all
separation.
disagree with you, but
For example, Daniel talks about a
So I guess,
separation,
again,
and some
you're
people
right, we're
who
all
go
wrong.
to eternal salvation, and others to eternal damnation.
So you're proving
Daniel
my
said
point.
that.
Yeah, you're proving my point. Daniel's a Hellenistic text genius.
Oh, Daniel's a Hellenist. That's why I said he's not a Jew. I'm gonna let you guys go. Thank you very much for the hospitality.
Do you know what
all right?
Hellenistic means? Are you
run
really
away.
that dumb?
Run away. The man said
Hellenistic has to
Daniel
do
is a
with time
Hellenistic text.
period. It doesn't have to do with that. It's a Greek text. It came from the period in which the Greeks were ruling over the land of Israel.
Yeah.
And what about the book of the living in the Torah? The book of the living and the dead. The names of the people who are in the book of the living. What is that referring to? Oh, okay. So go read your Bible, right?
No. So you want to know what that means? Hold on. I had to unmute my mic. What it means is the book of life is those who will be sealed in for the next year, that they'll live to the next year. The book of death is those who will die in the coming year.
They were rules.
What are you talking about? That's nowhere in Scripture. That's nowhere in Scripture. But thank you. Again, your rabbinic traditions, but you could keep the rabbinic traditions for you guys, but Scripture, the Hebrew Scriptures, is for Christians.
You're not even
Super.
reading it in Hebrew.
How about
right?
That
Thank
is
you.
exactly what's in the scripture. You need to interpolate all your bullshit on top to get your story, your narrative. But what he just read and what he explained is exactly what's in the scripture.
Hey, Ariel, when you have an atheist supporting you, that shows you're not in the right. You're not in the right.
The only one not supporting me right now is the dumbass who doesn't even read the Bible for himself.
I'm pagan and I support Ariel. So what does that say?
What you don't realize is that most of us actually started out as Christians.
Wait. Did you say
We
you're a
know our
pagan
Bible.
and you support him?
Yes, I am.
Marty?
Yes.
Okay, so you have an atheist, you have a pagan. Ariel, you're not in the right position, man. That
Yeah,
just
he's
shows
in
you.
a great
Show,
position,
hey,
actually.
your company shows who you are.
So what?
Good luck, all right?
Your arrogance is your greatest quality, my
Isn't
friend.
anything in the Bible about not being arrogant?
Hey, let me tell you something. Ariel, if I was next to a pagan and an atheist in the world to come, I would jump.
Let him go.
Just
He wants to leave. Let him leave.
No. Final statement. If I had an atheist and a pagan next to
Yeah,
me,
we know.
in the world to come,
I'm with him.
hey,
You're
I
not
would
a
be
witch
crying.
like this,
I would
too.
be crying. Ariel,
And now you've got a Christian on his side too.
Ariel, come to my channel.
bro.
Let's have a discussion because you do not want to be next to an atheist and a pagan. All right?
You kind
Take
of
care of
do,
yourself.
actually.
You know,
You're probably
it's
gonna do a lot better than you are.
I'm a certified reprobate, so I'm worse than all of you.
And you got a certified reprobate. And I think he supports you as well. So imagine,
I'm a
imagine,
pagan,
Ariel, imagine your situation.
crazy,
You're
dude.
supposed to be the chosen people.
Bye-bye.
You got a pagan, a reprobate, and an atheist supporting you.
I do think. Cool. It's hilarious. I do think it's a good time to call it good night. And I've performed miracles, so I don't want to kick you. You could just like take off and go home.
I love you, Sammy. That's the whole reason I came in here was to say, get him.
All right.
Yeah, like
You got to go home, or you can't stay here.
So that's got to be. I mean, I'd say that would be like a Guinness Book of World Record for longest dumpster fire ever if Darth Dawkins didn't exist. So I mean,
Do
you remember?
Gerstreams had pretty long ones in the past.
That's true.
Do you remember, Nock, before we jumped over to your stream, I finished off by giving him fucking praise for being decent, and I said, "Do you know, I will fucking interact with anyone until they start being dishonest or calling people names, and that's when I'm gonna fucking come for you." And that's exactly what he fucking ended up doing.
Well, yeah, and I mentioned that earlier. Like, earlier, you know, it was like so calm. It was once he started talking about the 7-day shit, but even after that, once Jason asked him to put it in a syllogism, that's when it just all went to hell. Like he started screaming, and then just he died on 1,000 different hills. It was crazy.
I don't understand how the mutated babies ended up in 4 different books with 3 different.
So I'll explain the context now that he's not here. So basically, you have this tradition, and it's actually really funny because if you look in the Talmud, the explanation for the reason why God sent the flood was actually because people were just jerking it too much. Basically, this is back in a time where babies or where seed was believed to have fully formed humans in it, and they just needed a womb in which to grow. And so with that, the idea that you were emitting seed without procreating, that you're basically just letting that little person, that little sperm basically and die. Okay. And so in that context, the moment that we know that, first of all, not only is an emission not just one sperm, but millions, that means that even when you do procreate, you're still, if you follow that logic, you're still responsible for the deaths of millions. So within this context, you basically can't emit at all, even in the right context, without committing genocide. But the whole tradition, like it gets really bizarre, but basically it talks about that you're even supposed to avoid like holding your member when you're urinating, so as that you don't accidentally like bring on the flood, or basically do that which caused God to bring on the flood. And so it's this understanding that the issue wasn't that people were masturbating, it was that they were killing children. The thing is, some people take this killing children and they try and make it into, they were sacrificing children to the gods or whatever, when in reality that like just what is obvious based on the interpretations, because there's this one, so the word for slaughter is shochet, and the word for squeeze is sochet, and it's spelled the exact
same. Is that linked to the homosexuality being wrong because it's a wasting the seed? Because men can't.
No, because if you look into this, where it says, first of all, it says a man shall not lie with so you shall not lie with a male as you do with a woman. It's important that it says a male with a woman, because it doesn't say a male with a female or a man with a woman. It's saying a male with a woman. And so in there's this possibility that it might actually, because Leviticus also came around the time of the Hellenistic or Hellenization of the area. And so there was a lot of pederasty going around. And it could be that in order to prevent this, they basically said, don't be like the Greeks. But on top of that, Leviticus, where it is something that there's some theories that it was originally only applied to the Levites and the priests. So in that context, another thing, it's also not considered a moral failing. It's considered a ritual impurity, the same as being with your wife after she's had her cycle. Same with doing a bunch of different things that aren't seen as moral evils nowadays. But for whatever reason, homosexuality got interpreted as a moral evil, when in reality, and even then, here's the interesting thing.
Well, that's Christianity. That's got nothing to do with Judaism.
True.
All right, I'm going to go because I just took my meds. I just wanted to hop on and say I was so stoked to see Sammy go for this motherfucker because he was just being funny.
Thank you, Sammy, for that.
Sammy went after it. And,
I didn't.
I was, for me, tonight was like just this test. Like, I think the longest I'd ever done with Terry before was about 2 hours. And I've done about 6 hours total with the guy. I think I've got my fill for the next couple of years, probably.
Well, Sammy was awesome. He was kicking ass. Mel, I told Nock to give you my info.
Yeah. What?
I told Nock to give you my info.
You were told not to give you my info?
No, I told Nock to give you my info. Not.
Rage. I'll give it to you tomorrow. I'm so exhausted. I am gonna kind of like wrap this thing up, so you guys aren't gonna hear the music or none of that shit. The audience will hear you though, so just try to be quiet for a moment. You guys can hang out and talk. You know, for me, and I'm gonna turn my camera on for this. Just real brief last part. You know, I know people have their opinions about Terry and their opinions about whether you should have Terry on or not. And to me, it's like these people to me like do my job for me. Like, you know, it's so much better for me. You know, like, why should I have to sit around and talk shit about Christians when Christians can just make a complete fucking ass of themselves for 6 hours? So I think it was great. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. But my ass is tired, so I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, we'll get out of here. Y'all have a great night.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you guys can hang out in the back here. It's just they can hear you as my exit music is playing. It'll only take about 30 seconds.
Ariel, I want to applaud you for the fantastic job that you did this evening.
Thanks.
And for your patience. Yeah, and I also want to apologize because you said some things that really triggered me, and I really had a hard